持普通护照人员试行免签政策。俄罗斯持普通护照人员来华经商、旅游观光、探亲访友、交流访问，过境不超过30天，可免办签证入境。
The relations between China and Russia have deepened in recent years, particularly after the Russian invasion of Ukraine in early 2022. Meanwhile, Vladimir Putin is in China where he attended the SCO summit and later arrived at Beijing for the massive parade to mark the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II. China maintains a neutral standing in Ukraine war but has provided an economic lifeline to Russia by continuing trade despite Western sanctions.
中方在乌克兰危机问题上的立场是一贯的、明确的。从危机爆发第一天起，中方就秉持客观公正立场，坚持劝和促谈。我们愿根据当事方意愿，同国际社会一道，继续为危机的政治解决发挥建设性作用。
During the bilateral meeting earlier in the day, the two countries have signed more than 20 cooperation agreements in the field of energy.
中俄一贯本着相互尊重、互利共赢的原则，开展包括能源在内的各领域务实合作。关于你提到的具体项目，建议向中方的主管部门进行了解。
Russia's Gazprom and China National Petroleum Corporation have signed an agreement to increase annual gas supplies to China via the Power of Siberia pipeline as well as the Far Eastern route. Additionally, the two have agreed to increase gas supplies via the Far Eastern route to 12 BCM from the 10 BCM.
Started in 2014, the 51.38-kilometer long Vairabi-Serang railway project built at the cost of Rs 8,071 crore to be inaugurated soon, which will connect Mizoram's capital Aizawl to the mainstream of Indian railways for the first time after independence. Search and rescue operations underway by the Army, NDRF and the SDRF as landslide hits Mandi's Sundarnagar. Landslides and flash floods have wreaked havoc in many parts of the state, leading to the closure of over 600 roads on Sunday morning itself. And this included 3 national highways, that is the Old Hindustan-Tibet Road, Mandi-Dharampur Road, Hatkoti to Paunta Road and the Ort-Sanj Road as well. Prime Minister Narendra Modi urged citizens to prioritize Made in India products while making purchases. This is the Prime Minister's clearing call for indigenous products amid the imposition of US tariffs on India for buying Russian oil. He also insisted all shopkeepers and traders to put up boards in their shops or establishments saying, "Say with pride, this is Swadeshi." All the government and the private schools in Jammu division to remain closed on September 3, which is today, in view of the weather alerts and incessant rainfall causing landslides in hilly areas. Online classes may be conducted wherever possible. NCB Chennai conducted a joint operation along with Air Intelligence Unit, Chennai Customs, which resulted in the seizure of 5.618 kilograms of narcotics at the Chennai International Airport. 2 Indian nationals were apprehended during this operation while carrying the contraband bought on Ethiopian Airlines flight from Addis Ababa, Ethiopia to Chennai in their baggage. The street value of the recovered amount, which is high-grade cocaine, is estimated to be at least rupees 60 crores in India. Tibetan spiritual leader, the 14th Dalai Lama, returned to his permanent residence in Dharam Tala after completing a 6-week stay in Ladakh and a brief 5-day visit to Delhi. Despite heavy rainfall and rough weather, the spiritual leader, who had left Dharam Tala on 12 July, was accorded a warm and grand welcome by thousands of Tibetans, devotees and well-wishers who gathered at the Gagal Airport and later near his official residence in McLeodganj. The Directorate of Revenue Intelligence slapped a penalty of Rs 102 crore on Kannada actress Rania in connection with the alleged gold smuggling case, warning that her property could be seized if the amount is not paid. Rania was taken into custody on March 3 at the Bengaluru's Kempegowda International Airport after being found in possession of 14.8 kg of gold upon her arrival from Dubai. The continuous monsoon showers have brought the Delhi NCR region, with Noida being one of the worst hit areas along with Gurugram. In light of the incessant rain and the weather department's warning, the district magistrate of Gautam Buddha Nagar has declared a holiday for all schools and colleges up to classes 12th grade today. The district administration decision came amid the adverse weather conditions and rainfall alert. Ahan Ritesh Prajapati, a grade 12 student of Adani International School, has emerged as a change maker in the field of colour blindness. His pioneering research to make classroom learning more inclusive has earned him the prestigious Gold Crest Award from the UK for developing an AI model to make classroom visuals accessible for colourblind learners. His work includes awareness drives, screening for 10,000 students and advocacy for inclusive education in India. Born with red-green colour blindness, Ahan has turned his personal experience into motivation to help others with similar conditions. And viewers, those were the details that we were tracking in from across the nation. But now let's get you all the updates coming in from the businesses and the markets. Wall Street's main indexes hit a more than 1 week low as investors returning from long holiday weekend worried about the legality of President Donald Trump's tariff and awaited crucial economic reports. A divided U.S. appeals court ruled on Friday that most of Trump's tariffs are illegal but allowed for levies to be in place until October 14. The Trump administration can still file an appeal with the Supreme Court. The British luxury car maker Jaguar Land Rover's retail and production activities have been severely disrupted following a cyber-security incident, adding that it was working to restart its operation in a controlled manner. The company, owned by India's Tata Motors, said it had not found any evidence at this stage that any customer data had been stolen after it shut down systems to mitigate the impact. India plans to increase pharmaceutical exports to Russia and Netherlands as well as Brazil, aiming to expand its presence beyond the United States, its largest market, amid the tariff-related concerns. India's pharmaceutical industry is currently exempt from United States President Donald Trump's tariff of up to 50%, but the sector has been on edge due to the uncertainty surrounding the situation. Viewers, coming up on the other side, Assam Chief Minister slams Madani over and warns of the action over eviction interference. We'll also bring you details on the other side as far as rains are concerned. Yamuna has breached the danger mark. Flood alert in Delhi NCR. Schools have also been closed in Noida. Stay tuned as we come back after this short break.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
I choose a world where we dream and the limit is the sky, and this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, ये तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है?
अरे मेरी राजा।
Here we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think.
Today, the World Health Organization officially announced that this is a global pandemic. We have been in frequent contact with our allies, and we are marshaling
During an interview, American economist
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा,
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Yesterday, a coward decided to take our 8-year-old son Fletcher away from us. Because of their actions, we will never be allowed to hold him, talk to him, play with him, and watch him grow into the wonderful young man he was on the path.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा,
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky, and this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
I'm headed to the northern port city of Tianjin in China to cover the largest ever SCO summit in history. This would be the Prime Minister's first visit in 7 years since the border clashes began. Will the global South solidarity reset the equation with the West? Will there be a trilateral between India, Russia and China? Answers to all these questions and much more only on Republic TV as I get you minute-to-minute update from China.
Here we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good morning, viewers. Thanks for tuning in to Republic TV. I'm Aishwarya Kapoor. The top story that we are tracking is the monsoon fury that is being witnessed across North India. Rains have wreaked havoc across North India. Many states, including Jammu and Kashmir as well as Delhi, are witnessing waterlogging, and life has been completely thrown out of gear. We'll get you all the updates on that big story. Let's also take a look at the other big stories. Here are the headlines that we are tracking.
Only now since I came along, and because of the power that we have with tariffs, India was charging us tremendous tariffs, about the highest in the world.
Donald Trump defends 50% tariff on India, calls trade ties with India one-sided for years. Trump justifies his tariff policy, says settled 7 wars because of trade. Donald Trump's bluff has been called out. Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif admits to importing oil from Russia. Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will chair 56th GST Council meeting in New Delhi today. Assam Chief Minister slams Madni, warns of action over eviction interference. Yamuna breaches danger mark, flood alert in Delhi NCR. Schools closed in Noida. And after hosting SCO summit, China showcases military might in the victory parade. 20 world leaders, including Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong-un, are there. Viewers, we have big breaking news coming in. US President Donald Trump has defended 50% tariffs on India. Donald Trump said America gets along with India very well, but the relationship was one-sided for many years since New Delhi was charging Washington tremendous tariffs. So US President Donald Trump there saying that America gets well along with India, but he has defended the tremendous tariffs that have been imposed on India. And he says that the relationship with India was one-sided for many years since New Delhi was charging Washington tremendous tariffs. All right, let's get a perspective on what does this really mean for India-US relationship. Eric Limkule, senior journalist based in Georgia, is now joining us for more insights. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here. So how do you look at Donald Trump time and again, defending the 50% tariffs that have been imposed on India? But what we are witnessing is that, yesterday, Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif also admitted about, getting Russian oil. So the question is, why is New Delhi being singled out, and how do you think this is going to impact, US-India ties in the future?
I think New Delhi gets singled out just simply because President Trump does want that relationship to be solid, but he does want it to be an equal relationship. As Americans, we don't want to be enemies with India. We share a lot of different industries. There's a lot of trade that goes back and forth. We depend upon Indian goods. So we do understand that there is like some growing pains that are going to happen through this tariff transition. However, we believe that once everybody settles in and they get used to the ideas of the tariff changes, that things will be a global success to where everyone is able to, get a fair trade throughout the world. And India would be no different. We want to have good trade relations with them. However, President Trump does want to end the Ukraine-Russia war. And I believe that this is his foot in the sand moment and, setting his ground, saying, hey, I want to get this done and I need everyone to cooperate.
Right. Sir, but Donald Trump has been saying that, the extra 25% tariffs that have been imposed on India is because of importing Russian oil. But at the same time, the United States itself has been saying that it has improved its ties with Russia. We saw this statement coming in during the summit in Alaska. And of course, the European Union has also been, having good trade ties with Russia. So the question is, why just India?
Because India is a growing power in the region, and we want to make sure that India knows that the United States is your main rival, and we want to make sure that it's a positive relationship rather than a negative relationship, to where India doesn't go off and start to cater towards the global enemies of the world, where with Modi having a positive meeting with President Xi Jinping, that could draw some concerns where India is going to align itself with China. However, we don't know that that's what happened, but it's a possibility. Or India develops a relationship further with President Putin. We don't want to isolate those countries. However, we have to make sure that we understand where everyone's heading and who's in alliance with who in order to continue to keep global prosperity and global peace.
But at the same time, I'd like to ask, how do you think this is going to pan out in the future as far as the US-India ties are concerned? Because as we can see, there is a shifting global order, and many countries that are facing tariffs from the United States are now looking for other allies. So how do you think this is going to pan out as far as the international relations is concerned as well?
At the end of the day, when you really look at the spectrum of the global markets, it's undeniable that the United States is the largest consumer of goods in the world, and we will continue to be the largest consumer of goods in the world. We have the strongest economy in the world. So other countries are going to want to align with other nations, but when it comes to growing their own GDP, they rely on the United States for that. I don't think that's a big secret across the globe. So they're going to want to work these deals out. I'm very optimistic that when this is all said and done, when Russia ends the war with Ukraine, India is going to have a very fair tariff that everyone will be happy with. And we'll start to see this global economy really take off to where every country is going to be successful and have their own level of growth.
All right, stay with us. So we'll just come back to you. And meanwhile, viewers, we have more breaking news coming in, and that is Donald Trump has reiterated his accusation against India of charging one of the highest tariffs in the world, while defending the 50% tariff imposed on Indian imports in the United States by citing American motorcycle company Harley-Davidson as an example of unfair trade. So, US President Donald Trump there citing the example of Harley-Davidson motorcycles, saying that the company could not sell into India because there was 200% tariffs on the motorcycle. All right, viewers, more breaking news coming in right now. Donald Trump, in yet another display of his grandiose posturing, has taken to the stage to defend his tariff policy, this time dubbing it the ultimate war settler, while claiming it hands Washington a great negotiation ability. But speaking to reporters as he announced the move of the U.S. Space Command headquarters to Alabama, Donald Trump on Tuesday touted tariffs as a magical negotiating tool, claiming that tariffs not only boosted the U.S. economy, but also helped him settle 7 wars. Let's listen in to Donald Trump.
It's everything in the world would die. It's true. It's so powerful. It's so big. And I made it really big in the first 4 years. Then it started to degenerate with what this Biden administration did. But we built it up to a level that I never thought we could be at this quickly. We're the hottest, we're the best financially. The money coming in is so big because of tariffs and other things, but because of tariffs. Tariff gets us even those other things. Plus, it gets us great negotiating. I settled 7 wars, and numerous of those wars were because of trade.
All right, let's go back to Mr. Lemke. Mr. Lemke, now with Donald Trump calling tariffs the ultimate war settler and also a powerful negotiating tool. How do you look at that statement, because the history has shown that tariffs all across the world, whenever they have been imposed, have not really been successful in doing a lot of things. But now putting all the onus on the tariffs to do everything and to, settle all the trade difficulties and also a war settler, how do you look at that?
Well, I think when you make the comparison between how the tariffs were used in the past compared to how they're used today, I think one big factor to consider is Donald Trump didn't didn't utilize the tariffs back then. We had other world leaders who were not quite as bold and straightforward as Donald Trump is. With that said, Donald Trump does use the tariffs. He does use global economy as a negotiation tool. I think with his business background, he understands how to use that strength. I think it's a good way to do it. And we're starting to see, several countries have already come to the negotiation tables, and they've been rewarded with a very fair tariff where it's reciprocal and everyone seems to be happy with it. So I think President Trump is onto something here. The way that he conducts business, it may be unorthodox as to how people are used to doing business across the globe, especially with the U.S. presidents in the past, where they've been very passive and have allowed a lot of things to happen, which caused this imbalance amongst our deficits in many different countries.
So also at the same time, now India continues to position, of course, itself as a major global economy and of course, a very strong partner to the United States. And at the time when Donald Trump has framed these tariffs as a tool of a geopolitical war, and what really message do you think this is going out for allies, other allies? Of course, India has been one of the key, strategic ally of the United States. And now these tariffs and these statements coming in from Donald Trump, what message really you think this is sending to allies like India?
I think it does put the U.S. ally countries like India in a difficult position. I don't think it's a position that President Trump wants to be in with India or other allies. However, I do believe that we are in a transition. I think he has an idea of what he wants this whole tariff situation to look like. And getting resistance, even if it's just a little bit, even if it's from an ally, which he did state, friend or foe, it's going to happen. These tariffs will happen, is part of his grand plan. I think once we allow the tariff situation to kind of settle in and get working, it's going to benefit everyone. When Trump first initiated his tariff plan and raised tariffs on everyone, most of the economic experts in the United States said, oh, he's going to crash the economy. But then we're looking back now and we're like, wow, how wrong were they? And we're seeing our economies, our Dow Jones is hitting a record high. Our S&P's hit a record high. Everything is hitting a record high economically. Now, once we get all of these deals done with all the other countries and allies, and even countries that are not so much great allies of the United States, we want to see their economies grow too. There's something that they can provide the world that can be purchased. This is going to benefit everyone, and we want to see that happen. We want to see that global growth. We want to see fair trade throughout the globe. That's what President Trump is getting at. And in order to do that, sometimes he's going to have to make tough decisions. Unfortunately, India's in that crossfire right now because of the deal with Russia. We didn't want that to happen, but it happened, and we're going to deal with it. And, eventually it's going to work itself out, and this relationship's going to turn into a positive relationship.
All right, Mr. Eric, thank you so much for joining us here on Republic TV and sharing your views on that big story. And viewers, we have more breaking news coming in. Now, Donald Trump has hit out at China on the massive military parade marking the 80th anniversary of China's victory against Japanese aggression in the World War II. And Donald Trump says Russia and China are conspiring against the United States. So Donald Trump taking a jab at Xi Jinping over hosting Kim Jong-un and Vladimir Putin and saying that you conspire against the United States. So Donald Trump has asked Xi Jinping to convey his warm regards to Putin and Kim, while also accusing him of a plot to conspire against the United States. Remember, this coming in as China is marking the military parade where Russian and North Korean leaders are also taking part, and US President has accused them of conspiring against the United States. All right, let's get to some other news. Tensions are rising in Tamil Nadu's Ramanathapuram district as the farmers and the fishermen protest against hydrocarbon extraction projects. Now, farmers are accusing the DMK government of breaking the promises. Opposition leader E.K. Palaniswamy has slammed Chief Minister M.K. Stalin for betraying the farmers. Watch this full report.
Hydrocarbon extraction work has sparked outrage in Ramanathapuram, where locals say the DMK government has gone back on its word. Despite assurances from the Environment Minister Thangam Tennarasu, drilling began in Alumindal village. Farmers and fishers quickly mobilized, halting operations by surrounding the machines and raising slogans against the DMK government. Protesters allege they were misled after state's Environment Department cleared exploration in 20 locations. This comes after earlier agitations forced a public pledge from the minister to scrap such initiatives statewide. The controversy has drawn sharp criticism from the opposition. At a public meeting in Melur, AIADMK General Secretary Edappadi Palaniswamy accused the Stalin-led government of deceitful governance.
ராமநாதபுரம் மாவட்டம் 20 இடத்துல ஹைட்ரோ கார்பன் திட்டம் தொடங்குவதாக இன்றைக்கு பத்திரிகையிலே செய்தி வந்துள்ளது. அதில் சியா கமிட்டி இன்றைக்கு மாநில அரசுக்கு சம்பந்தப்பட்டது. 20 இடத்துல ராமநாதபுரம் மாவட்டத்தில் ஹைட்ரோ கார்பன் திட்டம் தொடங்கப்படும் என்று தெரிவித்தவுடன் நான் இதை தெரிவித்தேன், இதை கண்டித்தேன். உடனடியாக ஹைட்ரோ கார்பன் திட்டத்தை ரத்து செய்ய வேண்டும் என்று பத்திரிகையின் வாயிலாக, ஊடகத்தின் வாயிலாக எழுச்சி பயணத்தின் போது குரல் கொடுத்தோம்.
EPS slammed Environment Minister Thangam Tennarasu for betraying the farmers.
இன்றைக்கு திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழக அமைச்சர் வைக்கின்ற திரு தங்கம் தென்னரசு அவர்கள் ஒருபோதும் ஹைட்ரோ கார்பன் திட்டம் தமிழகத்திலே வருவதற்கு அனுமதிக்க மாட்டோம் என்று பத்திரிகையின் வாயிலாக செய்தியை வெளியிட்டுவிட்டு நேற்றைய தினம் அந்த பணி அங்கே துவங்கின்றது ராமநாதபுரம் மாவட்டத்திலே. எண்ணி பாருங்கள், விவசாயிகளை இந்த அரசு எந்த அளவுக்கு வஞ்சித்துக் கொண்டு என்பதை எண்ணி பார்க்க வேண்டும்.
Palaniswamy highlighted similar issues like the tungsten mining proposal near Madurai and Melur.
இடைப்பட்ட காலத்தில் நீங்கள் என்ன செய்து கொண்டிருந்தீர்கள்? இந்த விவசாயி மக்களுடைய குரல் உங்களுக்கு கேட்கவில்லையா? அந்த விவசாயிகள் பாதிக்கப்படுவார்கள் என்று அரசுக்கு தெரியாதா? வேண்டுமென்றே திட்டமிட்டு இந்த திட்டத்தை நடைமுறைப்படுத்த வேண்டும் என்ற எண்ணத்தின் அடிப்படையிலே இவர்கள் கண்டுகொள்ளவில்லை. அதோடு 2 முறை பாரத பிரதமரை இன்றைய முதலமைச்சர் ஸ்டாலின் அவர்கள் சந்தித்து பேசுகிறார். 24 பிப்ரவரி மாதத்திலிருந்து 24/11 இறுதி இந்த டெண்டர் இறுதி செய்கிற வரை 2 முறை பாரத பிரதமரை இன்றைய முதலமைச்சர் ஸ்டாலின் அவர்கள் சந்தித்து பேசுகிறார். அப்பொழுதாவது இந்த டங்ஸ்டன் ஏலம் விடுவதை ரத்து செய்ய வேண்டும் என்று பாரத பிரதமருக்கு கோரிக்கை வைத்தார் என்றால் இல்லை.
Palaniswamy promised that AIADMK government in 2026 would prioritize desilting in the Vaigai Dam, just as it did in the Mettur Dam.
ஹைட்ரோ கார்பன் திட்டம் விவசாயிகளுடைய நிலங்களை அபகரிக்கின்ற திட்டம். திரு ஸ்டாலின் அவர்கள் தொழில்துறை அமைச்சராக இருந்தார், துணை முதலமைச்சராக இருந்தார். அந்த காலகட்டத்தில் டெல்டால ஹைட்ரோ கார்பன் திட்டத்தை முதல் கொண்டு வந்தார். பிறகு அந்த டெல்டா மாவட்டத்தில் மீத்தேன் திட்டத்தை கொண்டு வருவதற்கு முயற்சி நடந்த பொழுது அதை தடுத்து நிறுத்தி விவசாயிகளுடைய நிலங்களை பாதுகாக்கப்பட்ட அரசாங்கம் அதிமுக அரசாங்கம்.
He also criticized Stalin for not addressing Kerala's obstruction of Mullaperiyar Dam strengthening works despite a Supreme Court verdict won by late AIADMK leader Jayalalitha allowing water levels up to 152 feet.
போன மாதிரி நினைச்சிடாதீங்க. போன தடவை நான் முதலமைச்சர் இருக்கும் போது 4 வருஷம் 2 மாதம் இருந்தேன். அப்பெல்லாம் எங்களுக்கு இது மாதிரி செய்வதற்கு மனம் இல்லாமல் இருந்தது. ஆனால் இப்பொழுது இருக்கின்ற அரசாங்கம் மிக மிக மோசமாக, மிக மிக கேவலமாக எல்லா துறைகளையும் லஞ்சம் தாண்டவம் ஆடுகிறது. மக்களை வாட்டி வதைத்து இன்னைக்கு மக்களிடத்தில் பணம் பறிக்கின்ற சூழ்நிலை இருந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்ற காரணத்தினாலே இதை அனைத்து இந்திய அண்ணா திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழக அரசு உங்கள் துணையோடு அடுத்த ஆண்டு வெற்றி பெற்று ஆட்சி அமைக்கின்ற பொழுது இதற்கெல்லாம் இன்றைய அமைச்சர்கள் பதில் சொல்லி ஆக வேண்டும்.
In a speech peppered with sharp barbs, Mr. Palaniswamy alleged that corruption has seeped into every department of the state administration.
தமிழகத்தில் 582 பத்திரப்பதிவு அலுவலகம் இருக்கு. 582 பத்திரப்பதிவு அலுவலகம். அதுல ஒரு வருஷத்துக்கு மேல பத்திரப்பதிவு அலுவலகம் இருந்ததே கிடையாது. ஒரு வருஷத்துக்கு ஒரு ஆள், அடுத்த வருஷம் இன்னொருத்தர், அதுக்கு அடுத்த வருஷம் இன்னொருத்தர், இப்படி 582 பேர்லையும் மாத்தி மாத்தி டிரான்ஸ்ஃபர் போட்டு அதுல ஒரு அமௌண்ட், பெரிய அமௌண்ட் வாங்கிட்டு இருக்காங்க.
Meanwhile, taking on Stalin's political positioning, Palaniswamy mocked the chief minister's remarks at the Salem Communist Conference, where Mr. Stalin had called himself half communist.
இன்றைக்கு சேலத்தில் நடந்த கம்யூனிஸ்ட் மாநாடு, அந்த கம்யூனிஸ்ட் மாநாடுல திரு ஸ்டாலின் பேசுறாரு, பாதி நான் கம்யூனிஸ்ட், பாதி ஸ்டாலின் கம்யூனிஸ்ட். அப்படின்னா பாதிய ஸ்டாலின் கம்யூனிஸ்ட் கட்சி பாதியை விழுங்கிட்டார். அதனாலதான் அந்த வார்த்தையை சேலம் மாநாட்டில் பேசியிருக்கிறார். கூட்டணி கட்சி இருக்கு, திமுக தலைமையில் இருக்கின்ற கூட்டணி கட்சிகள்லாம் உஷாரா இருங்க, நாங்க உங்களை திட்டமிட்டு பேசல, உஷாரா இருந்தா நீங்க தப்புவீங்க, இல்லைன்னா கொஞ்சம் கொஞ்சமா திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகத்தில் ஸ்டாலின் உங்களை விலகிடுவாங்க.
With protests ongoing, the issue underscores deepening divides over environmental protection and farmers' rights in Tamil Nadu.
And viewers, in the wake of a devastating series of earthquakes in eastern Afghanistan that have claimed over 1,400 lives and left around 3,000 others injured, India has stepped in with urgent humanitarian assistance to support the ongoing relief efforts in the region. Here's a quick report.
A strong earthquake of magnitude 6.3 on the Richter scale struck Afghanistan, with tremors felt across the region, including parts of Pakistan as well. This was followed by a series of aftershocks with magnitude ranging from 4 to 5. According to a report issued by the United Nations Office for Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, the earthquake occurred in Afghanistan's Nangarhar province, which borders Pakistan, with the epicenter in the Kama district of the region. In a post on X, the Ministry of External Affairs stated India will extend humanitarian assistance to Afghanistan in the wake of the earthquake. He further noted that India has already dispatched relief materials to Afghanistan, with 1,000 family tents sent to Kabul and 15 tons of food materials moved to Kunar from Kabul by the Indian mission there. Other than the utmost necessities, India also sent blankets, hygiene kits, water storage tanks, generators, kitchen utensils, portable water purifiers, sleeping bag, essential medicines, wheelchairs, hand sanitizers, water purification tablets, and ORS solutions.
Viewers, we're taking a short break, and coming up ahead, Donald Trump has defended his 50% tariffs on India. He calls the trade ties with India as one-sided for years. And Donald Trump justifies his tariff policy. He says it has settled 7 wars because of trade. Those big stories and much more coming up after a short break. Viewers, don't go anywhere.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना। थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा,
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky, and this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप
Here, we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart.
This is Republic Jack Pollywall Studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I'm Akanksha Khajuria. Let's get started.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
MDH की देगी मीरज
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का
MDH की देगी मीरज केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा
Here, we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think.
Relationship only now since I came along, and because of the power that we have with tariffs, India was charging us tremendous tariffs, about the highest in the world.
Trump defends 50% tariff on India, calls trade ties with India one-sided for years. Trump justifies his tariff policy and says settle 7 wars because of trade. Trump's bluff has been called out. Pakistan PM Shehbaz Sharif admits to importing oil from Russia. Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will chair the 56th GST Council meeting in New Delhi today. Assam CM slams Madani warns of action over eviction interference. Yamuna breaches danger mark. Flood alert in Delhi NCR. Schools closed in Noida. After hosting the SCO summit, China showcases military might in victory parade. 20 world leaders, including Putin and Kim Jong-un. Hello viewers, we are live live this morning. I'm Shivangi Shukla and some breaking news is coming in. And this is monsoon mayhem viewers. Across North Delhi we see flooding, especially Yamuna River has breached the dangerous mark in Delhi. Meanwhile, in Jammu, Chenab River broke into civilian areas in Gakhal as water level is rising. So, monsoon fury all across North India, and the Yamuna River especially has crossed the danger mark in Delhi.
Water is entering residential areas. Many families have been shifted to relief camps. Simultaneously, we see in other areas, in Jammu and Kashmir, in Punjab, Uttarakhand, severe floods have triggered. A lot of flooding and rain, heavy rain has wreaked havoc across North India, throwing life completely out of gear. Over the past few weeks, relentless downpours have triggered landslides, they've triggered flash floods, they've triggered widespread waterlogging. In fact, many people have been displaced, causing extensive damage to infrastructure, to agriculture, to livelihoods. On your screen, you can see the monsoon mayhem in New Delhi, in Akhnoor, Jammu, in Gurugram. All three places point towards how life has completely stopped. Okay, let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us right now. We have Gursimran joining us live from Akhnoor. Yes, Gursimran, I'm coming across to you right now. We can see those pictures coming in from Akhnoor, Jammu, where there has been so much of rain, and you are standing there as well. And it looks pretty inundated, water up to the knees, Gursimran.
See, the water level is on continuous rise. We are reporting from the Gadkhal area where Chenab has broken into the civilian area and the entire area has been submerged. I'll request Ashu to move to that side of this very river so that he can show you that this entire area that you see from here to those houses, this used to be the civilian road that locals used to pass from. But now what has happened that the Chenab has broken into the civilian area and all these houses have been now submerged in the water. There are 40 civilians that have been trapped in the area. Now the aerial acquisition has also been made by the authorities so that the Indian Air Force and the Indian Army's aviation wing, they can swing into the action and they can save those lives. The level of the water is that we have to struggle even standing at this very place. I am taking the help of a local as I stand, and I'll request Ashu to come this way so that we can actually show you the level of the water, that when the water is hitting us here, the flow of the water can be seen, that this is a gusty water level that are flowing through even on the roads of the Gadkhal. I'm joined by one of the civilians. मुझे बताइए 40 लोग फंसे हैं, क्या अभी तक है, कौन लोग थे, कब गए और क्या हुआ?
शाम को गए थे, रात को पानी कम था इसलिए पार टप गए। 40 बंदे हैं तो उधर ही फंसे हुए हैं।
अब प्रशासन कह रहा है हवा से निकाला जाएगा,
पता नहीं अभी हवा से निकलेंगे या टुप्पों से निकलेंगे वो पता नहीं हमें।
तो अभी किश्ती तो नहीं जा सकती?
किश्ती नहीं जा सकती इधर।
So boats are not possible. Reason being that this entire area is now submerged and the flow of the Chenab is flowing 9 feet above its danger level. It has now entered the civilian areas, which is posing a major threat to the civilian population here in the Gadkhal, because this area has seen the brunt of the rising water levels in the past, also on 24th, 26th, and now once again as we speak, these visuals that Ashu is showing you, that not only it's the civilians that have been trapped, but also you will see that the cattle has also been trapped here. Now some of the houses are on the verge of getting collapsed. It is any minute from now that these houses will collapse. And we speak of the death and destruction that has been caused by the floods, landslides, cloudburst in the Jammu region. It is now 131 is the death toll that is now, because 2 more deaths have been reported from the Sundarbani area of the Rajouri, and here the water levels are actually rising with each passing minute. Every minute more than a couple of feet water level is rising in the low-lying areas, which is making it really very difficult, because Chenab is not flowing on its traditional route, but it has breached into the civilian areas. We are told that for this area the requisition for the NDRF, SDRF has already been approved. The teams are on their way, but also an additional requisition of the Indian Air Force choppers have been placed by the divisional administration so that these 40 peoples that are still stranded in this very area, they can be evacuated at an earliest.
That is right. And you know where you are, we have seen a very dangerous situation play out where many people have been swept away due to flash floods in the Akhnoor area. Gursimran, please stay safe. Please stay safe. I really want to go ahead to Shambhavi right now. Shambhavi, you are at Lohapur near Yamuna in Delhi. And it's very important for our viewers to understand that the Yamuna River has crossed the danger mark, which means that water is now entering residential colonies. Shambhavi.
Absolutely. The Loha Pull has now been shut off for all kinds of traffic. They're being diverted toward the Gita Colony Pull. We are here at the Yamuna Bazaar. As you can see, the water level has risen dangerously. Till yesterday, it is very important to point out, till yesterday we were able to come down up till here. But now the water will come up to our head levels if we step below the stair. Boats are actually being run and used for every day. There were a lot of people who were still swimming in this water. You can see camps have been set up after the people have been evacuated from the low-lying riverbed area. And as of morning, the level has risen to 206.9 meters, and the level of water is well above both the points. The danger level, that is 205.33 meters, and the evacuation level, which starts around 206 meters. The level has officially crossed both. You can see that the water has risen dangerously. Now, to understand the depth of the water, if somebody stands here of an average height, let's just say 5'10", the water will reach up to their heads. A lot of kids were swimming till now. You can see boats are being run for everyday purpose. There has been a camp set up of tents and all, and we'll also show you around if the boat person is going to take us to show around and take us till there, if that's possible. Till then, it is also, but they are saying that it is very dangerous to go and ride the boat right now. But we are going to give you a fair idea of the submerging level of how the buildings and the houses that were here in the low-level area. There's also a lot of structures which are almost more than partially submerged. And this is after the Hatnikund barrage was released. The flood level has risen because once the flows from there is released, that is what triggered the risen level of water in Yamuna, and that is what decides till what level the Yamuna is going to rise after the Hatnikund barrage flows is released. And now that the range of the flow was around 3.3 lakh crucex, and because of that, the effect of that water flow comes. You can see the effect around 36 to 50 hours later. And if this persists, if the flow persists, this level will likely rise. And if the rain persists, this level is likely to go above the dangerous levels, even more dangerous. And this is the current situation at Yamuna Bazaar. People have been evacuated from the low-level riverbed areas. Boats are being run, and the situation does not look very good. Back to you.
All right. I'll come back to you. Yamuna Bazaar, New Delhi, that's where Shambhavi is. Akil, let's go to Akil now. Akil, every year, same problem in Gurugram. You're in Gurugram. One heavy shower, it takes only one heavy shower for roads to absolutely drown. Massive traffic, cars stranded. But this time, it looks like the situation is quite bad, Akil. What is happening in Gurugram?
Well, Shivangi, if you see what we have been seeing, that due to the incessant rainfall, not only in the Gurugram, apart from that, if you see the entire Delhi NCR region, including Noida, including Faridabad, including the national capital Delhi, so it was submerged due to the heavy rainfall. But if you see that today, the condition on the Gurugram road is pretty normal because the rain has stopped. Here you can see that behind me, the traffic vehicular movement is pretty normal at this point in time. But what we have witnessed that on Monday afternoon, when incessant rainfall continued, and after that what we have seen that over 100 millimeter rainfall has continued. After that there was a long traffic snarls on Gurugram roads, and after that what we have seen that several companies, multinational companies have gone on the work from home mode on Tuesday itself. So today, if you see, the traffic seems pretty normal on Gurugram road. Apart from that, if you see earlier what we have seen from that, from three different barrages, which include from the Yamunanagar Hatnikund barrage, over 1,54,000 cusecs of water was released. And if you talk about the Okhla barrage, what we have got the information from the senior authorities that over 75,600 cuseck water was released, and from Ghazipur also what we have seen that over 69,000 cusecs of water was released. So even the rainfall continues to pour in. Apart from that, what we have been seeing that the water level mark has already crossed the danger mark, which was basically 205.3, and right now, the information that we have received from the Shadra District Administration earlier, the Shadra District Administration, the DM has said that the traffic vehicular movement on the old railway station bridge will be closed. And after that, what we have got to see that the level has increased and it has risen to 205.8. And after that, it has been closed. So right now, the condition seems pretty normal in Gurugram because the traffic movement behind me, because if you see over here, has come to a normal level.
All right. I want to go straight across to my colleague Soumya. Soumya is in Mayur Vihar. Mayur Vihar, the exact place where flood relief camps have been set up as Yamuna's crossed the danger level. And to get our viewers more updates on that, I want to go to Soumya. Yes, Soumya, what is happening there?
Yes, well, Shivangi is correctly mentioned by both my colleagues, Shambhavi and Akhil, that due to Yamuna crossing the danger level mark yesterday, families in hundreds were displaced and they were forced to leave their houses in the Yamuna floodplains where they.
All right. I'm going to go across to you. Soumya, we'll fix that for you. And come across to you. So New Delhi, Akhnur, Jammu, Gurugram, all three places, severe floods have triggered torrential monsoon rains have also triggered and wreaked havoc across northern India, throwing life absolutely out of gear in Himachal Pradesh, in Jammu and Kashmir, Punjab, Uttarakhand, New Delhi. Over the past few weeks, downpours have triggered landslides, flash floods, widespread waterlogging. Many lives have been lost, viewers. That is a sad part. Many people, thousands of people have been displaced. Extensive damage to infrastructure, to agriculture and livelihoods. We'll come back to reporters. Our reporters are bravely reporting for you to show you the ground situation. Let's move ahead right now to some of the other stories we're tracking. Heavy rains, flash floods paralyzed North India with evacuation to rescue relief operations underway in flood-affected areas of Punjab, Jammu and Kashmir to Delhi. Republic brings you the detailed report from the ground. Let's take a look.
Delhi, Gurugram, Punjab, Jammu and Kashmir. North India is bearing the brunt of monsoon as heavy rains followed by flash floods and waterlogging have paralyzed major cities, bringing lives to a standstill. In the national capital, Yamuna is nearing the danger mark, sparking concerns of floods in low-lying areas.
तो दिल्ली के यमुना बाजार से हम आपको तस्वीरें दिखा रहे हैं जहां पे यमुना का जल स्तर बढ़ा हुआ है और यहां बात करें तो पूरी तरह जो लोगों के घरों में पानी घुस चुका है, मंदिर जो है वो पानी के अंदर हो गया है और लोगों को काफ़ी दिक्कतों का सामना करना पड़ रहा है। उधर भी थोड़ा सा कैमरा अगर हम अभिषेक पैन करके भी दिखाएं तो देखिए वो आपको एक दूर में एक और मंदिर जो है वो नज़र आ रहा होगा, यानी वो मंदिर का आधा हिस्सा जो है वो भी पानी में डूब चुका है। यानी एक बार फिर से राजधानी दिल्ली में बाढ़, यानी जो 2023 में स्थिति और जो 2023 में तस्वीरें देखने को मिली थी वही तस्वीर एक बार फिर से दिल्ली में देखने को मिल रही है।
In Jammu and Kashmir, flash floods in Ravi River have damaged 3 of barrages of the river. Our colleague Gursimran gets this report from Ground Zero.
We are on the Jammu-Pathankot highway and one lane of the highway has been closed because of the damage that has been reported to this very bridge. This bridge was one way of connecting the Kathua district to Pathankot district of Punjab. But now, as Ashu is showing you, the extent of damage that has taken place, that a portion has collapsed down, while on the other hand you will see that it is the Ravi river that has done a large scale damage. Those pillars that used to actually hold the flow of river Ravi here in Pathankot and Kathua border, they have been washed away and the debris are lying there. Here on this side, the flow of the water is increasing because these barrages have been damaged to a large extent.
In Punjab, Gurdaspur district bordering Jammu remains worst affected. The Indian Army has stepped in to rescue and provide relief material to the flood-affected families of Gurdaspur district. Punjab, Jammu and Kashmir region remain on high alert for the coming days. Meanwhile, the Indian Meteorological Department has issued an orange alert for Gurugram as well. while Noida is also preparing for flooding in the Yamuna. While the people in Delhi will likely to continue to sail through waterlogged roads, traffic snarls and commuting problems, the question is, when will this woe that continues every year end?
Ships of the first trading squadron of the Indian Navy, INS Tir, INS Shardul, CGS Sarathi, have arrived at Port Victoria, Seychelles as part of a long-range training deployment in the southwest Indian Ocean region. Take a look.
Building bridges of friendship while training young minds, the ship of the first training squadron of the Indian Navy, INS Tir, INS Shardul and Coast Guard Sarathi arrived at Port Victoria at Seychelles. The 1TS is presently on a long-range training deployment in the southwest Indian Ocean region. The Indian Navy said the deployment of 1TS to Seychelles is the third port call of Indian Navy ships to Seychelles in 2025. This highlights the Indian Navy's robust bilateral engagement and maritime partnership aligned with the broader vision of Mahasagar in the Indian Ocean region. The arrival at the port was marked with a ceremonial welcome by the Seychelles Defence Forces Band, emphasizing the strong maritime ties between two nations. The Indian Navy's ceremonial guard and band were also paraded on board the 1TS. Seychelles, though a small island nation, holds strategic significance as it's located at the crossroads of Africa, West Asia, and India. India's vision Mahasagar translates to mutual and holistic advancement for security and growth across regions, reflecting its commitment to the well-being and progress of nations in the region, acting as the first responder and net security provider. The vision is rooted in the Neighborhood First policy, the Mahasagar outlook and India's approach to its extended neighborhood. Professional exchanges, cross-deck visits and training interactions with SDF personnel are planned during the port call. As a part of cultural exchanges and community engagement, yoga sessions, naval band performances are scheduled to take place.
Maratha activist Manoj Jarange Patil has ended his hunger strike after the Maharashtra government agreed to issue the Kunbi caste certificates to eligible Marathas, granting them OBC benefits. His supporters celebrate this win and left Azad Maidan. Watch this report for more.
In the heart of Mumbai, a movement that shook Maharashtra reached its crescendo. Maratha quota activist Manoj Patil broke his fast, ending his agitation on its fifth day. He accepted the government resolution given by the Maharashtra Cabinet Subcommittee on Maratha reservation and broke his fast. His eyes were filled with tears as he clutches a glass of juice offered by Maharashtra Minister Radhakrishna Patil. He took a sip of juice in presence of the cabinet subcommittee members as his supporters cheered at Azad Maidan. For days, Manoj Patil starved for demanding a 10% reservation for the Maratha community in jobs and education under the OBC category. After Patil broke his fast, he was taken to a hospital for checkup immediately. Maharashtra government bowed to his demands, issuing a resolution that promises to recognize Marathas as Kunbis, granting them the OBC status and withdrawing cases against protesters.
आरक्षण जो होता है वो समूह को नहीं, वो व्यक्ति को होता है. व्यक्ति को आरक्षण मांगना पड़ता है, इसलिए इस प्रकार का निर्णय नहीं हो सकता. उसके लिए कोई ना कोई सबूत देना पड़ता है. सबूत के तौर पर ये हैदराबाद गैजेटियर काम में आएगा, क्योंकि हैदराबाद गैजेटियर में जब उनके दादा परदादा का नाम ये कुणबी जाति में अगर रहेगा तो उसका फ़ायदा उनको मिलेगा और नियम के अनुसार उनको उसका सर्टिफिकेट मिलेगा, उनको आरक्षण मिल पाएगा. और हमने हैदराबाद गैजेटियर को लागू करने का निर्णय वहाँ पर लिया है, जिसमें पुराने रिकॉर्ड्स ये सारे मिलेंगे और उन रिकॉर्ड्स में जिनके खून के रिश्ते में अगर इस प्रकार से जाति का उल्लेख मिलेगा तो उनको उसका फ़ायदा मिलेगा, जिसके कारण मराठा समाज को मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि बहुत फायदा इसके कारण मिलने वाला।
Cabinet Subcommittee head Radhakrishna Patil and Maharashtra ministers thanked Patil for accepting the government's proposal.
महाराष्ट्र राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री देवेंद्र जी फडणवीस, उप मुख्यमंत्री हमारे नेता एकनाथ शिंदे साहब और अजीत दादा के नेतृत्व में जो उप समिति गठित की थी उसके चेयरमैन वीके पाटिल साहब थे। उन्होंने जो जीआर निकाला है वो माननीय मनोज जरांगे पाटिल साहब ने एक्सेप्ट किया है और आज उन्होंने आंदोलन पीछे लिया। इसमें क्रेडिट वॉर नहीं है। जो वंचित मराठा समाज का घटक था उसको न्याय देने के लिए महायुति की सरकार कटिबद्ध है, यह हमने दिखाया है और इससे जो अदर घटक है उनके ऊपर भी अन्याय नहीं होगा, ये हमारी जिम्मेदारी है।
Maratha quota protesters celebrated at Azad Maidan as Manoj Patil announced victory after 5-day fast.
मुंबई के सड़कों पर जश्न की शुरुआत हो गई है। मराठा समाज के लोग जश्न मना रहे हैं। 5 दिनों से लगातार यहाँ पे प्रदर्शन कर रहे थे। मराठा आरक्षण को लेकर महाराष्ट्र सरकार ने इनकी मांगों को मान लिया है। अब महाराष्ट्र सरकार का डेलीगेशन आया और मनोज जरांगे की बातों को मान लिया है। महाराष्ट्र सरकार ने जीआर निकाल दिया और अब कहीं न कहीं मुंबई की सड़कों पर जश्न की शुरुआत हो गई है, क्योंकि 5 दिनों से मराठा समाज के लोग यहाँ पर आरक्षण की मांग को लेकर प्रदर्शन कर रहे थे, लेकिन सरकार ने इनकी बातों को मान लिया है। मराठा समाज को कुनबी प्रमाण पत्र दिया जाएगा।
Even while breaking his fast, Patil cautioned BJP-led government against taking back on its promises. Meanwhile, in an exclusive conversation with Republic, Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde thanked Patil and the other protesters who steered the ship to port with his 5-day fast.
पहले तो मैं मनोज जरांगे पाटिल उनको धन्यवाद देता हूं और मराठा समाज के सभी भाइयों और बहनों को धन्यवाद देता हूं कि उन्होंने अपना आंदोलन आज समाप्त किया, वापस लिया है। और जो उनकी मांगे थी, हैदराबाद गैजेटियर लागू करना, सतारा गैजेटियर लागू करना और जो कुनबी प्रमाण पत्र जो है उन्हें आसानी से मिले, ये इस पर सरकार ने बहुत ही सकारात्मक पॉजिटिव तरीके से सोचा है। हमारे मुख्यमंत्री देवेंद्र जी, मैं स्वयं, हमारे डिप्टी सीएम दूसरे अजीत दादा पवार, हम तीनों ने बैठकर हमारी भूमिका सकारात्मक रही है, पॉजिटिव और प्रैक्टिकल रही है। इस निर्णय से मराठा समाज को जो उनकी मांग थी हैदराबाद गैजेटियर लागू करना, उसका जीआर हमने निकाला है और उस जीआर के अनुसार यहाँ पर जो भी कुनबी सर्टिफिकेट के लिए अर्जी देगा, उसमें कई जगह पर जो है आसानी से उनका सर्टिफिकेट मिले। उसके दादा परदादा या कोई भी उनके रिश्तेदार के पास कुनबी प्रमाण पत्र हो, उसको आधार मानकर हमने 3 सदस्यीय कमेटी जो गठित की है, ये एकदम लोअर लेवल पर ये कमेटी काम करेगी ताकि वो गांव के लोगों को जानते हैं। जो अर्जी करेगा, एफिडेविट देगा, उसकी जांच होगी और उसको सुलभता से ये कुनबी प्रमाण पत्र मिलेगा, तो उसको मराठा समाज के जो भी अर्जीदार है उनको न्याय मिलेगा, उसको सुविधा मिलेगी।
As activist Manoj Patil left Azad Maidan with his supporters, his tears tell a story of redemption and resilience.
Also coming up, viewers, Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will chair the 56th GST Council meeting in New Delhi today. Assam CM slabs Madani and warns of action over eviction interference. Stay tuned, viewers. We'll live this morning.
MDH की देगी मिर्च, देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मिर्च।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Yesterday, a coward decided to take our 8-year-old son Fletcher away from us. Because of their actions, we will never be allowed to hold him, talk to him, play with him, and watch him grow into the wonderful young man he was on the path to becoming.
Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph!
Families in Minneapolis are mourning. Our Greater Annunciation Fellowship is mourning. Our entire city is united in grief, and at the same time, based on this incredible group of people that has assembled here in City Hall, we are also united in action.
Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph!
We need a statewide and a federal ban on assault weapons.
Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for
We need a statewide and a
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आर्थिक मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
I'm headed to the northern port city of Tianjin in China to cover the largest ever SCO summit in history. This would be the Prime Minister's first visit in 7 years since the border clashes began. Will the global South solidarity reset the equation with the West? Will there be a trilateral between India, Russia and China? Answers to all these questions and much more only on Republic TV as I get you minute-to-minute update from China.
Here we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Well, hello and welcome viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking. I'm Priyanka Chaudhary. We will be covering in all the details as far as the abuse to Prime Minister's mother by the Congress party is concerned. Prime Minister has hit out at RJD and Congress for abusing his mother, saying that mothers of the entire nation has been insulted. We will be bringing you all the developments spanning that story, but first up the top headlines.
have to understand, for many years it was a one-sided relationship. Only now, since I came along, and because of the power that we have with tariffs, India was charging us tremendous tariffs, about the highest in the world.
Trump defends 50% tariff on India, called straight ties with India one-sided for years. Trump justifies his tariff policy, says settled 7 wars because of trade. Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will chair the 56th GST Council meeting in New Delhi today. Assam Chief Minister slams Madani, warns of action over eviction interference. Flood fury across northern India, Yamuna River, Jammu Tawi and Chenab River cross the danger mark. Punjab, Delhi NCR and Jammu hit the most. After hosting SCO summit, China showcases military might in the victory parade. 20 world leaders including Putin and Kim Jong-un present. Viewers, let's begin with breaking news coming in. US President Donald Trump has defended the 50% tariff on India. Trump has said that America gets along with India very well, but the relationship was one-sided for many years since New Delhi was charging Washington tremendous tariff. Days after he justified the 50% tariff imposed on Indian imports, the US president argued that India imposed some of the highest tariffs in the world, which made it difficult for American companies to do business there, while Indian goods flowed freely into the US market. Trump also spoke about the case of Harley-Davidson, which he said faced a 200% tariff on its motorcycles in India. Well, according to Donald Trump, the company eventually set up a plant in India to avoid paying the duties. He said that Harley-Davidson couldn't sell in India. There was a 200% tariff on a motorcycle, and Harley-Davidson went to India and built a motorcycle plant. Now they don't have to pay tariffs. Now viewers, after Modi, Xi, Putin, Bonhomme at the SCO summit, Trump is rattled. He reiterated the same things over and over again, yet there is no mention of Pakistan. Trump's bluff has, on the other hand, been called out after Pakistan admitted the purchases of Russian oil. So that is the latest development, viewers, that we are tracking on the broadcast. And Donald Trump sharpened his attack on India's trade policies, accusing New Delhi of imposing some of the steepest tariffs in the world, calling it the long-standing economic relationship between the two countries one-sided.
We get along with India very well, but India has, you have to understand, for many years it was a one-sided relationship. Only now, since I came along, and because of the power that we have with tariffs, India was charging us tremendous tariffs, about the highest in the world. They were about the highest in the world, number one. And we therefore weren't doing much business with India, but they were doing business with us because we weren't charging them. Foolishly, we weren't charging them. So they would send in massive, everything they made, they'd send it in, pour it into our country. Therefore, it wouldn't be made here, which is a negative. But we would not send in anything because they were charging us 100% tariffs. And, I'll give you an example, Harley-Davidson. Harley-Davidson couldn't sell into India. There was a 200% tariff on a motorcycle. So what happens? Harley-Davidson went to India and built a motorcycle plant. And now they don't have to pay tariffs. Same thing as us. So what we're doing is literally thousands of companies are coming into the U.S., car companies, AI, but, more traditionally car companies. We have so many car company factories under construction or being designed right now. And they're coming from China, they're coming from Mexico, I must tell you, and they're coming from Canada, a lot of them coming from Canada. But they're coming into our country because they want to build here. And they want to build here for two reasons. Number one, they'd like to be here. And number two, the tariffs are protecting them. And number three, they want to avoid paying tariffs. When they build their cars here, they don't have any tariffs to pay. When you build here, you don't have any tariffs.
Viewers, back-to-back breaking news that we're tracking. Donald Trump, in yet another display of his grandiose posturing, has taken to the stage to defend his tariff policy, this time dubbing it the ultimate war settler, while claiming it hands Washington great negotiation ability. And this is while he was speaking to reporters as he announced the move of the U.S. Space Command headquarters to Huntsville, Alabama. Trump touted tariffs as a magical negotiation tool, claiming that tariffs not only boosted the United States economy but also helped him settle 7 wars. So that is once again Donald Trump going ahead and justifying his move as also taking the center stage and defending his tariff policy, this time dubbing it as an ultimate war settler, saying that the trade has led the United States settle 7 wars. And he has also gone ahead and said it's a great negotiation ability that Washington has. In fact, he was making these comments while speaking to the reporters. He's said that tariffs are a magical negotiating tool. Take a listen in.
Without the United States, everything in the world would die. It's true. It's so powerful. It's so big. And I made it really big in the first 4 years. Then it started to degenerate with what this Biden administration did. But we've built it up to a level that I never thought we could be at this quickly. We're the hottest, we're the best financially. The money coming in is so big because of tariffs and other things, but because of tariffs. Tariff gets us even those other things. Plus, it gets us great negotiating. I settled 7 wars, and numerous of those wars were because of trade.
To bring you details, there are more breaking developments coming in. Now, Donald Trump has hit out at China on the massive military parade marking the 80th anniversary of China's victory against the Japanese aggression in World War II. He says that Russia and China conspiring against the United States. So we already know that Vladimir Putin is in attendance of the massive parade in China, and that is when Donald Trump has hit out at China on the massive military parade, which is marking the 80th anniversary of China's victory against the Japanese aggression back in World War II. And he has made a big statement. He has said that Russia and China both are conspiring against the United States. So, well, viewers, we continue to bring in those developments. In one hand, it is China's victory parade, which is going on, and Donald Trump going ahead and, on the contrary, slamming China and Russia ties, saying that both the nations are conspiring against the United States. In fact, there are more updates and developments that we are indeed tracking in terms of this particular information. But the fact of the matter is that Donald Trump, once again, they're hitting out at the ties, the growing ties between Russia and China, claiming that China and Russia both are conspiring against the United States. And viewers, as we continue to bring you more details on that note, let us once again shift our focus to get in more breaking news from the politics of India. BJP has alleged that Congress leader Pawan Khera's wife holds 2 epic voter numbers. Earlier, BJP alleged that Pawan Khera has 2 voter IDs, and now the party claims that his wife also holds 2 voter numbers. BJP claims that Kota Nilima, another Congress leader, candidate from another assembly, has whether assembly state segment in Telangana to be precise, and the wife of Pawan Khera, she also holds the 2 active epics, one registered in Khairatabad and another in New Delhi. So big allegations by the Bharatiya Janata Party at this point in time. My colleague Gopi joining us live from the Republic newsroom. Gopi, help us understand what exactly is happening, because BJP has made allegations that earlier it was Pawan Khera who was rather holding 2 voter epic numbers, and now it has said his wife also possesses the same.
Well, in fact, Riyanka, it was yesterday that BJP found out that Pawan Khera holds 2 epic cards, one from Jangpura constituency and other from New Delhi constituency, after which the district election officer had in fact issued a notice against Pawan Khera, and he has to respond to that notice by Monday, which is on the 8th of September.
Right.
While today...
Hold on your thoughts. I am being joined by C.R. Keswan. He's the BJP leader on the phone line. Thank you for speaking to Republic. So how do you view these developments? Because the party has alleged that was earlier Pawan Khera who had 2 voter IDs, and now, the party has also claimed that his wife also possesses 2 voter numbers. On the other hand, we see the Congress once again slamming the BJP for the same. How do you react to it?
Good morning to you and your viewers. First, will Rahul Gandhi stop being afraid, and will Rahul Gandhi show some courage to call a press conference to clarify about this shocking smoking gun expose about not only Zaid, also Zaid's family having active epic cards? Because if Rahul Gandhi ducks and avoids, answering these questions, similar to how he's avoiding signing an affidavit, it really expose the hypocritical politics and naked opportunistic politics of Rahul Gandhi. So instead of talking about atom bombs and hydrogen bombs, it's better Rahul Gandhi talks about the smoking gun expose. And why it assumes importance is very simple. Because here you have revelations which say Zaid and also his family having multiple epic cards in different states and also being a candidate in assembly elections. And please remember, Rahul Gandhi cat two hoots, and he was so insensitive, he called press conferences tarnishing honest voters. He led a smear campaign calling a press conference and accused them of impersonation and voting multiple times, and even exposed their names without their consent. And these voters, you would remember the case of Aditya Srivatsava or the family of Om Prakash Bagri, and how Rahul Gandhi revealed their identities and character assassinated honest voters. And when he has done this to the public, and when you have accusations like this of multiple epic cards and multiple voting, why is Rahul Gandhi maintaining such a stony silence? So Rahul Gandhi, he says daro mat, so let him not be afraid and let him call a press conference and explain or take action as to why such violations are happening. Because if somebody votes multiple times, it's a clear violation of electoral laws. And why is Rahul Gandhi running away and not answering this? And the question again people are asking is this the reason why, when there are so many anomalies and discrepancies, is this the reason why Rahul Gandhi is opposing the SIR exercise so that these don't come to light? So these are the questions Rahul Gandhi needs to answer, and everybody should know how Rahul Gandhi attacked young professionals, and he didn't even spare migrants who are moving from city to city to earn a living for their families with their hard work. He attacked them, accused them. And now when allegations have risen about his own aides who are very close to him, he's keeping quiet. So let Rahul Gandhi stop talking about hydrogen bombs and answer this smoking gun expose which has come out.
Absolutely, Mr. Kesavan. As you rightly mentioned, in one hand, the atom bomb and then the hydrogen bomb remark. Rahul Gandhi continues to be silent when it comes to his own party leaders, who are, of course, possessing 2 voter IDs. And remember, earlier also how the Congress party had been pushing for the ECI, pushing for the BJP to answer regarding the voter list changes in Bihar. And as you rightly mentioned, is it somewhere the Congress is trying to hide its own flaws at this point in time to not get that highlighted and pitch about the entire vote chori situation now?
Very true, because now the whole accusations they've made has fallen on them. And look at the way the Congress smear campaign against constitutional institutions has collapsed and crumbled. You would have seen in what was Rahul Gandhi's campaign. He said 65 lakh voters being deleted, were being deleted unfairly. Remember that? Is that what he said that? And now you had reports which said that even district presidents of his own party in Bihar, though they didn't file it in a right format, they had asked for deletion of 89 lakh voters, saying that they were false. On one side, Rahul Gandhi says deleting 65 lakh voters is wrong, and they're being targeted. On one side, the Congress party workers is saying 89 lakh voters should be deleted. Look at this farcical hypocrisy and complete contradiction of the Congress party. These allegations are very, very serious. Congress party and Rahul Gandhi, specifically Rahul Gandhi, cannot duck and run away from these allegations. He has made unsubstantiated charges, exposing the identities and putting the honest voters at risk. And now, when his close aide is facing allegations which he had charged baselessly against others, it is time Rahul Gandhi addresses the smoking gun, stops talking about hydrogen bombs, and calls a press conference to clarify and explain what is his stand on this serious matter.
Absolutely, Mr. Kesavan. Appreciate you joining us and giving your thoughts on this. Let me now go across to my colleague Gopi, who continues to be with us. Gopi, you also heard what the BJP leader had to say, that Rahul Gandhi must speak up and not stay silent when such a situation is already happening in his own party and party leaders possessing 2 epic cards. What do you have to say on that?
In fact, see, Riyanka, time and again we have seen that as per what ECI has also said time and again, that they were called for a meeting. Every party is in fact called to the Election Commission of India for a meeting. But INC did not visit Election Commissioner office even once. So this is one point of concern which has been raised by the ECI. While talking about the 89 lakh voters which had emerged just 2 days back, wherein they have submitted a list of 89 lakh voters, they have not adhered to the norms of ECI. There is a specific form and Annexure 25 under People's Representative Act of 1950, and they have to fill that form along with the reason, be it the voters who have shifted or the voters who are dead. They have to fill that form along with the declaration of BLA. But all that they did was they've just submitted a list of 89 lakh voters. Just a short while back, C.R. Kesavan was mentioning about the same thing, that they are not adhering to the norms of the ECI. They have to follow a fixed format. While we have seen that yesterday it was Pawan Kheda and today it's his wife who represents an assembly segment in Telangana, also holds 2 epic cards. So yes, he cannot remain, Rahul Gandhi and Congress cannot remain equivocally silent on this when they found out that 2 close aides of their own party have 2 epic numbers, while also they shouldn't be sharing the list, the random list of voters who needs to be deleted, but they have to follow the format which has been given by the Election Commission of India. Back to you.
Absolutely. Gopi, appreciate you giving us those details on that story. We will continue to track in the developments that come in on the same. And now viewers are shifting our focus. Well, the ships of the first training squadron of the Indian Navy, INS Tir, INS Shardul and CGS Sarathi have arrived at Port Victoria in Seychelles as part of a long-range training development deployment in the southwest Indian Ocean region. Take a look.
Building bridges of friendship while training young minds, the ship of the first training squadron of the Indian Navy, INS Tir, INS Shardul and Coast Guard Sarathi arrived at Port Victoria at Seychelles. The 1TS is presently on a long-range training deployment in the southwest Indian Ocean region. The Indian Navy said the deployment of 1TS to Seychelles is the 3rd port call of Indian Navy ships to Seychelles in 2025. This highlights the Indian Navy's robust bilateral engagement and maritime partnership aligned with the broader vision of Mahasagar in the Indian Ocean region. The arrival at the port was marked with a ceremonial welcome by the Seychelles Defence Forces Band, emphasizing the strong maritime ties between 2 nations. The Indian Navy's ceremonial guard and band were also paraded on board the 1TS. Seychelles, though a small island nation, holds strategic significance as it's located at the crossroads of Africa, West Asia, and India. India's Vision Mahasagar translates to mutual and holistic advancement for security and growth across regions, reflecting its commitment to the well-being and progress of nations in the region, acting as the first responder and net security provider. The vision is rooted in the Neighborhood First policy, the Mahasagar outlook and India's approach to its extended neighborhood. Professional exchanges, cross-deck visits and training interactions with SDF personnel are planned during the port call. As a part of cultural exchanges and community engagement, yoga sessions, naval band performances are scheduled to take place.
And moving on, some big breaking news coming in, viewers. Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma has warned Jamaat Chief Madani, who visited the evicted sites in Golpara district, that he would be arrested if the Islamic scholar crosses his limits. Himanta says, and I quote, "Who is Madani? Is he God? Madani's bravado is only during Congress, not with the BJP. If he crosses his limit, we'll put him behind the bars. I am the Chief Minister, not Madani. I'm not scared of Madani. So very, very strong statements there coming in from Himanta Biswa Sarma, the Chief Minister of the state of Assam, who has warned the Jamiat chief amid the eviction row that is taking place in Assam at this point in time. And remember, viewers, Madani had visited the evicted sites in Gholpara district. Let's also listen in to this soundbite coming in from Himanta Biswa Sarma.
Madani ki bhagavan niki? The Madanir bahaduri Congress thakile sole. BJP thakile Madani Fadanir eko bahaduri nahi.
তেখেতে গ্ৰেপ্তাৰ কৰা দাবী উত্থাপন কৰিছে
বেছি কৰিলে মই মাদানিক ভৰাই দিম
তেওঁ স্যাৰ তিনি গগৈৰ লগত ফৰ্মুলাই কৈছে
মাদানি বেছি কৰিলে ময়ে ভৰাই দিম সিএম মইহে সিএম মাদানি নহয় উচ্ছেদ কৰি মাটি দখল কৰিলে কিমান বেয়া হ'ব পাৰে তেওঁ নিজে চাই আহিছে না কালি গটিকে বেলেগক আৰু নকয় যে মাটি দখল কৰ বুলি কাৰণ এই মানুহবিলাকে চালেহে হিয়তি কপিব যে বিজেপি কেনেকুৱা হয় যে বিজেপিয়ে যে কাকো ভয় নকৰে অচিনাকি মানুহ ফৰেষ্টত ভিজিআৰ পিজিআৰত থাকিলে এভিকশন হ'বই
Viewers, there's some breaking news coming in on the broadcast. BJP leader Rakesh Singh has been arrested by a team of Kolkata police last night from a flat in Mabela police station area in connection with an incident of vandalism of a Congress office. Singh had been on the run for 5 days after being booked for allegedly vandalizing the gate of the West Bengal Pradesh Congress office, and police said that he repeatedly evaded raids on his registered residence, instead releasing video message on social media attacking the force. And days earlier, what we see that his son was arrested for allegedly helping his father flee and providing logistical support. Following that arrest, Singh had directly threatened the Kolkata Police Commissioner in a video message. And that is the big breaking news, viewers. Kolkata police have arrested the BJP's Rakesh Singh after midnight raid at a hideout. He was absconding for 5 days. He was on the run for 5 days, and he has been accused of vandalism at the Vidhan Bhavan, the main headquarters of West Bengal Pradesh Congress Committee in Kolkata, after the incident insulting Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Patna last week. What we also see at this point in time, that a few of the BJP leaders led by Rakesh Singh allegedly carried out a protest and vandalism at the headquarters of West Bengal Pradesh Congress Committee in Kolkata after the incident, as I mentioned earlier, of insulting Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Patna last week during the Congress's rally. There was this protest that took place outside the Congress's headquarters in Kolkata, and BJP leader Rakesh Singh is, of course, under the fire, and he has been arrested by the Kolkata police at this point. With that, we were shifting our focus. In a fiery speech at Madurai, AIADMK leader and former Chief Minister Edappadi Palaniswamy sharply criticized the ruling DMK government. He accused it of widespread corruption, administrative failure and ignoring the public grievances. Here's a quick report.
In a recent speech at Madurai, AIADMK leader EPS launched a strong attack on the DMK government. He accused them of deep-rooted corruption and misgovernance. EPS alleged that Minister Murthy demands a 10% bribe for property registrations, calling him the 10% minister. He further criticized frequent registrar transfers. 582 offices see yearly reshuffles, claiming it's a tactic for collecting illicit money. EPS highlighted that people already face severe economic distress and additional bribes worsen their situation. He mocked Stalin's half-communist comment, suggesting DMK is trying to dominate alliance parties. EPS accused the government of ignoring public grievances, claiming petitions are discarded in rivers or garbage bins. He concluded that once AIADMK returns to power, today's ministers will be held accountable.
Viewers, more breaking news trickling in on the broadcast. Ahead of the GST Council meeting today, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman said that the next generation GST reforms would absolutely set an economy open and transparent with further reduction in compliance burden and benefiting small businesses. Next generation reforms will make eco-transparent. That is what Nirmala Sitharaman has in fact said, and this is ahead of the GST Council meeting today that will be chaired by the Finance Minister. All eyes are going to be on this very, very important meeting that is going to be taking place, and she's made a statement ahead of the GST Council meet at this point, saying that the next generation reforms would be absolutely setting an economy open and transparent with further reduction in compliance burden. And as we come back after the short break, we will be bringing you all the updates as far as the 56th GST Council meeting is concerned, to be chaired by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman today in the national capital. And we also keep a very, very close watch and details that flow in terms of the flood fury across northern India, with Yamuna River, Tavi River and the Cherab River crossing danger mark, with Punjab, Delhi NCR and Jammu and Kashmir being hit.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime, रहो बेफिक्र।
This is Republic Jack Olival Studio. Stay tuned for all the live and breaking news updates. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. Let's get started.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky, and this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime, रहो बेफिक्र।
Here we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately.
You have to understand, For many years, it was a one-sided relationship. Only now, since I came along, and because of the power that we have with tariffs, India was charging us tremendous tariffs, about the highest in the world.
Donald Trump defends 50% tariff on India, calls trade ties with India one-sided for years. Donald Trump justifies his tariff policy, says he settled 7 wars because of trade. Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman to chair the 56th GST Council meeting in New Delhi today. Assam Chief Minister slams Madni, warns of action over eviction interference. And flood fury across North India, Yamuna River, Jammu Tawi and Chenab River cross the danger mark. Punjab, Delhi NCR and Jammu and Kashmir hit. Viewers, we have big breaking news coming in from Karnataka, where the rivalry between the leaders belonging to Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar factions of the Karnataka Congress has played out in the open. And this after Congress MLA H.C. Balakrishna claimed that the state's former minister K.N. Rajanna was planning on jumping the ship and joining the BJP. Now his son has hit back, claiming that Balakrishna was part of the team that may switch the parties. So the factionalism really in Karnataka Congress is playing out in the public. Leaders belonging to Siddaramaiah, DK Shivakumar factions, they are basically taking pot shots at each other, ripping into each other. Now, this coming after Congress MLA H.C. Balakrishna claimed that the state's former minister K.N. Rajanna was ready to leave the party and join the BJP. And his now son has hit back and has claimed that, in fact, Balakrishna was part of the team that may actually switch parties. So, factionalism in Karnataka Congress really playing out in the open. Let's listen in to what MLA H.C. Balakrishna said.
ರಾಜಣ್ಣ ಅವರು ಮಂತ್ರಿ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾಗ ಅವರು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ನಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಅದು ಜಗಜ್ಜಾಹಿರವಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ಅವರ ಭಾಷೆಗಳು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಇತ್ತು, ಅವರ ನಡವಳಿಕೆಗಳು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಇತ್ತು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ಈಗ ಮಾತು ಮನೆ ಕೆಡಿಸ್ತು, ತೂತು ಒಲೆ ಕೆಡಿಸ್ತು ಅಂತ ಗಾದೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಹಂಗೆ ಅವ್ರ ಮಾತಿನಿಂದ ಅವ್ರು ಕೆಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದೇ ವಿನ ಬೇರೆ ಯಾವ ಷಡ್ಯಂತ್ರನೂ ಇದರಿಂದ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಈಗೇನ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಹೊಂಟವ್ರೆ, ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಂಗೆ ಅವ್ರು ಬೇರೆ ಪಕ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಹೊಂಟವ್ರೆ. ರಾಜಣ್ಣ ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಪಕ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಅರ್ಜಿ ಹಾಕೊಂಡವ್ರೆ, ಹೊರಡಕ್ ಹೊಂಟವ್ರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಮೇಲೆ ಗೂಬೆ ಕುಂಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕು, ನಮ್ಮ ನಾಯಕರ ಮೇಲೆ ಗೂಬೆ ಕುಂಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕು. ಇದು ನಮ್ಮ ನಾಯಕರ ಷಡ್ಯಂತ್ರ ಇಲ್ಲವೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ. ಇದು ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ನೇರವಾಗಿ ಇಂಟರ್ಫಿಯರ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ವಿರುದ್ಧ ಅವರು ಆಡಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮಾತುಗಳಿಂದ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ವಜಾ ಮಾಡಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು.
And meanwhile, K.N. Rajanna's son has now hit back to the Congress MLC's claims, and he claims that Balakrishna was in fact part of the team that actually may switch parties. Take a look.
ಸೆಪ್ಟೆಂಬರ್ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಕ್ರಾಂತಿ, ಆ ಕ್ರಾಂತಿ ಏನಂದ್ರೆ ಇವ್ರುಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಬಿಜೆಪಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೋದು. ಯಾರು ನಮ್ಮ ಮೇಲೆ ಆಪಾದನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ರಾಜಣ್ಣವ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನಾಳೆ ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ಇವರೇ ಬಿಜೆಪಿಗೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಆಶ್ಚರ್ಯನೂ ಪಡೋಂಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದೇ ಮಾತನ್ನ ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಹಿರಿಯ ಶಾಸಕರು ಯತ್ನಾಳ್ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. 60-65 ಜನ ನಾನು ಕರ್ಕೊಂಬರ್ತೀನಿ, ಬಿಜೆಪಿಗೆ ಬರ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಯತ್ನಾಳ್ ಅವರು ಆಗಲೇ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಆ ಥರ ಏನಾದರೂ ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಳವಣಿಗೆ ನಡೆದು ಸೆಪ್ಟೆಂಬರ್ ಕ್ರಾಂತಿ ಅಂತ ಏನು ರಾಜಣ್ಣವ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅದು ಸೆಪ್ಟೆಂಬರ್ ಕ್ರಾಂತಿ ಇದೇ ಇರ್ಬೋದು.
All right, my colleague Nagendra Babu is now joining us live from Bengaluru. Nagendra, what we are witnessing is of late, for the last several months, we've been witnessing this rivalry really playing out in the open between the two factions of Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar. And now there are other members of the party that have also gotten involved, and they are, trading charges at each other. How does this really is playing out within the Congress party?
ऐश्वर्या देखिए, कांग्रेस में सब कुछ अच्छा है बोले के लिए बाहर से देखा तो सब कुछ अच्छा है, लेकिन अंदर से देखा तो कांग्रेस पार्टी में 2 टीम बन चुके हैं ऑलरेडी। कब कर्नाटका में कांग्रेस गवर्नमेंट फॉर्म हुआ है तब से 2 टीम बन चुका है। एक टीम सीएम सिद्धरामैया का टीम और एक डीसीएम डीके शिव कुमार का टीम। देखिए पिछले साल भी ऐसा ही हुआ था टॉक, अगस्त में एक क्रांति होता है बोल के सब लोग बातचीत कर रहा था, एक टीम भी रेडी हो गया था, लगभग 60 to 70 मेंबर्स रेडी टू ज्वाइन बीजेपी बोल के बहुत सारा न्यूज़ भी हो गया था। लेकिन हाईकमांड एंट्री होने के बाद सब लोग चुपचाप हो गया था। उसके बाद अभी देखिए, अभी केन राजन्ना उसका मिनिस्ट्री का रेजिग्नेशन देने के बाद अभी बहुत सारा डेवलपमेंट कांग्रेस में हो रहा है। अभी कैसा चल रहा है स्टेट में, कांग्रेस वर्सेस कांग्रेस बन चुका है। देखिए अभी एक्स मिनिस्टर केन राजन्ना का बेटा एमएलसी राजेंद्र बोला था अभी संक्रांति होगा, सितंबर में संक्रांति बनाएगा, क्योंकि थोड़ा लोग बीजेपी को ज्वाइन करने के लिए तैयार हो गया, अभी लेटर भी डाल चुका है बोल के राजेंद्र बोला था। यही है संक्रांति, सितंबर का संक्रांति बनता है बोल के वही बोला था। अभी देखिए इसका बीजेपी का एमएलए बसवनगौड़ा पाटिल यत्नाल भी बोला था हम लोग बीजेपी कांग्रेस से थोड़ा लीडर लोगों को हम लोग लेके आए बोल के थोड़ा दिन पहला उन्होंने बताया था। वही स्टेटमेंट लेके 2 दिन पहला राजेंद्र ने ये बात बोला था। अभी आज देखिए मागडी का एमएलए HC बालकृष्ण और डीके शिव कुमार का क्लोज एड ने अभी बताया हम लोग नहीं जा रहे हैं, चुपके डीके शिव कुमार का नाम खराब करने के लिए वो लोग ऐसा स्टेटमेंट कर रहे हैं। लेकिन केन राजन्ना एंड टीम रेडी हुआ है, लगभग 40 मेंबर्स बीजेपी को जाने के लिए तैयार है बोल के वो भी स्टेटमेंट कर रहे हैं। देखिए अभी दोनों तरफ से मतलब एक सिद्धरामैया टीम एंड डीके शिव कुमार का टीम, दोनों टीम में ऐसे स्टेटमेंट तो आ रहे हैं, लेकिन ये महीना में कुछ तो होगा बोल के कांग्रेस एक अंदर में यही बातचीत चल रहा है। ऐश्वर्या
नागेंद्र, हम देख रहे हैं पिछले कुछ काफ़ी महीनों से ये जो दोनों फैक्शंस हैं आपस में कई मुद्दों पर इनके बीच में डिफरेंस ऑफ ओपिनियन देखने को मिल रहा है, चाहे कैबिनेट एलोकेशन की बात हो, पोर्टफोलियोज़ की बात हो, अपॉइंटमेंट्स की बात हो, ट्रांसफ़र ऑफ ऑफिशियल्स जो हुए हैं उनकी बात हो। लेकिन अब जो इनके लॉयलिस्ट हैं वो आपस में भिड़ रहे हैं। ऐसे में क्या कोई स्टेटमेंट निकल कर आ रहा है कांग्रेस आला कमान की तरफ से?
देखिए अभी हाईकमांड अभी तक इसका बारे में कुछ भी नहीं बोला है। देखिए ऐश्वर्या, लास्ट 2 मंथ्स पहला स्टेट इंचार्ज रणदीप सिंह सुरजेवाला आया था, तब से ये बातचीत चल रहा है। ये रणदीप सिंह सुरजेवाला स्टेट कांग्रेस इंचार्ज आके 1-to-1 मीटिंग किया था सबका एमएलए के साथ, तब से यही मिनिस्टर था तब केन राजन्ना एक स्टेटमेंट दिया था इंचार्ज आके 1-to-1 मीटिंग कर रहे हैं, लेकिन सीएलपी लीडर को बिना इन्वाइट करके ये लोग कुछ तो कर रहे हैं बोल के तब से वो एलिगेशन करके आ रहा है। ये देखिए अभी वो उसका बाद में बहुत बड़ा मामला होने वाला है कांग्रेस का अंदर। 2 टीम बन चुका था, उसके बाद डीके शिव कुमार ने जाके ईशा फाउंडेशन में उन्होंने गुरुजी के साथ बैठा था, उसके साथ अमित शाह के साथ भी बैठा था। वो समय पे बहुत बड़ा बातचीत भी चल रहा था स्टेट गवर्नमेंट में, मतलब डीके शिव कुमार बीजेपी को जाएगा बोल के कांग्रेस पार्टी का थोड़ा लोग लीडर वैसा ही बोल के आ रहा था। उसके बाद लास्ट वीक सेशन भी चल रहा था स्टेट लेजिस्लेटिव सेशन में, डीके शिव कुमार ने आरएसएस का गाना भी गाया था। उसके गाने गाने के बाद थोड़ा लोग कांग्रेस लीडर ने ऐसा गाना क्यों गाते हैं, आरएसएस का गाना गाने का वो वजह से उन्होंने माफी मांगना चाहते हैं बोल के बहुत सारा, मतलब बीके हरिप्रसाद भी मांगा था, थोड़ा कांग्रेस लीडर भी सॉरी बोलना है बोल के मांगा था। लेकिन एआईसीसी चेयर प्रेसिडेंट मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे इसका बारे में कुछ भी नहीं बोला था। उसके बाद डीके शिव कुमार सामने आके उसको चाहिए तो मैं माफी मांगता हूं बोल के उसको फुल स्टॉप रखने का प्लानिंग भी किया था। लेकिन उसके बाद कब क्या राहुल गांधी कर्नाटक को आके ये वोट थेफ्ट का बारे में बहुत बड़ा एलिगेशन करके जाने के बाद केन राजन्ना उसका अगेंस्ट बात किया था। तो वैसा होता रहता है, उसमें क्या मामला है बोल के केन राजन्ना स्टेटमेंट दिया था, उसका वजह से उसका रेजिग्नेशन देना पड़ता है उसका मिनिस्ट्री का पोस्ट को। उसके बाद केन राजन्ना एंड टीम बहुत सारा इंटरनली ब्रेकफास्ट मीटिंग करने का और अलग एक जगह में जाके उधर मीटिंग करने का ऐसा प्लानिंग भी चलता रहता है। लेकिन अभी देखिए एक हफ्ता से बहुत बड़ा कांग्रेस वर्सेस कांग्रेस बातचीत चल रहा है। एक टीम बोल रहा है और दूसरा टीम बीजेपी को जाएगा। वो टीम बोल रहे हैं हमारे ऊपर चुपके एलिगेशन कर रहे हैं, हमारा टीम नहीं जा रहा है, उसका ही टीम जा रहा है बोल के अभी वो भी एलिगेशन कर रहे हैं। अभी देखिए कांग्रेस वर्सेस कांग्रेस बन चुका है। हाईकमांड इसमें इंटरफियर होके इसको फुल स्टॉप रखता है क्या, वैसा ही मामला बड़ा होके जाएगा, हम लोग वेट करना है। ऐश्वर्या
नागेंद्र आप हमारे साथ बने रहिए, हम लोग अभी आपके पास वापस आते हैं। एंड व्यूअर्स, वी हैव मोर ब्रेकिंग न्यूज कमिंग इन द धर्म स्थला मास burial case. Now the SIT has completed 12 days of custodial interrogation of the masked man Chinnaya, and he will be produced in the court again today, where officials are expected to seek an extension. The court may grant custody of up to 3 more days. Now SIT plans to intensify questioning at its Belta Gandhi office during the extended period. So the masked man is going to be produced in the court again today, and the SIT is expected to seek an extension, and it is expected that the court will grant a custody of 3 more days for the SIT to continue interrogation of the masked man. Let's get all the updates from Nagendra. नागेंद्र, आज जो मास्क्ड मैन है धर्मस्थला केस का चिन्नाया, उनको आज कोर्ट में प्रोड्यूस किया जाएगा। हमने देखा कि पिछले काफ़ी दिनों से एसआईटी अपनी इंटेरोगेशन जो है वो कंटिन्यू कर रही थी और बहुत सारे खुलासे भी हुए हैं। जिस तरह से उनको चिन्नाया को एक उजायर के पास एक गेस्ट हाउस में लेके गए थे और कई और फैक्ट्स भी उजागर हुए हैं। आज क्या उम्मीद रखते हैं, क्या होने वाला है कोर्ट में?
ऐश्वर्या देखिए अभी थोड़ी ही देर में बेलतंगड़ी एसआईटी कचहरी से एसआईटी ऑफिस से उसको चिन्नैया को सो कॉल्ड मास्क मैन को लेके जाने के लिए प्लानिंग भी चल रहा है। अभी ऑफिसर भी आ चुका है, एसआईटी ऑफिसर अंदर जा रहा है। उसका बाद उसको चिन्नैया को लेकर सीधा अभी मेडिकल टेस्ट करने के बाद उसको कोर्ट को लेके जाएगा, कोर्ट में उसको पेश किया जाएगा। उधर कोर्ट में अभी एसआईटी फिर उसको कस्टडी को लेने के लिए प्लानिंग तो कर रहा है। अभी वो हमारा रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क को इंफॉर्मेशन मिला है एसआईटी ऑफिसर्स और 15 दिन कस्टडी को मांगने के लिए प्लानिंग कर रहा है, लेकिन जज कितना दिन कस्टडी को देता है वो पता नहीं है। देखिए अभी थोड़ा मतलब 20% इन्वेस्टिगेशन हुआ है और 80% इन्वेस्टिगेशन करना है। अभी देखिए मायाशेट्टी तिमरोडी एक गैंग का लीडर था, मायाशेट्टी तिमरोडी का घर में तलाश हुआ था। वो जयंत सेकंड कंप्लेंट जयंत का घर बेंगलुरु में था, उधर भी जाके तलाश करके आया था, स्पॉट महजर करके आया था। उसके बाद हल्ली मने रिजॉर्ट में एक दिन ये लोग ने 6 महीना पहला स्टे किया था, वो जगह को भी लेके जाके उधर भी स्पॉट महजर करके आया था। अभी देखिए ये चिन्नैया का घर मंड्या और तमिलनाडु सत्यमंगल में है और वो दोनों जगह को जाने वाला है। और ये टीम दिल्ली को गया था जून महीने में। महेश जयंत चिन्नैया सुजाता भट्ट एंड गिरीश लोकनाथ मट्टनवर ये चारों लोग जून महीने में दिल्ली को आया था एडवोकेट को मिलने के लिए। वो जगह को भी इन्होंने गया था, उधर भी लेके जाने के लिए एसआईटी प्लानिंग कर रहे हैं। लेकिन एसआईटी ऑफिसर प्रणब मोहंती आज आने वाला है डीजी, वो आने के बाद वो पूरा प्लानिंग करके उसके बाद वो लोग करेगा। लेकिन थोड़ी देर में चिन्नैया को कोर्ट को लेके जाएगा और 15 दिन कस्टडी को लेने के लिए वो लोग अभी रिक्वेस्ट करने को तैयार कर रहे हैं। ऐश्वर्या
All right. Thank you so much, Nagendra, for all those details there. We'll keep coming back to you for more on that story. And viewers, let's move on in the bulletin now. We have more breaking news coming in. And that is the remittances to India have surged. And that is from $33.2 billion in Q1 of the current financial year from $28.6 billion. The remittances in the country rose to $33.2 billion in the first quarter of the current financial year from $28.6 billion that were recorded last year during the same period. And this was according to a report by CRISIL. The report stated that the country's services exports has also increased to $97.4 billion in the first quarter of fiscal 2026, up from $88.5 billion a year ago. And viewers, in his Independence Day address, the Prime Minister had hinted at a Diwali bonanza, a major GST revamp, and the 56th GST Council meet this week could slash 4 slabs down to 2, boosting the consumer demand. With the new income tax bill passed in this monsoon session, Modi 3.0 is definitely keen for tax reform. Now, GDP is at a solid 7.8%, and yet the opposition, once vocal for the GST cuts, now wants compensation for the states. So, is this about the poor or the payouts? Take a look at this report.
गंगानगर से लेकर के ईटानगर तक, लेह से लेकर के लक्षद्वीप तक, वन नेशन वन टैक्स। जीएसटी सिर्फ एक टैक्स रिफॉर्म नहीं है, आर्थिक रिफॉर्म से भी आगे एक सामाजिक रिफॉर्म का भी एक अहम कदम है। जीएसटी गुड्स एंड सर्विस टैक्स के रूप में जाना जाता है, लेकिन हकीकत में ये गुड एंड सिंपल टैक्स है। इस दिवाली में आपकी डबल दिवाली का काम मैं करने वाला हूं। इस दिवाली में आपको एक बहुत बड़ा तोहफा देशवासियों को मिलने वाला है। पिछले 8 साल से हमने जीएसटी का बहुत बड़ा रिफॉर्म किया, पूरे देश में टैक्स के बर्डन को कम किया, टैक्स की व्यवस्थाओं को सरल किया, और 8 साल के बाद समय की मांग है कि हम एक बार उसको रिव्यू करें। हमने एक हाई पावर कमेटी को बिठा करके रिव्यू शुरू किया, राज्यों से भी विचार विमर्श किया, और मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, हम नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स लेकर के आ रहे हैं। ये दिवाली के अंदर आपके लिए तोहफा बन जाएंगे। सामान्य मानवीय की जरूरतों के टैक्स भारी मात्रा में कम कर दिए जाएंगे।
Promised and delivered. In one of the biggest GST reforms, the government is planning to do away with the 2 out of 4 GST slabs. The GST Council, led by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, is all set to meet on the September 3rd and 4th. The GST Council, also comprising of all states, will discuss moving to a fewer slabs.
While India awaits new generation GST reforms, it is under the chairmanship of Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman that the GST Council meet is going to take place on September 3rd and 4th. What is expected of this? 4 slabs would be rationalized into 2 slabs. This is the major takeaway which we have been seeing since many days. While there will be many other discussions which will be happening in this GST Council meet, where people from every state's GST Council will be here. They will be meeting Nirmala Sitharaman to finalize and chalk out the final plan of new generation GST reform.
It is going to be the biggest tax reform since 2017.
PM's clarion call for reform and rationalization is the hallmark of a great leader. This would be a very good event in terms of catalyzing demand and increasing the penetration, and in the long run, the revenues of the government also.
Reducing from 4 rates to 2 rates is a very good step for the economy because it gives certainty, it gives clarity, and it avoids litigation and disputes on the classification of the item. At the same time, it helps in ease of doing business.
Bringing 12 and 18, which are actually luxury items or sin goods as we call it, to bring them at the level of the others is good, but it is not enough. My ideal would be to bring all of them together into one slab only.
Consumers are in for some major benefits. Once implemented, a lot of FMCG products will get cheaper.
There are 2 particular areas, which is air conditioning and color television, which are taxed at 28%, which is extraordinary. So an immediate rationalization is very important. Mobile phones has a history of very low taxes till GST, because we were broadly taxed at about 5%, and in the GST fitment, the fitment should have been at 5%. Instead of that, fitment was at 12%, and then it was increased to 18% in March 2020. And I think it is very important for consumption, for penetration of smartphones, that the GST is rationalized back to the pre-GST area of 5%, and that has been our request.
GST, when first introduced, faced major apprehensions.
शोले पिक्चर में गब्बर सिंह था, आप गब्बर सिंह टैक्स लाए, मतलब उसमें गब्बर भी है, सांबा भी है, कालिया भी है, उस समय मतलब पूरा का पूरा गैंग.
But over the years, the aim has been to make GST into good and simple tax.
अब GST में नेक्स्ट जनरेशन रिफॉर्म होने जा रहा है. इस दिवाली GST रिफॉर्म से डबल बोनस देशवासियों को मिलने वाला है. हमने इसका पूरा प्रारूप राज्यों को भेज दिया है. मैं आशा करता हूं कि सभी राज्य भारत सरकार के इस इनिशिएटिव को सहयोग करेंगे, जल्द से जल्द इस प्रक्रिया को पूरा करेंगे, ताकि ये दिवाली और ज्यादा शानदार बन सके. हमारा प्रयास GST को और आसान बनाने और टैक्स दरों को रिवाइज करने का है.
Loss of revenue has been a consistent complaint of opposition states. While the upcoming meeting will give more clarity, a few states have raised objections.
അപ്പോൾ എന്തായാലും ഇപ്പോൾ വന്നേക്കുന്ന നിർദ്ദേശങ്ങൾ GST കൗൺസിലിൽ ചർച്ച ചെയ്യും. കുറേ ആശങ്കകൾ കേരളം പങ്കുവച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്, മറ്റ് സംസ്ഥാനങ്ങളും പങ്കുവച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്, അവിടെ ചർച്ച ചെയ്യും. അതിനകത്ത് പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട കാര്യം ഇത് വരുമ്പോൾ ഒന്നാമത്തെ നമ്മൾ പറയുന്നത് ഇത് വന്നു കഴിയുമ്പം കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ ഉൾപ്പെടെ ഇന്ത്യയിലെ സംസ്ഥാനങ്ങളുടെ വരുമാനത്തിൽ വലിയ കുറവുണ്ടാവും. സംസ്ഥാനങ്ങൾക്ക് ആകെ ഭരണഘടനാപരമായിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്ന അവകാശങ്ങളിൽ വരുമാനത്തിനുള്ള ഏറ്റവും പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട കാര്യം സെയിൽ ടാക്സ്, പഴയ സെയിൽ ടാക്സ്, പിന്നീട് വാറ്റ് ആയതാണ്, ആ ടാക്സാണ്. പിന്നീട് അതിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് ഇപ്പോൾ ആകെ അവശേഷിക്കുന്നത് മദ്യവും പെട്രോളും ഡീസലും മാത്രമാണ്.
On one hand, Rahul Gandhi bats for tax slab rationalization, and on the other, opposition states seems against it, objecting to new reforms and seeking compensation for the revenue loss.
Revenue slab changes affects the revenue across the board, not just CGST or SGST. So if it affects the revenue either upwards or downwards, it affects across the board. Not just you can't have something which says you'll affect only the state governments. And in fact, one problem with GST is that while we say it should be one tax, one country, one tax, we still have excise tax on petroleum and POL, and also on liquor. I think these are still under the state government, and most of the state revenue is coming from these two items. So I think this 12%, 8% change from somewhere else really doesn't affect the state governments.
Another major highlight of the GST reforms is the fact that the Modi government's tax reforms come in the backdrop of a waging global tariff war.
Well, the 56th meeting of the GST Council is slated to take place on September 3 and 4. Now, this meeting is important because it comes after Prime Minister Narendra Modi on Independence Day announced that there will be GST 2.0 reforms, and the meeting will definitely be discussing the GST reforms which are set to kick in. Now, the big question that is being raised is, will these GST reforms be enough to counter the deficit that could be created by Donald Trump's tariffs? Now, I have some interesting data here to share. According to the out of the 434 billion worth of exports that were that India carried out in 2024, almost 87 billion went to the US, and out of that, that's about 2.5% of India's GDP. Now, if independent estimates are to be believed, including that by Moody's Analytics, the impact of Donald Trump's 50% tariffs on these exports is expected to be somewhere around 0.7% of India's GDP. Now, the GST reforms, we have 4 slabs as of now, that is 5%, 12%, 18% and 28%. The government has proposed that these will be, restructured to 5% and 18%, and the existing companies, whoever are paying the other 2 existing slabs, will be reduced to paying 5% and 18% GST. Now, according to independent estimates, this is expected to boost consumption, and this in turn is going to boost India's GDP by about 0.6%, which is approximately the same as the loss due to Donald Trump's tariffs is pegged at. So yes, in a way, GST reforms can definitely be considered to be helping to cushion the GDP loss that may happen because of Donald Trump's tariffs. Yes, there is definitely going to be a hit on the government's collections. It's going to affect the government's, government's income, so to say. But then the consumption that it may trigger will definitely be of immense importance to India's GDP.
There are apprehensions whether the GST reforms will have any impact on India's positioning as a global investment destination.
The question of whether it is important globally of what we are doing in GST, it is a very important factor that people want predictability on what the indirect tax structure should be. But that is not the only attribute with which investment, FDI, is made.
Now with this 2 rate structure, 5% and 18%, I believe there will be definitely more clarity, more certainty. So investor sentiment will drastically improve, and investor sentiment improves, which will be ease of doing business.
Viewers, taking a break now. And coming up ahead, Donald Trump is at it again, this time defending his controversial tariff policy, claiming it helped him settle 7 wars through trade. That big story and much more coming up after a short break.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरी राजा।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky, and this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a decor brand. Live consciously.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बार। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा।
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
I'm headed to the northern port city of Tianjin in China to cover the largest ever SEO.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Here's a quick check of the headlines that we're tracking at 10 a.m. Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will chair the 56th GST Council meeting in New Delhi today. BJP claims Congress leader Pawan Khera and wife holds 2 epic voter numbers. Rift widens at Karnataka Congress. MLA claims party colleague Rajanna ready to join the BJP. Sun retorts. Flood fury across northern India. Yamuna River, Jammu's Tavi and Chenab River cross the danger mark. Punjab, Delhi, NCR and Jammu and Kashmir hit. Assam Chief Minister slams Madani, warns of action over the eviction interference. Rattled after Prime Minister Modi, Xi Jinping and Putin's meeting at the SCO, Trump now calls ties with India one-sided. Still no mention of Pakistan's oil purchase. Thank you for staying tuned, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching Live and Breaking at 10 a.m. I am Tanisha Avasti. There's breaking news that's coming in, and this is about the monsoon mayhem that has hit several parts of India, especially the northern India. Heavy rains have wreaked havoc in Jammu and Kashmir now, with the water level in the river Jhelum and Jammu's Tavi is gradually increasing, and it has crossed the danger mark. Now, in Jammu, all land routes connecting to Kashmir and Jammu have been shut. Meanwhile, Vaishno Devi Yatra remains suspended for the 9th consecutive day. The Yatra has been suspended as a precautionary measure in the wake of adverse weather conditions. All right, the rains have now battered Jammu and Kashmir. Northern India has been the worst hit. There are more predictions of rain in the national capital. There have been alert that has been issued to several places. Joining us live on the broadcast right now is Zeenath from Kulgam. We will also shortly be joined by Gursimran. Zeenath, first to you. What is the situation in Srinagar currently? I believe you're in Kulgam. Where are the areas where an alert has been issued?
See, Tanisha, right now I'm in Srinagar and this is River Jhelum. I'll ask my VJ to show you the visuals of the River Jhelum, which is roaring at present, and one of the tributaries like the Vaishno in South Kashmir's Kulgam, it has already crossed the danger mark, and if the rain continues like this, Jhelum is also going to cross yellow alert in some time from now. In fact, J&K, as far as the Kashmir administration is concerned, the divisional head of the Kashmir Valley has already sounded an alert and also has cancelled all the examinations for today. Meanwhile, the schools and the colleges have also been shut for the day. People have been asked to stay away from the water bodies. The Met has already predicted the more rains in the next 48 hours. And as far as the National Highway Srinagar Jammu, it has been suspended. There is no road connectivity at present because of the landslides and the mudslides. Even the cloudburst was yesterday late evening's witness in Anantnag, that has resulted into an injury of a 13-year-old boy. So the J&K administration is monitoring the situation at present, and we are also seeing the minimal traffic on the road as far as the South Kashmir is concerned. From Kazigund tunnel, we are seeing that the traffic has been suspended. In fact, there are hundreds of trucks that have been stranded for the 9th day, because as far as the road connectivity is concerned, we are seeing the restoration work is going on. But weather is playing a spoil spot and also has led challenge to the Jammu and Kashmir administration. We are seeing the people are even coming on these river embankments to see the level of the water, because somewhere people have been asked to remain cautious, stay indoors and not to venture near the water bodies. Meanwhile, the J&K police have also issued the helpline numbers for any kind of rescue operations. We are seeing the SDRF teams also on alert, and the massive search and rescue operations is still continuing in the Jammu. As far as the Vaishno Devi Yatra is concerned, Machel Mata Yatra is concerned, it has been suspended. There have been 9th day. Meanwhile, the train service also has been suspended. Some 68 trains have been suspended. Only the 24s are running between Jammu and Katra, and those trains are also are working and are operational for those passengers who are still stranded. So Kashmir is watching the weather at present, as the Met has already predicted another 48 hours of rain.
Right, Zeenat, I request you to stay with me because I'm also being joined by Gursimran now from Aknoor. Gursimran, we've heard about what's happening in Srinagar. Talk to us about what's exactly happening in Jammu. We learned that Sri Mata Vaishno Devi Yatra still remains suspended. It's the 9th day. Aknoor is where you're reporting from. What is the situation like there?
See, right now we are reporting from the Gadkhal area of Aknoor, where the massive hit has been recorded because the barrages that were controlling, the embankments that were controlling the flow of the Chenab into the civilian areas, that has completely been washed away. And now what has happened, that the Chenab has now entered into the civilian areas, and that's why what we are witnessing, that the teams of the SDRF as well as the Jammu and Kashmir police, they have been kept on standby here. I'll request Ashu to first show you the visuals of the destruction that has taken place. We are on the other bank along with the team of the SDRF, the State Disaster Relief Force that is there, and Response Force, along with the team of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, the local police post in charge, Mumtaz Ahmed, who has been working relentlessly from the very first day, because it is the 3rd time that the embankment has been breached by the Chenab River and it has entered into the civilian areas. We'll try to speak to them also. Sir, यहाँ पे जो तकरीबन 40 के करीब लोग फंसे हैं, SDRF भी बुलाई गई है, कब ये लोग गए थे और अब किस तरह से इनको निकालने की कोशिश है?
असल में इनका मालूम-वेशी जो है वो पार रखा हुआ है, कहीं ये शाम को लेट ओवर में चले गए मालूम-वेशी को, उसके बाद पानी रेज हो गया तो नहीं निकल पाए हैं।
अब किस तरह
कर रहे हैं, हम भी लगे हुए हैं मॉर्निंग से यहाँ पे, उनके टचअप में हैं, अभी तक वो सेफ हैं प्रॉपर और उनको निकालने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं और जल्द से जल्द निकल जाएंगे। वो
जल्द से जल्द निकाला जाएगा। विल ट्राई टू स्पीक टू द SDRF टीम ऑल्सो। सर, आप लोगों से जानना चाहूँगा किस तरह से जो है अभी तक रिलीफ और रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चल रहा है, क्या अपडेट?
सर, हम SDRF की टीम सुबह रात को 1:30 बजे को फ़ोन आया, हेडक्वार्टर हमारा बटालियन जम्मू से है, तो हमारे उधर अखनूर डिग्री कॉलेज पलवा के पास एक छोटा सा पुल है, सीमेंट का पुल बना है, तो सर वो पुल बिल्कुल पूरा टूट गया। पानी का बहाव सीधा अंदर गांव की तरफ घुस गया। उस गांव के अंदर काफ़ी लोग थे, कम से कम 50-60 घर थे। कुछ लोग तो सेफ बाहर निकल चुके थे, 10% कोई अंदर फंस चुके थे, 2 फैमिली फंसी थी। तो सर 1:30 बजे के करीब हमें जैसे ही फ़ोन आया, हम तुरंत वहाँ पहुँचे, तो उन 10% को हमने सेफ बाहर निकाल लिया।
यहाँ पे भी लोग 40 के करीब फंसे हुए हैं। अब आप पानी का बहाव बहुत तेज़ है, क्या किया जाएगा?
सर, अभी पूरी हमारी टीम जम्मू से भी इधर पहुँच चुकी है। अभी इसके लिए कुछ ना कुछ सोल्यूशन सोचेंगे। अभी हमारे इंचार्ज साहब पहुँच चुके हैं, अभी जो जैसे बोलेंगे हम वैसे।
तो आप देखिए, the teams have now reached here and this is the view of the water. I request Ashu if we can show you that very point from where the Chenab is overflowing into the civilian areas. You will see that there is a top that is being breached from the top. So it is an overflow of the river Chenab that is now coming because there has been a breach of the embankment at one point of place. But the second place that you see is that from there the Chenab is overflowing into this civilian area. There are roughly 50 houses that are still here. Civilians have been trapped, roughly 40 is the number of civilians that have been still trapped in the area. And now as we speak, the authorities are trying, even the aerial evacuation has been requested. Because what is happening that in this fast moving waters, it is almost next to impossible for the teams of the NDRF or the SDRF to move any of their boats. Because there lies a possibility, because these were the fields actually. So there are some of the wires that are the boundary boundaries of these fields that may puncture the boats that are pressed into the action. So that's why the aerial requisition has also been placed by the district administration. But here you will see that the locals and the teams of the SDRF along with the local police, they all are here trying to ensure that these countless lives are saved, because it is very important to save all these people, those who have been stranded here. The level of the water is continuously on the rise, and that is one of the key concerns. More than 131 lives have been lost in the Jammu region in last 3 weeks due to the flash floods that have taken place. And now as we speak, a minute it opens up, the sky opens up, the sun shows, and then the next very minute the dark clouds take over. And that is really very a serious concern for the administration, because next 48 hours are also going to be similar. It is going to rain heavily as per the forecast that has been issued by the weather department, and now on every nook and corner the teams of the SDRF and the local police have been kept on standby.
Right. On that note, Gursimran and Zeenat, both of you, thank you very much for joining us. Request both of you to stay safe. Next few hours is going to be very, very crucial. And with that, we move across to some other breaking news that's coming in. This is in regard with the Dharam Tala hoax case. We learned that in the mass burial case, we learned SIT officials have now summoned Saujanya case for questioning. The 3 people, including Uday Jain, have been called by SIT. Information confirms that Uday Jain, Malik Jain and Dheeraj Kela have been summoned in connection with the Saujanya case. Uday Jain has already arrived at the SIT office. Okay, these are the latest breaking news that's coming in. Remember, the Enforcement Directorate is now probing the foreign funding angle. The Dharam Tala case will now be probed under FEMA, under violations of FEMA. Under scrutiny are the anti-Dharam Tala activists who led a campaign against Dharam Tala. We learn now there is a fresh case, the Saujanya case. This is in relation with the Dharam Tala case where 3 people have been summoned. What's their role is yet under scrutiny. The SIT team is also probing. Remember, 12 hours, it's been 12 hours since when the masked man has been questioned by the SIT. A recce had also been done, we learned. Nagendra is joining us live on the broadcast on that note. Nagendra, क्या केस है ये सौजन्या का जिसमें 3 लोगों को समन किया गया है? हम जानते हैं कि मास्क्ड मैन इज ऑल्सो अंडर द स्क्रूटनी. फॉरेन फंडिंग जो है उस पर अब ईडी प्रोब करेगी. बट ये जो सौजन्या का केस है वो क्या केस सामने आ रहा है अभी?
अभी देखिए, अभी सौजन्या केस के बारे में इन्वेस्टिगेशन करने के लिए सौजन्या का मदर कुसुमावती ने एक कंप्लेंट दिया था. वो चिन्नैया एक यूट्यूब में एक बोला था, मैंने रवि पुजारी के साथ मेरा बातचीत हुआ था. रवि पुजारी ने मेरे साथ बहुत सारा बातचीत भी किया बोल के एक यूट्यूब इंटरव्यू में उन्होंने बताया था. इसके बारे में SIT कंप्लेंट लेने के बाद हम लोग इसके बारे में इंट्रागेशन करेगा बोल के उसको लेटर भी दिया था. इसका वजह से आज 3 लोगों को, मतलब सौजन्या केस में मर्डर एंड रेप एंड मर्डर केस में थोड़ा 3 लोगों के ऊपर सीरियस एलिगेशन आया था. उन तीनों को भी आज SIT को बुलाया था. उसमें से एक बंदा आज आ चुका है, उदय कुमार जैन बोल के एक बंदा, उसको नोटिस दिया है. वो भी अभी SIT के पास आके अभी उन्होंने अंदर जाने के लिए चल रहा है. मैं उसके साथ बात करता हूँ. उदय कुमार जैन हमारा साथ जुड़ा हुआ है. उदय कुमार सर, आपको आज SIT ने बुलाया है, क्यों बुलाया है, आपने क्या बताएगा आज?
हाँ, मेरे को क्यों बुलाया बोल के मेरे को मालूम नहीं है. मेरे को कल तो मेरे को रात को मेरे को फ़ोन किया. ठीक है, SIT सर ने, मैं बात करती हूँ, SIT इंस्पेक्टर संपत कुमार जब बात कर रहा हूँ, मेरे को फ़ोन किया. मैं बात तभी मेरे फ़ोन में बात किया. आप SIT संपत कुमार बोल के मेरे को ऐसा मालूम पड़ेगा. मेरे को इधर कितना साल से सौजन्य मरने का बाद से मेरे को बहुत आदमी फ़ोन करते हैं, गाली देते हैं. सर वो बोला अच्छा है, आपने बताया अच्छा है, वो बात सही है. मैं बोला बेलतागढ़ में आके मैं देखेगा, मेरे को कंफर्म करेगा. मैं कल रात को आया था. अब बोला हाँ सुबह आओ बोला था, 11 बजे 11-10 बजे आने को बोला था. आज मेरे को बुलाया आज.
उदय, आपके ऊपर बहुत सारा एलिगेशन आ रहा था वो सौजन्या केस में, आपने उसके बारे में क्या बोल सकते हो?
वो मेरा नाम में आता है ना, वो लोग क्या मालूम है, ये सौजन्या लड़की मरने के बाद, मरने के 1 साल का बाद, मरने का 1 साल का बाद ये लोग प्लान किया. ये अभी ये कहिए ना कौन सा इधर का अभी का को ये किसके क्या बोलते हैं बुरुड़े हाँ मास्क मैन का कैसा प्लान किया, ऐसे ही प्लान षड्यंत्र किया था। ये सौजन्य मरने का 1 साल का बाद में हमारा नाम वो किस का नाम डालने का, वो ऐसा ये करके किस का नाम डालेगा तो ये हमारा फिल्म कैसा जाता है बोल के पहले के कल के डाल दिया था।
आपने उदय वो सौजन्य रेप एंड मर्डर हुआ था ना, तब आप कहा था, आपका ऊपर क्यों एलिगेशन आया?
वही मैं बोला था ना, मैं क्या बोला था मालूम है, ये लोग षड्यंत्र क्या मालूम है, सौजन्य मरने का टाइम नहीं, ये मरने का टाइम कौन किया, वो मिला, वो उसका अंदर डाल दिया, बाद में वो केस ये को गया, वो 1 साल का बाद हमारा नाम ये लोग इसमें डाल दिया, लिख के डाल के सौजन्य का माँ को और माँ पिता और मामा और मैसेटी तिमारोडी वो लोग अब लोग जाके बेंगलुरु में एक खासा चैनल में बैठ के वो 2 दिन ये किया था, TV9 चैनल में किया था। वो तभी सबको ऐसा हमारा नाम ये लिख के बाद में डाल दिया था।
आपका और ये एलिगेशन में कुछ भी नहीं है, आप वो टाइम पे नहीं था उधर।
मैं आपको एक बात बोलते हैं, मैं अभी मेरे सौजन्य जिंदा होने तक उसका मुंह मैं नहीं देखा, वो मेरे को बहुत दुख है। ये मेरा नाम इसमें डाला ना, वो मेरे को दुख नहीं है। क्यों मैं उसमें हाई नहीं,
डर नहीं है,
नहीं मैं उसमें किया नहीं।
अभी आप पूरा आंसर देगा, अभी आप रेडी है इंटरोगेशन के लिए? रेडी है,
रेडी है।
आपके साथ किस को बुलाया आज?
वो मेरा पास ये और एक 2-3 आदमी को बुलाया।
उसका नाम बता सकता है?
उसका नाम एक आदमी का धीरज केल्ला और एक मलिक जैन, उसको बुलाया।
अभी अंदर जा रहे हो?
अंदर जा रहे हैं।
ठीक है। अभी देखिए वो उदय जैन ने अभी धीरज केल्ला और मल्लिकार्जुन को अंदर बुलाया बोल के उन्हें खुद बता रहा है। अभी देखिए सौजन्य केस का इंट्रागेशन SIT कर रहा है बोल के अभी हमको मालूम पड़ रहा है, क्योंकि कुसुमावती सौजन्य का माँ आके एक कंप्लेंट दिया था, वो कंप्लेंट का हिसाब से इंट्रागेशन चालू रखा है। चिन्नैया को भी वही टाइम पे इंट्रागेशन किया था, SIT लोग ने बहुत सारा क्वेश्चन किया था। Back to studio.
Bilkul. Nagendra, I request you to stay with me because we're getting in one more breaking news piece from Karnataka. This is about how a Congress MLA has now gone ahead to insult a journalist. Congress MLA R.V. Deshpande has made a sexist remark when a female journalist requested a super speciality hospital. The Congress MLA R.V. Deshpande told her that it would be created for her delivery. The remark has now triggered outrage and has raised questions on the kind of mentality that people who we vote to power are put onto that chair. Listen into that reaction that came in from the Congress MLA, that obnoxious remark.
ಏನ್ ಸರ್?
ನಿನ್ನೇಂದ್ರ ಹೆರಿಗೆ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ತೀನಿ.
ಆಯ್ತು, ನಮ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಆಯ್ತು ಸರ್. ಬಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಜನರ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಹೆಂಗಿದೆ ಅಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ನೀವು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಗಮನ ಹರಿಸಿ ನಿಮ್ ಕಾಲಾವಧಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿಸಿ ಸರ್.
ಆಯ್ತಮ್ಮ, ಆಯ್ತು.
ಏನ್ ಸರ್?
ನಿನ್ನೇಂದ್ರ ಹೆರಿಗೆ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ತೀನಿ.
ಆಯ್ತು, ನಮ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಆಯ್ತು ಸರ್. ಬಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಜನರ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಹೆಂಗಿದೆ ಅಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ನೀವು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಗಮನ ಹರಿಸಿ ನಿಮ್ ಕಾಲಾವಧಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿಸಿ ಸರ್.
ಆಯ್ತಮ್ಮ, ಆಯ್ತು. ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ ನಾನು.
ಏನ್ ಸರ್?
ನಿನ್ನೇಂದ್ರ ಹೆರಿಗೆ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ತೀನಿ.
ಆಯ್ತು, ನಮ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಆಯ್ತು ಸರ್. ಬಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಜನರ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಹೆಂಗಿದೆ ಅಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ನೀವು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಗಮನ ಹರಿಸಿ ನಿಮ್ ಕಾಲಾವಧಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿಸಿ ಸರ್.
ಆಯ್ತಮ್ಮ, ಆಯ್ತು.
All right, this was a very, very outrageous remark that came in from the Congress MLA. This is an MLA from Karnataka. Nagendra continues to stay with us on the broadcast. On that note, Nagendra, this is a very sexist remark that has been given out by the Congress MLA of Karnataka. He goes on to say that a maternity hospital will be made only after the female journalist has to undergo her delivery. This is an obnoxious remark, but talk to us about how he has gone ahead to defend his statement, because clearly, like seen in the video, when he's speaking to the reporter, when a female journalist asks him that question, he's seen laughing and joking about it, which is certainly a cause of concern and raises eyebrows on the kind of mentality that kind of MLAs have been peddling around.
देखिए कांग्रेस MLA R.V. देशपांडे ऐसा ही आंसर दिया है। एक फीमेल सीनियर जर्नलिस्ट क्वेश्चन करता है कर्नाटका का कोस्टल गार्ड मतलब उत्तर कर्नाटका डिस्ट्रिक्ट, उत्तर कन्नड़ा डिस्ट्रिक्ट में एक भी हॉस्पिटल, मल्टी स्पेशलिटी हॉस्पिटल नहीं है। इसके लिए आपने मैटरनिटी हॉस्पिटल भी नहीं है बोल के उन्होंने क्वेश्चन करता है। वही टाइम पे एक डिलीवरी करने के लिए बहुत सारा फीमेल लोग दूसरा डिस्ट्रिक्ट को जाना पड़ता है, बेंगलुरु को जाना पड़ता है, कम से कम 200 किलोमीटर तक लगभग जाना पड़ता है। आप एमएलए हो, कांग्रेस एमएलए हो, आपका पीरियड में, आपका टाइम पे इधर एक मल्टी स्पेशलिटी हॉस्पिटल बन सकता है ना, ऐसा बोल के क्वेश्चन करने के समय में ये कांग्रेस एमएलए आरवी देशपांडे ऐसा जोक करके, ऐसा हंस के आंसर देता है, आपको डिलीवरी चाहिए तो मैं करके दे देता हूं बोल के ऐसा बात किया है। अभी इसका बारे में ये बातचीत में बहुत सारा अपोजिट हो रहा है। देखिए आरवी देशपांडे ऐसा क्यों बात किया, ऐसा क्यों जोक किया, वो भी फीमेल सीनियर जर्नलिस्ट के साथ ऐसा बात किया बोल के बहुत सारे लोग अभी उसके ऊपर गरम भी हो रहा है, सीनियर जर्नलिस्ट भी उसके ऊपर गरम भी हो रहा है। बैक टू स्टूडियो।
Right, Nagendra, thank you very much for getting us those details. Time for us to now have a quick check of the other stories. The ships of the first training squadron of the Indian Navy, INS Shradul and CGS Sarathi, have arrived at the Port Victoria as a part of long-ranging training deployment in the southwest Indian Ocean region. Here's a quick report on that.
Building bridges of friendship while training young minds, the ship of the first training squadron of the Indian Navy, INS Tir, INS Shardul and Coast Guard Sarathi arrived at Port Victoria at Seychelles. The 1TS is presently on a long-range training deployment in the southwest Indian Ocean region. The Indian Navy said the deployment of 1TS to Seychelles is the third port call of Indian Navy ships to Seychelles in 2025. This highlights the Indian Navy's robust bilateral engagement and maritime partnership aligned with the broader vision of Mahasagar in the Indian Ocean region. The arrival at the port was marked with a ceremonial welcome by the Seychelles Defence Forces Band, emphasizing the strong maritime ties between two nations. The Indian Navy's ceremonial guard and band were also paraded on board the 1TS. Seychelles, though a small island nation, holds strategic significance as it's located at the crossroads of Africa, West Asia, and India. India's Vision Mahasagar translates to mutual and holistic advancement for security and growth across regions, reflecting its commitment to the well-being and progress of nations in the region, acting as the first responder and net security provider. The vision is rooted in the Neighborhood First policy, the Mahasagar outlook and India's approach to its extended neighborhood. Professional exchanges, cross-deck visits and training interactions with SDF personnel are planned during the port call. As a part of cultural exchanges and community engagement, yoga sessions, naval band performances are scheduled to take place.
Shifting our focus to some more breaking news that's coming in from the state of Assam. The Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma has warned the Jamaat Chief Madani, who visited the evicted sites in Gwalpora district, that he would be arrested if the Islamic scholar crosses his limits. Himanta Biswa Sarma, in a very strong message, says, and I quote, "Who is Madani? Is he a god? Madani's bravado is only during Congress, not with the BJP. If he crosses his limits, I will put him behind the bars. I am the Chief Minister, not Madani. I am not scared of Madani." This is the latest reaction that we have from the Chief Minister of Assam, Himanta Biswa Sarma, and this comes after Madani had voiced his protest and dissent against the eviction, saying that he would invade in the row and he would stop the eviction. Remember, Himanta's stand has been very clear. The state of Assam has been on a drive to throw out the illegals, and soon after Madani said that he would stop the eviction drive. This is Himanta Biswa Sarma's strong response.
Madani কোন হয়? Madani কি ভগবান নাকি? The Madaniর বাহাদুরিত কংগ্রেস থাকিলে চলে, বিজেপি থাকিলে মাদানী ফাদানীৰ একো বাহাদুৰি নাই। তেখেতে গ্ৰেপ্তাৰ কৰা দাবী উত্থাপন কৰিছে। বেছি কৰিলে মই মাদানীক ভৰাই দিম। তেওঁ স্যার তিনি গগৈৰ লগত ফৰ্মুলাই কৈছে মাদানী বেছি কৰিলে ময়ে ভৰাই দিম। সিএম মইহে, সিএম মাদানী নহয় নহয়। উচ্ছেদ কৰি মাটি দখল কৰিলে কিমান বেয়া হ'ব পাৰে তেওঁ নিজে চাই আহিছে না কালি গতিকে বেলেগক আৰু নকয় যে মাটি দখল কৰ বুলি কাৰণ এই মানুহবিলাকে চালেহে সিহঁতি কপিব যে বিজেপি কেনেকুৱা হয় যে বিজেপিয়ে যে কাকো ভয় নকৰে অচিনাকি মানুহ ফৰেষ্টত ভিজিআৰ পিজিআৰত থাকিলে এভিকশ্যন হ'বই।
And this is Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma, who was hit out at the All India Jamaat Ulema-e-Hind President Mohammad Madani after he visited the sites which witnessed eviction drives recently. Addressing the media, it is Himanta Biswa Sarma who questioned Mr. Madani's relevance and claimed that he got prominence only during the Congress's rule. All right, moving on. Following a series of earthquakes that struck eastern Afghanistan, killing over 1,400 people and injuring over 2,800, India has extended an urgent humanitarian assistance to support the relief efforts in the region, India, as always, being the first responder.
A strong earthquake of magnitude 6.3 on the Richter scale struck Afghanistan, with tremors felt across the region, including parts of Pakistan as well. This was followed by a series of aftershocks with magnitude ranging from 4 to 5. According to a report issued by the United Nations Office for Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, the earthquake occurred in Afghanistan's Nangarhar province, which borders Pakistan, with the epicenter in the Kama district of the region. In a post on X, the Ministry of External Affairs stated, India will extend humanitarian assistance to Afghanistan in the wake of the earthquake. He further noted that India has already dispatched relief materials to Afghanistan with 1,000 family tents sent to Kabul and 15 tons of food materials moved to Kunar from Kabul by the Indian mission there. Other than the utmost necessities, India also sent blankets, hygiene kits, water storage tanks, generators, kitchen utensils, portable water purifiers, sleeping bag, essential medicines, wheelchairs, hand sanitizers, water purification tablets, and ORS solutions.
All right, it's time for us to now slip into a short break. After the break, we'll get the details of the 56th GNC Council meeting, which is being chaired by the Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. Also, after the break, the details on the big face-off between the BJP and the Congress over the vote chori remark.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
I choose a world where we dream and the limit is the sky, and this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा, सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
Republic Jack Oliver's studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I am Tanisha Avasti. Let's get started.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा, सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
Viewers, top headlines. Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will chair the 56th GST Council meeting in New Delhi today. BJP claims Congress leader Pawan Khera and wife hold two epic voter numbers. Rift widens in Karnataka Congress MLA claims party colleague Rajanna Reddy is going to join the BJP. Son has retorted. Flood fury across northern India, Yamuna River and Jammu, Tavi and Chenab River. All of them have crossed the danger mark. Punjab, Delhi, NCR and Jammu and Kashmir are hit very badly. Assam CM slams Madani warns of action over eviction interference. Rattle over Modi-Xi Putin meeting at SCO. Trump calls ties with India one-sided. Still no mention of Pakistan oil purchases. Viewers, we're live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. So the big story is that IMD has issued a heavy rainfall alert for Delhi NCR, including Noida, Gurugram, Ghaziabad, as relentless monsoon showers continue to lash North India. The weather forecast for Delhi today warns of intense downpours. Schools have been closed across Delhi NCR due to heavy rainfall. Heavy traffic, you can see in Gurugram, heavy traffic. The flood threat in Delhi has intensified as Yamuna River has continuing to rise, prompting emergency deployments, mass evacuations and school closures across Delhi NCR. The river had already crossed the evacuation mark on Tuesday when it rose to 206.03 meters, and the situation is worsened since. Monsoon mayhem in Gurugram. So those pictures are coming in from Gurugram, viewers, because every time there's even a heavy rainfall, even a short spell of heavy rainfall, you have seen how Gurugram comes to a halting stop. Similarly, the flood threat in Delhi has also intensified as Yamuna River is continuing to rise, prompting emergency deployments, mass evacuations, school closures across Delhi NCR region. Let's go straight across to my colleague. We have with us Shambhavi. Shambhavi is joining us live from Yamuna Bazaar. Then we have Akil also joining us live. Akil is right now close to the old iron bridge, which is closed, right, Akil? It's closed because of the rising Yamuna water level. So, Akil, I'm coming across to you first, and then I will go to Shambhavi.
Well, Shivangi, if you see right now, we are just near the old railway bridge, which is commonly known as Lohe Ka Pul. I'm just trying to move towards that side so that I can bring you the original visuals from the ground zero, from where you can see that exact picture that how far the water level has increased over here. Here you can see these are the railway tracks on which I am walking right now. Here you can see this is the railway bridge. This is the old railway bridge. Earlier, when yesterday we came over here, what we have seen that the water level was over here at 205.3. 205.3 meter was its level. Today, if you see, the water level has increased from that point and it has crossed 206. So right now you can see that the base of the water level is just about to touch the lower level of that old bridge, which is known as the Lohe Ka Pul. Here you can see it's approximately not even more than 1 feet distance, which can be easily seen through our Republic camera. Apart from that, if you see the visuals over here, the road which goes towards this side has already been stopped. The traffic movement, the vehicular movement on that Lohe Ka Pul has already been stopped. Earlier what we have seen that a DM of Shadra has confirmed this initially when we spoke to him yesterday. Yesterday he has confirmed this, that when the water level will cross the danger level mark, then they will stop the vehicular movement on this bridge. And today what we have seen that the vehicular movement on this bridge Lohe Ka Pul has already been stopped. Here you can see, I would like to request my video to zoom in and show you the visual of this Yamuna river. Right now the water is flowing at a very faster pace. Here you can see the water current over here.
Right. Yes, we can see that. We can see those pictures come in right now because clearly the water levels have risen so high that even residential areas are affected. And for that, I want to go across to my colleague Shambhavi. Shambhavi, we understand that the Yamuna river has led to the rise in the Yamuna river has led to a lot of people being displaced. There are a lot of relief camps which have been set up. Yes, over to you.
Well, right, you can see that we are here. This evacuation camps have been set up where hundreds of people have been replaced from their homes because their homes got submerged underwater due to the dangerous levels of water, which has again risen very much after the Hatni Kund barrage released water, and that range of water was somewhere between 3.3 crucex, and that is what triggered this level of water, which is now around 206.9 meters. Although we did spoke to the DIG of operations, the NDRF, he shared with us that currently around 4 NDRF teams have been deployed all over Delhi to assess the situation and to help the people. One NDRF team is here at Yamuna Bazaar while we are showing you the ground report about how the people, a lot of arrangements from food to water. We spoke to the people who have unfortunately their homes have been submerged underwater. They're not able to take their stuff out from their homes, and now they are here, but they are being every need of theirs, food, water, medicine, is being supplied to them. Their stay is they're trying to make it as comfortable and as easy for them as possible. And the DIG also shared with us that the level of water in Yamuna is likely to decrease by this evening, and also the weather department has said that it might not rain today, so there is definitely a ray of sunshine that the situation might improve, because people, all their stuff, their livelihood has disrupted because of this risen levels after such a strong flow of 3.3 crucex, which again, this flow from Hatni Kund barrage is what determines the level of water here in Yamuna around 36 to 50 hours later. And of course, the life has been disrupted. People are now, there are a lot of evacuation camps at Mayur Vihar, Gita Colony, and this is how the police, the teams are helping the people to ease in, to make their lives as easy as possible in the going tough times. Back to you.
All right. I want to go straight across back to my colleague who's joining us. We have Akhil. Akhil, I'm coming across to you right now. And Akhil, yes, we can hear you, Akhil. Yes, come back. Akhil, you know, we can see multiple issues in terms of traffic advisories as well, which have been issued, because we know that many routes have been closed to avoid traffic snarls. If you can hear me, Akhil, just take our viewers through what the Delhi Police traffic advisory is looking like.
Well, earlier what we have seen that Delhi Police has issued a traffic advisory, and after that what we have seen that the traffic movement from this old railway bridge has been moved out carved out from this very place. And if you can see in the visuals right now, I'm going to speak to some of the locals over here who live in this region. अच्छा बताइए, यहाँ पर ये जो इलाका है, यहाँ पे आप रहते हैं, बारिश का जो पानी है, उसके अलावा जो बाढ़ का पानी है, बाहर से आया हुआ पानी वो बढ़ गया है, किस तरीके से परेशानी हो रही है यहाँ पे रहने में आप लोगों को? बहुत झोपड़ी आपकी वो देख रहा हूँ पूरी तरह से डूब चुकी है यहाँ पे।
बहुत ज़्यादा परेशान,
बहुत ज़्यादा दिक्कत हो रही है, बहुत दिक्कत का सामना करना पड़ रहा है, क्योंकि बाढ़ से पानी सारा घरों में घुस रहा है, तो दिक्कत परेशानी तो होनी है।
ये जो सामने आपका घर है, देख रहे हैं पूरी तरीके से पानी में सबमर्ज हो चुका है, डूब चुका है। ये आपकी जो सामग्रियां हैं, ये जो आपका जो चापाकल है, जो नल है, वो भी पूरी तरीके से जो है डूब चुका है।
हाँ हाँ,
रह रहे हैं, कैसे जिंदगी बसर हो रही है?
अब ऐसे ही कर रहे गुजारा, क्या है और क्या, कुछ ऑप्शन नहीं है ना करने के लिए। अब ये डूब गए तो घर बेघर हो गए घर से,
ये जो फ्लड प्लेन का एरिया, इसके अलावा आप देखें, मैं अपने विजय से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा वो जो इलाका है वो दिखाए, जो फ्लाईओवर के नीचे का इलाका है, वहाँ पे बहुत सारे परिवार जो हैं जाकर के रह रहे हैं। वहाँ अगर आप देखें, हम जरा उस तरफ बारिश के पानी की तरफ मूव करने की कोशिश करेंगे, वहाँ देखें आप 2-3 परिवार जो है वो फ्लाईओवर के नीचे शेल्टर लेकर के किस तरीके से रह रहे हैं। आप जो है यहाँ से मूव करके किधर गए? अपने बच्चों को, मवेशियों को लेकर के कहाँ लेकर गए आप?
गवर्नमेंट ने वो बनाए, शिविर बनाए, लेकिन वहाँ कोई फैसिलिटी नहीं मिल रही है। बस कहने के लिए बनाए हैं, अब कहाँ सामान रखें, कहाँ ले जाएं लोगों को, कहाँ क्या करूँ, कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा।
जी हाँ, तो हम थोड़ा आगे की तरफ और मूव करेंगे, ज़रा कोशिश करते हैं इस तरफ दिखाने की। ज़रा विजय, अनिल हमारे इस तरफ अगर मूव कर पाएँ तो ज़रा ये देखिए, ये जो रास्ता है इस तरफ हम आ रहे हैं और पानी का जो बहाव है वो इतना तेज़ है, इतनी तेज़ रफ्तार से ये जो करंट है। कल हम जब इस वक्त यहाँ पर मौजूद थे तो उस वक्त पानी यहाँ तक नहीं पहुँचा था, वो काफ़ी दूर था। और आज अगर आप देखें तो यमुना रिवर का जो पानी है वो अपने बेड से निकल करके जो तड़ाल का एरिया है उस पर वहाँ तक पहुँच चुका है। ये जो तड़ाल का एरिया, ये देखिए आप, ये जो पानी का जो फ्लो है वो कितना इस वक्त तेज़ है। और इसीलिए ये जो आसपास के जितने शेल्टर्स थे, जो झुग्गियाँ थी, इन झुग्गियों को छोड़ करके लोग जो है रहने वाले वो यहाँ से जा चुके हैं। यहाँ देखें आप, तो ये जो रिक्शा लगा हुआ है, ये कई सारे यहाँ पे रिक्शा हैं यहाँ पे, वो पूरी तरीके से तकरीबन 4 फीट से 4.5 फीट का जो पानी है वो इसमें भर चुका है और लोग जो है यहाँ से इवैक्यूएट कर चुके हैं गवर्नमेंट ने। और ख़ास करके जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन है शादरा का, वो उन्होंने इस प्लेस को पूरी तरीके से ओल्ड यमुना ब्रिज के आसपास का जो पूरा इलाका है उसको जो है वो इवैक्यूएट करा लिया। इस तरफ मैं अपने विजय से रिक्वेस्ट करूँगा ज़रा मूव करें और दिखाएं यहाँ पे ये जो फ्लो है बारिश का के पानी का फ्लो, इस तरफ भी देखें अगर आप, तो ये काफ़ी तेज़ है, जिसकी वजह से यहाँ पर जो आम लोगों की ज़िंदगी है वो मुतासिर हुई और वो लोग यहाँ से निकल करके बाहर की तरफ जो है वो गए हैं। अगर आप देखें इस वक्त जो है वो इवैक्यूएशन प्लान जो है, यहाँ पर कुछ लोग हैं और यहाँ पे जो सरकारी महकमा है वो भी इसको क्लोज़ करने का काम, ये जो रास्ता है, ये जो पैसेज है, इसको पूरी तरीके से जो है बंद करने की कोशिश किया। यहाँ मिट्टी गिराई गई है, क्रेन्स मंगाए गए हैं सो डैट इस रास्ते को जो है वो पूरी तरीके से बंद किया जा सके। और जिसकी वजह से ये जो शहर का पोर्शन है, ये जो पुरानी दिल्ली रेलवे स्टेशन है मेरे बाएं तरफ, इस तरफ पानी ना आ सके। यहाँ पर देखें आप, ये जो सॉलिड, ये जो पिलर्स हैं, ये पिलर सिर्फ और सिर्फ यहाँ तक कंप्लीट है। इसके अलावा ये रास्ते यहाँ से खुले हैं, जिस रास्ते से हम यमुना ब्रिज को क्रॉस करके नदी की तरफ आ सकते हैं, और इस रास्ते को यहाँ बंद करने की कोशिश की जा रही है। यहाँ पर मिट्टी डाले गए हैं और लगातार ये जो देखें आप, ये जो बोरियाँ हैं, ये सैक जो है, इसके अंदर मिट्टी भरी जा रही है और इससे इस रास्ते को पूरी तरीके से बंद कर दिया जाएगा। जिसके बाद ये जो यमुना का पानी है, जो फ्लड का पानी है, बाढ़ का पानी, जो बहुत तेज़ रफ्तार से देखें अगर आप, तो कल हमने देखा था पानी का जो लेवल है वो कम था और आज धीरे धीरे पानी का लेवल बढ़ता गया है और इस वक्त जो है यमुना जो है खतरे के निशान से ऊपर चल रही है। तो इस वक्त पूरी तरीके से जो शादरा डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन है वो मुस्तैद है, तैनात है कि किसी तरीके से इस रास्ते को ब्लॉक किया जाए, जिसके बाद सड़क की तरफ जो है, मेन शहर की तरफ जो है वो पानी ना आ पाए।
Right, Akil, you know, keep reporting for us. Both our reporter Shambhavi and Akil reporting on the flooding that we are seeing in the Delhi NCR region due to the rising Yamuna water levels. Keep reporting for us both. In fact, my colleague Shambhavi has spoken to Mohsen Shahedi, DIG, on the flood situation in Delhi. Let's have a listen into what the DIG had to say.
Sir, how many teams have been deployed yet, and what are your main focus points in Delhi?
See, seeing the current situation in Delhi, the flood level has crossed the danger mark, and at 206 meters level, it is advised to undertake evacuation. That process has started since yesterday, and 4 NDRF teams have been deployed in 4 different regions. 1 team is available here in Yamuna Bazar area, and we have conducted about 150 evacuation. People have been moved to safe places. The relief shelters have been made by the Delhi government. So the situation is normal. There is nothing to panic, and the information we have is that by evening today the flood water would be receding. So that is a good sign, and the weather, as you see, is clear now. Right now, although the predictions are for rain, but things are on way to improve.
Okay, so approximately how many people have been evacuated yet?
Almost more than 10,000, in a joint operations with NDRF, Delhi Police, the Irrigation Department, and other agencies and volunteers since yesterday. And NDRF has been, pressed into service since yesterday afternoon, and they are still on job.
And sir, my last question before I let you go: do you think we'll be needing added reinforcement in the upcoming 24 to 48 hours?
I don't think the situation is stable right now, and we still have 10 teams, on standby. If there is a requirement, they will be present to service. They will be employed. But as of now, I think the situation is under control, and things will improve further.
Getting some big updates coming in right now, viewers, Republic TV. Continuous rainfall in Punjab. Monsoon mayhem continues in Punjab, and this is especially in Gurdaspur, which is one of the worst affected in Punjab due to rain and flood fury. We see that the level of the river Ravi has increased, and that means that many areas have been affected. Connectivity of the link roads have also been affected very badly in multiple areas. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV viewers. In Punjab itself, multiple villages have been inundated in Gurdaspur, one of the worst affected areas. Lalit is joining us live, so let's go straight across to Lalit, who's joining us live. Lalit, we understand that the district administration has evacuated a lot of people from there. Emergency relief has been sent to all the people who are displaced. But Gurdaspur is one of the worst affected areas when it comes to rain and floods. What is happening there?
Well, very correct. If we say in the past 1 month, the way there has been the nature's fury and havoc, the destruction of the floods all across Punjab, but particularly the most worstly hit district is the Gurdaspur district. Let me show you through visuals only how the river Ravi fury have created havoc and destruction in the Gurdaspur district. These are the big trees which you can see have been uprooted because of the high intensity, high flow and current of the river Ravi. Apart from that, in Gurdaspur only, majority of the villages connections have been gone out, as majority of the villages connectivity have been lost. Apart from that, in Gurdaspur district, in Dera Baba Nanak, almost around 3 to 4 dozen villages have been completely submerged in water. Hundreds of acres of land all across Punjab could be seen under the water. In the past 1 month, there has been 30 deaths which has been reported in Punjab, and if you talk about the number of the land and the field crops destroyed, it has been increased to more than 3 lakh hectares of land. Apart from that, more than 3.5 lakh people have been evacuated to the safer places in the past 1 month, while the nature's fury continues as the 3 rivers, which includes the river Ravi, Satluj and Beas, are creating destruction, havoc all across the 23 districts. So,
right.
So, right now, if we talk about, we are in the Sadalpur village of the Gurdaspur area. Around 4 to 5 villages connect through this road connectivity, but because of the heavy flow of river Ravi, the connectivity of the link roads have been totally disrupted.
Lalit,
due
yes,
to which no links have been
I will come back to Gurdaspur,
villages.
Punjab. Lalit, live from Gurdaspur, Punjab, one of the worst affected areas as the flood fury and rain fury continues in Punjab as well and North India. In fact, let's go to Prime Minister Modi right now. We're getting some live shots of the Prime Minister. Prime Minister Modi is examining a nano chip as he attends the second day of Semicon India 2025. So this picture is coming in from New Delhi as PM Modi is examining a nano chip and other technology. Remember, the Prime Minister Modi had said at Semicon, while he was inaugurating Semicon, that India is one of the fastest growing economies. He had spoken about multiple issues when it comes to the economy of India and how India is leading the way when it comes to semiconductor ecosystem and its growth and development.
स्टार्टअप का एक लेवल पे काम करते हैं. स्टार्टअप हर एक टेक्नोलॉजी, जैसे मैंने कहा सेमीकंडक्टर में अलग अलग तरीके की टेक्नोलॉजी यूज होती है। एक टेक्नोलॉजी में स्टार्टअप ने काम किया, दूसरे टेक्नोलॉजी में दूसरे स्टार्टअप ने काम किया, ये अलग अलग तरीके से है। इन सबको पिरो के ये एक आप समझ सकते हैं एक मोती है, इन सबको पिरो के ही एक माला तैयार होती है, और ये माला जो है वो भारत के लिए सेमीकंडक्टर हब बनने के लिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। और यही वजह है इस वक्त प्रधानमंत्री इन सबसे मिल रहे हैं, क्योंकि छोटे बड़े सब जितने भी लोग हैं उन सबको एक साथ आना पड़ेगा, काम करना पड़ेगा, तब जाके भारत का वो सपना साकार हो सकता है कि सेमीकंडक्टर जो विश्व का हब बनने का जो सपना है वो हो सकता है। आज हम इस वक्त हम लोग डिपेंडेंट हैं विदेश के ऊपर, चाइना, ताइवान, यूएस, ये बड़ी बड़ी जगह से जो चिप्स होती है वो बन के आती है, लेकिन अब कोरिया हो गया, मलेशिया हो गया, ये सब जगह से ये सब सेमीकंडक्टर चिप बनती है और अलग तरीके की टेक्नोलॉजी से। तो अगर भारत में ये भारत को चाहिए इस तरीके की ये टेक्नोलॉजी, तो ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण हो जाता है कि ये सारे जो एंड टू एंड जो है वो काम करें इनसे, और तभी जाके भारत अग्रणी भूमिका निभा सकता है। एक ये जो सेमीकंडक्टर की हम बात करें उसमें ये बहुत अहम होता है। उसमें देखिए अभी तक भारत में 76,000.
Let's go straight across to our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor, who's joining us right now. Abhishek, after Union IT Minister Ashwini Vaishnav presented the first made in India chip to Prime Minister Modi, this is day 2 of the Semicon. Very, very important because it also highlights how PM Modi has been pushing for Make in India, Make for the World campaign, and now day 2 of the Semicon India happening on our screens.
Well, Shivangi, yes, this is tremendous amount of messaging and signaling from Prime Minister Modi personally and the government of India generally, that they are absolutely focused on creating a thriving semiconductor ecosystem in the country. So he inaugurated the event yesterday, and today he is going from stall to stall, having this intense, engaging conversation with all these industry leaders, and the kind of exhibition that has been arranged with the kind of names that are there. So, for example, I can see CEO Christophe Fouquet of ASML, Lam Research CEO Tim Archer, Merck CEO Carl Beckman, and of course other industry leaders. Now, you rightly mentioned Prime Minister was presented the first made in India semiconductor chips yesterday, and remember those are produced by students and fabricated at a semiconductor limited facility in Mohali in Chandigarh. They are completely made in India, designed in India chips, as also of CG Semi. So I think Prime Minister really underscored that over the next few years of the $1 trillion worth of semiconductor economy, India would corner a major share of it, for which on the ground tremendous amount of work has gone since 2021 when the first semiconductor mission was launched. Parallelly, an AI mission going on. Essentially, the full stack of AI, as it is called, from fab to the chips to the application part, the AI, everything being done, built, designed here in India. And the Prime Minister, by visiting the semiconductor exhibition second time in 2 days, I think it personally really underscoring that I am fully backing it. My government is fully backing it. Come, design, build in India. And then, then India, of course, contributes to the larger global semiconductor economy ecosystem. I think that would be the most significant takeaway from these pictures coming in from Yashobhumi, the exhibition center on the outskirts of Delhi, where Prime Minister is, as of now, engaging with the industry leaders.
Well, thank you, Abhishek. As a 3-day Semicon India conference was inaugurated by PM Modi at Yashobhumi in New Delhi, and the conference is aimed at positioning India as a trusted partner in the global semiconductor supply chain. So pictures coming in live from New Delhi. Let's move ahead right now to some of the other stories we're tracking. And in a very fiery speech at Madurai, AIADMK leader and former Chief Minister EPS sharply criticized the ruling DMK government. He accused it of widespread corruption, administrative failure and ignoring public grievances. Here's a quick report. Take a look.
In a recent speech at Madurai,
AIADMK leader EPS launched a strong attack on the DMK government. He accused them of deep-rooted corruption and misgovernance.
தமிழகத்தில் 582 பத்திரப்பதிவு அலுவலகம் இருக்குது. 582 பத்திரப்பதிவு அலுவலகம். அதுல ஒரு வருஷத்துக்கு மேல பத்திரப்பதிவு அலுவலகம் இருந்ததே கிடையாது. ஒரு வருஷத்துக்கு ஒரு ஆள், அடுத்த வருஷம் இன்னொருத்தர், அதுக்கு அடுத்த வருஷம் இன்னொருத்தர், இப்படி 582 பேர்லையும் மாத்தி மாத்தி டிரான்ஸ்ஃபர் போட்டு அதுல ஒரு அமௌண்ட், பெரிய அமௌண்ட் வாங்கிட்டு இருக்காங்க.
EPS alleged that Minister Murthy demands a 10% bribe for property registrations, calling him the 10% minister.
அது மட்டும் இல்ல, இங்க இருக்கிற மந்திரி யாருன்னு உங்களுக்கு தெரியும். இந்த தொகுதி மந்திரி எப்படிப்பட்டவர்னு உங்களுக்கு தெரியும். நாங்க சொல்லி தெரிய வேண்டியதில்லை. அங்க மேலூர்ல பேசும்போது அங்க கூட்டத்துல இருந்து பேசுறாங்க, ஐயா பேசுங்க அப்படின்னு. என்னப்பா பேசுறது? இங்க இருக்கிற மாவட்ட மந்திரி யாருன்னு உங்களுக்கு தெரியும். அவர் பத்திரப்பதிவு துறையில் இருக்காரு. ஆக கொள்ளையோ கொள்ள அடிக்கிறான்னு கீழே இருக்கிற மக்கள் பேசுறாங்க. நான் பேசுறேன், எங்களுக்கு பாயிண்ட் எடுத்து கொடுக்குறாங்க மக்கள். இப்போ ஏற்கனவே பிராந்தி கடையில் 10 ரூபாய்னு ஒருத்தர் பேர் வாங்கியிருக்காரு, யாருன்னு உங்களுக்கு தெரியும். இப்போ இங்க இருக்கிற அமைச்சர் 10% பதிவு செஞ்சா 10%, பத்திரப்பதிவு செஞ்சா 10% அவருக்கு போய் சேர வேணும். அப்படி சேர்ந்தாதான் சேர்ந்தால்தான் அந்த பத்திரப்பதிவு நடக்கும். நடக்குதுல உண்மைதானே? உண்மைதானுங்க.
He further criticized frequent registrar transfers. 582 offices see yearly reshuffles, claiming it's a tactic for collecting illicit money. EPS highlighted that people already face severe economic distress and additional bribes worsen their situation. He mocked Stalin's half-communist comment, suggesting DMK is trying to dominate alliance parties. EPS accused the government of ignoring public grievances, claiming petitions are discarded in rivers or garbage bins. He concluded that once AIADMK returns to power, today's ministers will be held accountable.
Also coming up, viewers, battle after Modi-Xi Putin meeting at SCO. Trump calls ties with India one-sided. Still no mention of Pakistan's oil purchases. Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will chair the 56th GST Council meeting in New Delhi today. Stay tuned.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
I choose a world where we dream and the limit is the sky, and this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा।
I choose a world where we dream and the limit is the sky, and this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
From Asia's largest news headquarters,
setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
The top headlines coming in. Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will chair the 56th GST Council meeting in New Delhi today. BJP claims Congress leader Pawan Khera and wife holds 2 epic voter numbers. Riff widens in Karnataka Congress. MLA claims party colleague Rajan are ready to join BJP. Some retorts. Flood fury across northern India. Yamuna River, Jammu Tawi and Chenab River cross the danger mark. Punjab, Delhi NCR and Jammu and Kashmir hit. Assam Chief Minister slams Madani, warns of action over eviction interference. Rattled after Modi-Xi Putin meeting at the SCO. Trump calls ties with India one-sided. Still no mention of Pakistan's oil purchases. Viewers, thank you for tuning in. You're watching Live and Breaking. I'm Priyanka Chaudhary. We dive across to this breaking news that we are bringing to our viewers on top of this hour. What we understand at this point in time that the NIA has uncovered a significant foreign funding trail for the resistance front, a proxy of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, revealing the organization's deep-rooted network in Jammu and Kashmir. Yasir Hayat, a key suspect, had 463 contacts linked to 87 cases, including terror financing from abroad with connections to Sajid Ahmed Mir, a Malaysia-based handler, and 2 Pakistani numbers. Hayat allegedly received rupees 900 lakh in terror funds, which were then channeled to other operatives like Shafat Makbulwani. The NI investigation, aided by mobile data, social media chats, bank transactions and call records, has exposed a secret conspiracy involving Pakistan, Gulf countries and Malaysia. This development is expected to tighten the noose on Pakistan as the FATF, especially after the U.S. designated TRF as a foreign terrorist organization. And viewers, some more breaking news that we are tracking. Union Home Minister Amit Shah is, of course, meeting and felicitating the CRPF, Chhattisgarh Police, DRG and Cobra Jawans who successfully carried out Operation Black Forest at this point in time at the Kare-Gutalu Hill. And that is the breaking news coming in, viewers, at this point in time where we are also getting you those visuals of Home Minister Amit Shah meeting and felicitating the CRPF, Chhattisgarh Police, the DRG and the Cobra Jawans who successfully carried out Operation Black Forest. Amit Shah there felicitating the officials who, of course, went ahead and showed a full courage when it comes to a successful Operation Black Forest in Kare-Gutalu Hill. And all of this includes the officials from the CRPF, the Chhattisgarh Police, the DRG, as well as the Cobra Jawans. And viewers, we are bringing to you back-to-back breaking news this hour ahead of the GST Council meeting. Today, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman said that the next generation GST reforms would absolutely set an economy open and transparent with further reduction in compliance burden and benefiting small businesses. That is, of course, coming in as Nirmala Sitharaman will be chairing in the GST Council meeting, a big meeting today where there is going to be huge focus. And ahead of the meeting, she said that the next generation GST reforms would absolutely set an economy open and transparent with further reduction in compliance burden and benefiting the small businesses. And this is Sitharaman's statement ahead of the GST Council meeting, which we're all eyeing, as there are huge reforms that are expected this time, and these are next generation reforms that will make eco-transparent. And Nirmala Sitharaman there, who will be chairing this big meeting, and after the announcement made by Prime Minister Modi of several new reforms in the GST. We will be seeing more developments coming in on this. My colleague Gopi joining us to give us more details. Gopi, we are all looking for this very, very crucial meeting today that will be chaired by Nirmala Sitharaman, the Finance Minister, as we're expecting great next generation GST reforms.
Well, in fact, Priyanka, to tell our viewers that this is the biggest ever GST reform happening. This is, in fact, reform 2.0, if we can say so. Now, just a short while from now, Nirmala Sitharaman is going to head the GST Council meeting. It is going to begin. This is the 56th GST Council meeting. What we are expecting from this GST Council meeting is, previously also as per government sources, we had told our viewers that the slabs, 4 tax slabs will be rationalized to 2 tax slabs. So there are many items which are going to become cheaper, while many products are also going to become costlier. So all eyes would be towards different industries who is going to benefit from this. But yes, majorly it is a major boost to the middle class, and in fact the ecosystem of startup which Prime Minister Narendra Modi always wanted to establish, it is also going to benefit these startups. This is also what we are learning from our sources. But yes, the necessary items which were under the slab of 12% would be shifted to 5%, while there are many items where GST will be removed. So all eyes would be towards what pans out in this GST meeting. While there are differences, there are certain states who are questioning that what about the revenue loss which they will have to incur after this new GST slabs would be there. So all this and much more, we'll have to wait and watch what pans out from this meeting. Back to you.
Well, Gopi, what we also are, of course, seeing the fact that small businesses will be benefiting from these reforms, right? What are they eyeing at this point in time? What are the probable reforms that we are seeing? Because this announcement came in from Prime Minister Narendra Modi for saying as a Diwali bonanza for the people.
Well, in fact, see, what we are learning from our sources is, as we know that festive season has already begun in India because Ganesh Chaturthi is ongoing, and we are expecting Durga Puja, Navratri and Diwali will be coming in the coming days. And what we are looking at is that this is the festive season where demand for products and goods is going to increase. So if the new tax slab and this new rationalized tax slab will be implemented by, say, what we are learning from our sources is it will be implemented by September 22nd, which happens to be the first day of Navratri, then it is going to benefit the middle class people, as well as it is going to boost the consumption. More people are going to buy more products. There would be rise in consumption, which in a way is going to benefit the economy at large. But yes, as speaking about the MSMEs and the small scale business, we've also seen a push of Narendra Modi for Make in India, Made in India products. We have seen that BJP is also launching Atmanirbhar Bharat Sankalp Yojana. So amidst all this and also the tariff war going on, we will be seeing major boost after this new GST tax slab whenever it will be implemented, which is likely to happen on September 22nd. Back to you.
Well, Gopi, let us also briefly touch upon the fact that there are two key concerns that have been raised by the states regarding the reduction of the GST on the basic commodities as well. It is an alternative to recover the loss of the revenue after the tax drop, and whether the benefits from the GST rates cuts will, somewhere percolate to the ultimate beneficiary, which is the common man. So here the talks, the apprehensions were somewhere raised about the common man. In fact, on these similar lines, the conversations will be happening, put forward by the states during the meeting. So what are we expecting?
Well, in fact, see, Riyanka, we need to see one thing, that there will be revenue loss initially. This is what even the sources within the government have said. But yes, this is just a transition phase. We do not have to bother about the initial revenue loss because we are entering the festive season. So there will be rise in consumption, and that is going to take care of the revenue loss. While there are also other alternate modes and ways which will be discussed, as you've correctly mentioned, that when you speak of this specific GST Council meeting, there are states which have raised this query that what about the revenue loss? If you're shifting certain items, if you're removing GST from certain items, then let's also tell our viewers that there's also 40% tax GST which will be imposed on the sin items. Now, sin items, not just the sin items, but the high-end products as well, which includes products like the high-end electronic vehicles as well as various other gadgets. So somewhere government is trying to compensate and balance through the tax slabs, putting few items which are luxurious in a higher slab, while the items which fall under the basic necessities and the people, day-to-day items which people use, they would fall under the lower tax slab. So yes, the government is trying hard to compensate this, while but still we'll have to wait and watch when will this be implemented and how are states going to monitor this situation. Back to you.
Okay, Gopi, appreciate you joining us and giving us such detailed information and what are we expecting at this point in time. We will be continuing to track those latest developments that will be coming in. But viewers, moving on, some breaking news that we are tracking, and of course it is once again US President Donald Trump who's defending the 50% tariff on India. Trump said America gets along with India very well, but the relationship was one-sided for many years since New Delhi was charging Washington tremendous tariffs. Now, this is coming in days after he justified the 50% tariff imposed on Indian imports. The US president argued that India imposed some of the highest tariffs in the world, which made it difficult for American companies to do business in India. And while Indian goods flowed freely into the United States market, these are claims made by Donald Trump. He has also spoke about, or rather given an example of the case of Harley Davidson, which he said faced 200% tariff on its motorcycles in India. And also, according to him, the company eventually set up a plant in India to avoid paying the duties. He says Harley Davidson couldn't sell in India. There was a 200% tariff on the motorcycle. It went to India and built a motorcycle plant. Now they don't have to pay tariff. Now, viewers, after Modi, Xi, Putin, Bonhomme at the SCO summit, Trump is absolutely rattled. He is reiterating the same things again and again, yet, viewers, there is no mention of Pakistan. Trump's bluff has been called out after Pakistan admitted purchases of Russian oil.
We get along with India very well, but India has, you have to understand, for many years, it was a one-sided relationship. Only now, since I came along, and because of the power that we have with tariffs, India was charging us tremendous tariffs, about the highest in the world. They were about the highest in the world, number one. And we, therefore, weren't doing much business with India, but they were doing business with us because we weren't charging them. Foolishly, we weren't charging them. So they would send in massive, everything they made, they'd send it in, pour it into our country. Therefore, it wouldn't be made here, which is a negative. But we would not send in anything because they were charging us 100% tariffs. And, I'll give you an example, Harley Davidson. Harley Davidson couldn't sell into India. There was a 200% tariff on a motorcycle. So what happens? Harley Davidson went to India and built a motorcycle plant. And now they don't have to pay tariffs. Same thing as us. So what we're doing is literally thousands of companies are coming into the U.S., car companies, AI, but, more traditionally, car companies. We have so many car company factories under construction or being designed right now. And they're coming from China, they're coming from Mexico, I must tell you, and they're coming from Canada, a lot of them coming from Canada. But they're coming into our country because they want to build here. And they want to build here for two reasons. Number one, they'd like to be here. And number two, the tariffs are protecting them. And number three, they want to avoid paying tariffs. When they build their cars here, they don't have any tariffs to pay. You know, when you build here, you don't have any tariffs.
Viewers, shifting our focus to some more breaking news coming in. Donald Trump, in yet another display of his grandiose posturing, has taken to the stage to defend his tariff policy, this time dubbing it the ultimate war settler, while claiming it hands washing on a great negotiation. And before that, viewers, these are live visuals coming in from the GST Council meeting. We have been building up to this very, very crucial meeting that is going to be chaired by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. And this council meeting comes after the chief ministers, the finance ministers and other ministers from states had come to the capital. You can see the participation from the side of the chief ministers and the state finance ministers as well. They are participating in the meeting of the group of ministers, and the GST reforms are going to be in place. And this is coming in at the point in time United States has imposed 50% tariff on Indian goods. This is a very, very crucial meeting, viewers, today, where several reforms will be chalked out. The apprehensions from the side of all the states will also be addressed. There were two key concerns which were raised by the states earlier regarding the reduction of the GST on the basic commodities and an alternative to recover the loss of revenue from after the tax drop, and whether the benefits from GST rate cuts will percolate into the ultimate beneficiary, which is the common man, something that we had discussed earlier as well. My colleague Gopi continues to be with me. Gopi, we were just discussing about what we can expect from the GST Council meeting, the next generation GST reforms, and we're getting live visuals from the GST meet. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is chairing the meet. Help us with more details.
Well, in fact, this is the Sushma Swaraj Bhavan of New Delhi, where the 56th GST Council meet is happening. And as we can see, we are getting visuals of Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman heading the meeting. Now, this happens to be the biggest ever reform of GST, which is going to benefit the MSMEs as well as the middle class, wherein we are expecting that 4 tax slabs, 4 GST slabs would be rationalized to 2 GST slabs. Few items which fall under the slab of 12% and 18% would now fall under the category of 5% tax slab, while there are many items which won't be having GST from now on. This is what we are learning from our sources. This is the primary information which we are getting from our sources within the GST, while also to tell our viewers that to compensate the revenue loss, Riyanka, we were just talking about this a short while ago, that there are many states who have raised this issue, and this is a matter of concern, wherein if you are reducing goods and the tax slabs, what about the revenue loss? So one thing which on is towards the compensation of this revenue loss. So precisely why government has decided to put a few items under the 40% tax slab. Now, this 40% tax slab would include the goods and items which are luxurious, as well as the sin items, which include cigarettes as well as alcohol. And if you talk about luxurious items, predominantly it will be the electronic vehicles as well as gadgets which are above 40 lakh, whose MRP is above 40 lakhs. So this is what we are primarily gathering from our sources. That's how government is trying to compensate. Right. But yes, it's a good time for India.
Gopi, hold your thoughts. Senior Executive Editor Abhishek Kapoor is also joining me on the phone line. Abhishek, help us understand what are we expecting, because these are next generation GST reforms we are talking about.
Well, you see, this is a significant reform that's taking shape. Remember, GST was launched in 2017. And this was a reform which was in waiting for 2 decades and more, when the Modi government really decided that no further delay and that this should be brought in. There was tremendous amount of political opposition, and unfortunately it continues. But the kind of streamlining of our tax system that the GST, goods and services tax, has brought in, of course, this is not the perfect solution to the multiplicity of taxes that are there. But then this was a substantive move in the direction of reforming indirect taxes system or regime in the country. Over the period of last few years, there has been a learning curve both for the center and the state governments. Remember when GST was launched in 2017, it had a 5-year moratorium on preserving the revenues of all the state governments, and the center would compensate that. It was extended also, and subsequently, in the political space, we had the opposition really hammering the government on reducing the rates, and it was made political campaign, election campaign, the most visibly in 2017 itself in Gujarat after the GST was launched, and subsequently we have seen the likes of Rahul Gandhi, the principal opposition leader now, calling it Gabbar Singh tax. Now the government, after the learning curve and after a lot of data analysis, decided that yes, maybe the slabs, which are 4 as of now, could be reduced to 2, and that's what Prime Minister Modi announced from the Red Fort on during his Independence Day speech on August 15. And since then, ball was set rolling. In fact, this reform was being talked about for a while. The government took a while in terms of taking everybody on board and getting its math right. Now, after the announcement is made, after the GST Council, which is the supreme decision-making body when it comes to this particular tax, which is a federal body, which includes all the state governments. And after deliberations of multiple times, remember, this is the 56th GST Council meeting happening since 2017, and that really gives you an idea of roughly how many number of meetings have happened per annum. That takes you to about 8 or 10 GST Council meetings per annum. And even before, in fact, even as a build-up to GST Council, GST implementation, the GST Council was set up. So now we have opposition states saying, oh, if the taxes are reduced, if the rates are rationalized, the states might lose and we have to be compensated. Now, this is the same opposition which was saying, please rationalize taxes. Now, this is the same opposition which is saying, if we lose revenue, compensate us. It's incumbent upon the center to compensate for any revenue loss. Now, it's called heads you win, tails I lose, or heads I win, tails you lose kind of situation that the opposition has been trying to create. Still, we are seeing this GST Council meeting panning out. This is just the beginning. It's going to deliberate on the government reform, government proposed reform rather, for the next 2 days, and a decision would be taken. As I said, it's a very federal consultative mechanism. So whatever the GST Council signs on the dotted line is something to which every state, including the opposition states, is very unfortunate that Mamata Banerjee, Pinarayi Vijayan, his finance minister, Rahul Gandhi leading from the front, and Revant Reddy, Siddha Ramaiah, wherever the opposition is in power, they have been clamoring for compensation, not concerned about the possibility that this rationalization would actually make a lot of goods cheaper for the poor masses, for the middle classes. And now because that bit of the demand that the opposition has been acceded to by the government, now they are focusing only on their own state government's revenues, which are already in doldrums, for example, in states like Punjab, Himachal, and Karnataka, and even Telangana, even Kerala for that matter. So in that sense, I think what we are seeing is, irrespective of what happens outside, it would be closely watched as to what happens inside, and how these opposition parties and their respective ministers from the finance ministers from the respective states, put across their position. Of course, they will again ask for compensation, but would they agree for the tax rates rationalization from 20, as of now, the 4 slabs that we have, 5, 12, 18, 28, would they now agree for a sin tax of 40% on very expensive goods, like someone who's buying a car worth 2 crore rupees? What difference does it make if there is another 50 lakh, 60 lakh duty on that particular car? But if there is a car which is being bought for 10 lakh rupees, why should I have a 28% GST and make the car of 10 lakh rupees 12.8 lakh rupees plus all other sundry taxes, making it 15 lakh plus rupees? So in that sense, this is something which is going to be broadly watched by people across the country. They're going to see who's taking what position. They're going to see who's standing with the poor and the middle classes. who's focusing more on preserving their own turfs and their respective state governments rather than think about people. So I think in that sense, this is not just an economic exercise going on in these pictures where the GST Council is happening in New Delhi, but this is actually more a political economy at play with political element in the decision making that is going to be seen in this very federal body called GST Council, which is deliberating the reforms proposed by Prime Minister Modi from the ramparts of the Red Fort on August 15.
That's right, Abhishek. Appreciate you joining us and helping us with that understanding on what we can expect and how this is going to have an impact on the politics as well. All right, viewers, moving on and shifting our focus. China today held its largest ever military parade with 26 world leaders, including Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong-un in attendance, presenting the country's military prowess. The parade marked the 80th anniversary of the end of the World War II. Notably, the last time China hosted a Victory Day military parade was 10 years ago. Take a look at this report for more.
After hosting the biggest SCO summit just a couple of days back, China today displayed modern weaponry at a military parade on the 80th anniversary of Victory Day, the day World War II finally came to an end. The massive victory parade was attended by 26 foreign leaders: Russian President Vladimir Putin, North Korea's Kim Jong-un, and leaders from Iran, Malaysia, Myanmar, Mongolia, Indonesia, Zimbabwe and Central Asian countries attended the celebration in Beijing's Tiananmen Square. Before the parade, Chinese President Xi Jinping and other leaders met and shook hands with 5 World War II veterans, some older than 100. President Xi began the parade with a speech in which he said, "China firmly stands on the right side of history." After recalling the events of 1945, he warned that humanity again has to choose between peace and war. The parade showcased missiles, modern fighter jets and other military might. Some of the military hardware was in public view for the first time. This military parade is a show of strength and a way to portray China as a global alternative to the American-dominated post-war era. Notably, the last time China hosted a Victory Day military parade was 10 years ago. China's military is the world's largest standing military, with more than 2 million members and an increasingly sophisticated arsenal of missiles, aircraft carriers and fighter aircrafts. And this was a show of its growing firepower and geopolitical clout. Back-to-back events like SCO Summit and the Victory Parade could play a big role as China seeks to wield greater influence on the global stage.
Viewers, coming up on the other side, rift widens in Karnataka Congress. MLA claims party colleague Rajan are ready to join the BJP. Son returns. And also, we will be bringing you all the details as far as the flood fury across northern India is concerned. Yamuna River, Jammu Tawi and Chenab River cross the danger mark. Punjab, New Delhi and NCR region and as well as Jammu and Kashmir have been hit.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
This is Republic Jack Pollywall Studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I'm Akanksha Khajuria. Let's get started.
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a decor brand. Live consciously.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा
राजा और मसाला।
US top headlines. Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will chair the 56th GST Council meeting in New Delhi today. The BJP claims Congress leader Pawan Khera and wife holds 2 epic voter numbers. Ref violence in Karnataka Congress. MLA claims party colleague Rajanna is ready to join the BJP. The Sun retorts. Flood fury across northern India, Yamuna River. Jammu's Tavi and Chenab River cross danger mark. Punjab, Delhi NCR and Jammu and Kashmir, all of them are hit. Assam CM slams Madani and warns of action over eviction interference. Rattle after Modi Xi Putin meeting at SCO. Trump calls ties with India one-sided. Still no mention of Pakistan's oil purchases. Viewers, we'll have been breaking up Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. Breaking news, Karnataka Congress MLA R.V. Deshpande has made a very sexist remark when a female journalist requested a super speciality hospital. Congress MLA R.V. Deshpande told her it would be created for her delivery. That is why the remark has sparked a huge, I repeat, a huge outrage and raised questions. So back-to-back updates coming in right now, viewers in Republic TV, where we are learning that a female journalist had asked about health infrastructure, and post that, a sexist remark was made by the Congress MLA. So we are trying to get our viewers more updates. He said that we will get your delivery done elsewhere. That's what happened. And this has sparked a huge row. This is senior Congress MLA R.V. Deshpande, who is drawing criticism after telling a woman journalist who raised concerns about the lack of hospitals. And he said that do not worry, we will get yours done elsewhere, before winking. Let's go ahead and play out that statement and reaction.
ನಿನ್ನೆಂದ್ರೆ ಹೆರಿಗೆ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ತೀನಿ ಆಯ್ತು ನಮ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಆಯ್ತು ಸರ್ ಬಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಜನರ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಹೆಂಗಿದೆ ಅಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ನೀವು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಗಮನ ಹರಿಸಿ ನಿಮ್ ಕಾಲಾವಧಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿಸಿ ಸರ್ ಆಯ್ತಮ್ಮ ಆಯ್ತು ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ ಏನ್ ಸರ್ ನಿನ್ನೆಂದ್ರೆ ಹೆರಿಗೆ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ತೀನಿ ಆಯ್ತು ನಮ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಆಯ್ತು ಸರ್ ಬಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಜನರ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಹೆಂಗಿದೆ ಅಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ನೀವು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಗಮನ ಹರಿಸಿ ನಿಮ್ ಕಾಲಾವಧಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿಸಿ ಸರ್ ಆಯ್ತಮ್ಮ ಆಯ್ತು.
All right, so you heard that sexist remark coming in. Remember that a journalist had responded that residents urgently need a hospital and urged him to ensure it was built during his current term. I want to go ahead and play out that sexist remark which was made. Let's go ahead and play it up.
ಏನ್ ಸರ್ ನಿನ್ನೆಂದ್ರೆ ಹೆರಿಗೆ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ತೀನಿ ಆಯ್ತು ನಮ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಆಯ್ತು ಸರ್ ಬಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಜನರ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಹೆಂಗಿದೆ ಅಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ನೀವು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಗಮನ ಹರಿಸಿ ನಿಮ್ ಕಾಲಾವಧಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿಸಿ ಸರ್ ಆಯ್ತಮ್ಮ ಆಯ್ತು ಏನ್ ಸರ್ ನಿನ್ನೆಂದ್ರೆ ಹೆರಿಗೆ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ತೀನಿ ಆಯ್ತು ನಮ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಆಯ್ತು ಸರ್ ಬಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಜನರ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಹೆಂಗಿದೆ ಅಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ನೀವು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಗಮನ ಹರಿಸಿ ನಿಮ್ ಕಾಲಾವಧಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿಸಿ ಸರ್ ಆಯ್ತಮ್ಮ ಆಯ್ತು.
So you can hear that the senior Congress MLA R.V. Deshpande was asked about the urgent need for medical facilities, especially for pregnant women. Deshpande responds with a wink, suggesting her delivery could be arranged elsewhere, sparking condemnation from the BJP, who have criticized his disrespect towards women. Now, we know the BJP has condemned these remarks, calling them calling them disrespectful and insensitive. Let's go straight across to S. Prakash from BJP Karnataka. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Prakash. And the BJP already condemning the remark, saying that this is disrespectful, this is insensitive. If you could just help our viewers give a perspective of what the BJP is saying, because the BJP is saying that insulting mothers and women is not politics, it's moral bankruptcy.
No, it is very unfortunate. A senior politician like R.V. Deshpande making such a irresponsible comment and insulting a women journalist who asked a very pertinent question. She was not asking anything personal. She wanted a good hospital in the North Karnataka district, Uttar Kannada district. For that, he could have said, no, yes, it will be done or it will not be done. Such remarks definitely speak very poor of it. And and I'm not surprised these days under the Rahul Gandhi leadership, all these abusive, aggressive comments and are very normal by the Congress leaders. And Mr. R.V. Deshpande is no exception for it.
Right. Do you think that it's time that the CM, Siddaramaiah, should pull him up, should ask him and make him responsible for this kind of sexist remark that has been made? Mr. Prakash?
He is not a small boy to somebody to pull him up. He himself should realize he has committed a blunder. He should immediately tender his apologies.
Right. Also, also speaking about this remark, is it time that leaders like him face the public? This is not what we call responsible leadership.
No, any leader making irresponsible comments are deplorable. And they should realize in the present era, nobody will tolerate such remarks. Being an elected representative, he should be very responsible and he should not make such very low-level comments. He should not set a wrong precedent in the society. He's a very senior politician and an experienced person. He was a KBCC president earlier. If such comments are come from such a senior leader, it is very sad. It also shows the depth of fall of Congress party in Karnataka.
All right, thank you for joining us there, Mr. Prakash from the BJP Karnataka. So this is the big story we're tracking right now. Senior Congress MLA R.V. Deshpande has drawn criticism after telling a woman journalist who raised concerns about the lack of hospitals in Uttara Kannada district and said that do not worry, we'll get yours done elsewhere before winking. And this has really gone ahead and kicked up a huge row. Let's go ahead and play out that statement once more for our viewers.
ನಿನ್ನೆಂದ್ರೆ ಹೆರಿಗೆ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ತೀನಿ ಆಯ್ತು ನಮ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಆಯ್ತು ಸರ್ ಬಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಜನರ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಹೆಂಗಿದೆ ಅಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ನೀವು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಗಮನ ಹರಿಸಿ ನಿಮ್ ಕಾಲಾವಧಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿಸಿ ಸರ್ ಆಯ್ತಮ್ಮ ಆಯ್ತು ಮಾಡಿಸ್ತೇನೆ ನಾನು ಏನ್ ಸರ್ ನಿನ್ನೆಂದ್ರೆ ಹೆರಿಗೆ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ತೀನಿ ಆಯ್ತು ನಮ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಆಯ್ತು ಸರ್ ಬಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಜನರ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಹೆಂಗಿದೆ ಅಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ನೀವು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಗಮನ ಹರಿಸಿ ನಿಮ್ ಕಾಲಾವಧಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿಸಿ ಸರ್ ಆಯ್ತಮ್ಮ ಆಯ್ತು.
All right, so you heard that remark coming in. Remember the demand for these hospitals, especially hospitals which specialize in different diseases and different hospitals. The demand there is long-standing. There's a lot of need for these special hospitals with social media campaign, #NoHospital, No Vote, which has been launched to press the issue. Residents have to travel to other areas. They have to travel to Mangaluru, they have to travel to Udupi and other districts just to get quality medical care, including critical surgery. So in these times, this is when the journalist asked about hospitals, and that's where we see the senior Congress leader really make light of the issue, and not even answer her straight. He says that we will get your delivery done elsewhere. And this has sparked a huge row, condemnation coming in from the BJP, who criticized his disrespect towards women. Senior Congress MLA R.V. Deshpande has drawn criticism after telling a woman journalist who raised concerns about the lack of hospitals in the Joida taluk of Uttara Kannada. And it said, do not worry, we will get yours done elsewhere before winking. I repeat, before winking at the journalist. Deshpande is an MLA and he's also a former minister. He's made these remarks when the journalist asked on camera and in front of the colleagues about the urgent need for a hospital in the area. All right, especially she asked that hospitals are needed Special hospitals are needed for pregnant women. We'll try to, of course, get some more reactions coming in on the story. But just to go ahead and tell you, if you're watching right now, you're tuning in right now, this is a remark which has been made. It's really kicked up a huge row. The Karnataka Congress MLA R.V. Deshpande has winked at a woman journalist and said, "We will get your delivery done elsewhere." Mr. Bhaskar Rao has joined BJP leader and a former police commissioner as well. Thank you for joining us here, Mr. Bhaskar Rao. Your reaction coming in, we don't think there's an NCW complaint against him yet. That is pending. But the bigger question is that shouldn't these leaders be pulled up by the CM, Siddaramaiah?
I have known Mr. Deshpande for close to 4 decades, but I'm really shocked and aghast that he has made such misogynistic comments. And when a person asks for development in a backward area which is mountainous and isolated, is that a reply that she merits? Is it his frustration speaking or anything else? But I am really aghast that he should not have made such statement like that. Chief Minister should advise his MLAs and ministers. This Mr. Deshpande is too senior to be even advised also. He should have, wisdom should have prevailed. And these comments are in very, very bad taste. Very, very bad taste to a young woman who asks for development. She doesn't deserve this kind of. She is not asking something for herself. She's asking a general question of public interest. And this kind of an answer is not the way to react to what people want out of a public representative who has been there for about close to 45, 50 years. So very, very negative, very bad comment. He should even apologize, saying that I'm sorry, I should not have said like that. That would raise his dignity. But definitely, otherwise, the process of being summoned by NCW, etc., is going to create more damage. Either he should apologize or face legal action. Thank you.
All right, thank you for joining us there, Mr. Bhaskar Rao, BJP leader, joining us on Republic TV. Getting many reactions from the BJP after this very sexist remark which has been made by the Congress MLA R.V. Deshpande. He winked at a woman journalist and said, "We'll get your delivery done elsewhere." Getting some more breaking news coming in. The rivalry between the leaders belonging to Siddaramaiah and D.K. Shivakumar, factions of the Karnataka Congress, have played out in the open after Congress MLA H.C. Balakrishna claimed that the state's former minister K.N. Rajanna was planning on jumping ship. That is right. And joining the BJP instead. His son hit back, claiming Balakrishna was part of a team that may switch parties. So this is what we see right now, viewers. Once again, rift widens in the Karnataka Congress. The Congress MLA said that former Cooperation Minister K.N. Rajanna is headed towards the BJP. He's headed for the BJP. And post that, we see that there has been a lot of controversy. Now, this is coming in as remember that Rajanna, he's saying that Rajanna is applied to join the BJP. There's no conspiracy behind his dismissal from cabinet, as his attitude and own words cost him dearly. Okay, let's go ahead and play out the statements and reactions coming in.
ರಾಜಣ್ಣ ಅವರು ಮಂತ್ರಿ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾಗ ಅವ್ರು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ನಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಅದು ಜಗಜ್ಜಾಹಿರವಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ಅವರ ಭಾಷೆಗಳು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಇತ್ತು, ಅವ್ರ ನಡವಳಿಕೆಗಳು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಇತ್ತು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ಈಗ ಮಾತು ಮನೆ ಕೆಡಿಸ್ತು, ತೂತು ಒಲೆ ಕೆಡಿಸ್ತು ಅಂತ ಗಾದೆ ಇಲ್ವಾ? ಹಂಗೆ ಅವ್ರ ಮಾತಿನಿಂದ ಅವ್ರು ಕೆಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದೇ ವಿನ ಬೇರೆ ಯಾವ ಷಡ್ಯಂತ್ರನೂ ಇದರಿಂದ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಈಗೇನ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಹೊಂಟವ್ರೆ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಂಗೆ ಅವ್ರು ಬೇರೆ ಪಕ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಹೊಂಟವ್ರೆ. ರಾಜಣ್ಣ ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಪಕ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಅರ್ಜಿ ಹಾಕೊಂಡವ್ರೆ, ಹೊರಡಕ್ ಹೊಂಟವ್ರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಮೇಲೆ ಗೂಬೆ ಕುಂಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕು, ನಮ್ಮ ನಾಯಕರ ಮೇಲೆ ಗೂಬೆ ಕುಂಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕು. ಇದು ನಮ್ಮ ನಾಯಕರ ಷಡ್ಯಂತ್ರ ಇಲ್ಲವೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ. ಇದು ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ನೇರವಾಗಿ ಇಂಟರ್ಫಿಯರ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ವಿರುದ್ಧ ಇವರು ಆಡಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮಾತುಗಳಿಂದ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ವಜಾ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು.
Meanwhile, K.N. Rajanna's son hits back at the Congress MLAs and MLC's claims, claiming that Balakrishna was a part of a team that may switch parties.
ಸೆಪ್ಟೆಂಬರ್ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಕ್ರಾಂತಿ, ಆ ಕ್ರಾಂತಿ ಏನಂದ್ರೆ ಇವ್ರುಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಬಿಜೆಪಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೋದು. ಯಾರು ನಮ್ಮ ಮೇಲೆ ಆಪಾದನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ರಾಜಣ್ಣವ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನಾಳೆ ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ಇವರೇ ಬಿಜೆಪಿಗೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಆಶ್ಚರ್ಯನೂ ಪಡೋಂಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದೇ ಮಾತನ್ನ ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಹಿರಿಯ ಶಾಸಕರು ಯತ್ನಾಳ್ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. 60-65 ಜನ ನಾನು ಕರ್ಕೊಂಬರ್ತೀನಿ, ಬಿಜೆಪಿಗೆ ಬರ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಯತ್ನಾಳ್ ಅವರು ಆಗಲೇ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಆ ಥರ ಏನಾದರೂ ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಳವಣಿಗೆ ನಡೆದು ಸೆಪ್ಟೆಂಬರ್ ಕ್ರಾಂತಿ ಅಂತ ಏನು ರಾಜಣ್ಣವ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅದು ಸೆಪ್ಟೆಂಬರ್ ಕ್ರಾಂತಿ ಇದೇ ಇರ್ಬೋದು.
All right, tensions are rising in Tamil Nadu's Ramananthapuram district as farmers and fishermen protest against hydrocarbon extraction projects. Farmers are accusing the DMK government of breaking promises. Opposition leader EPS has now slammed CM MK Stalin for betraying farmers. Watch this full report for more.
Hydrocarbon extraction work has sparked outrage in Ramanathapuram, where locals say the DMK government has gone back on its word.
அதிமுக ஆட்சிக்கு வந்த பிறகு வைகை அணை தூர்வாரப்படும், ஆழப்படுத்தப்படும், பெய்கின்ற நீர் முழுவதும் சேமித்து வைக்கப்படும். ஏற்கனவே அனைத்து இந்திய அண்ணா திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழக அரசு இருக்கின்ற பொழுது எல்லா அணைகளும் தூர்வாருவதற்கு நடவடிக்கை எடுத்தோம். அப்பொழுது நீர் தேங்கி இருந்த காரணத்தால வைகை நீர் தூர்வார முடியல. மேட்டூர் அணையெல்லாம் தூர்வாரப்பட்டது. 83 ஆண்டு காலம் அணை கட்டப்பட்டு தூர்வாராமல் இருந்தது. அந்த அணையும் தூர்வாரியது அதிமுக ஆட்சியில். அதுபோல தமிழகத்திலே எந்தெந்த அணைகளெல்லாம் தூர்வார வேண்டும் என்று திட்டமிட்டு செயல்படுத்திக்கிட்ட பொழுது ஆட்சி மாற்றம். அதனால இந்த வைகை அணை தூர்வார முடியாத ஒரு சூழல் ஏற்பட்டு விட்டது. மீண்டும் உங்கள் துணையோடு அடுத்த ஆண்டு நடைபெற்ற சட்டமன்ற பொதுத் தேர்தலில் வெற்றி பெற்ற ஆட்சி அமைந்தவுடன் வைகை அணை தூர்வாரப்படும். தமிழகத்தில் அடியோடு சட்ட ஒழுங்கு சீர்குலைந்து போச்சு. இன்றைக்கு சிறுமிக்கும் பாதுகாப்பு இல்லை, பாட்டி அம்மாவுக்கும் பாதுகாப்பு இல்லை. உண்மைதானே? பத்திரிகையில் வர செய்தி எவ்வளவு கேவலமான அரசாங்கம் நடைபெற்றுக் கொண்டிருக்கிறது என்பதை நாம் எண்ணி பார்க்க வேண்டும். விவசாயியுடைய கோரிக்கையை ஏற்று 2 முறை நம்முடைய விவசாய பெருங்குடி மக்கள் தங்கள் பகுதியில் இருக்கிற தொடக்க வேளாண் கூட்டுறவு கடன் சங்கத்தில் பயிர்க்கடன் பெற்றிருந்தாங்க. 2 முறை ஒரே 5 ஆண்டில் விவசாயிகளுக்கு தள்ளுபடி செய்யப்பட்ட அரசு அதிமுக அரசு. 2016 மாண்புமிகு அம்மா அவர்கள் முதல் கட்டமாக விவசாயிகள் வாங்கிய பயிர்க்கடன் தள்ளுபடி. 2வது கொரோனா காலம் விவசாயிகள் பாதிக்கப்பட்டிருந்தாங்க. அந்த கோரிக்கையை ஏற்று அம்மாவுடைய அரசு 12,100 கோடி நம்முடைய விவசாய பெருங்குடி மக்கள் கூட்டுறவு அமைப்பில் வாங்கிய கடன் பயிர்க்கடன் தள்ளுபடி செய்த ஒரே அரசாங்கம் அதிமுக அரசாங்கம். 2017 மாண்புமிகு அம்மாவுடைய அரசு நான் முதலமைச்சர் பொறுப்பேற்கின்ற பொழுது கடுமையான வறட்சி. நம்முடைய விவசாயிகள் பயிரிட்ட பயிர்கள் எல்லாம் கருகி சேதமடைந்தது. என்னுடைய கவனத்திற்கு கொண்டு வந்தவுடன் அந்த விவசாய பெருங்குடி மக்கள் பாதிக்கக்கூடாது என்பதற்காக பாதிப்படைந்த விவசாயிகளும் கணக்கிட்டு வறட்சி நிவாரணம் கொடுத்த ஒரே அரசாங்கம் அதிமுக அரசாங்கம். இந்திய வரலாற்றிலேயே தமிழக வரலாற்றிலேயே வறட்சி நிவாரணம் கொடுத்த அரசாங்கம் எந்த அரசாங்கமும் இல்லை. அது அதிமுக அரசாங்கம் தான். அந்த விவசாய பெருங்குடி மக்களுடைய வேதனைகள், துன்பங்கள், துயரங்கள் கண்டறிந்து அந்த விவசாயிகள் நலன் பெற வேண்டும், விவசாயிகள் பாதிக்கப்பட்ட விவசாயிகளுக்கு அந்த இழப்பீட்டு தொகையை கொடுத்தது அதிமுக ஆட்சியிலே. அதே போல திமுக அரசாங்கம் அரசியல் காழ்ப்புணர்ச்சியை கொண்டு அந்த திட்டத்தை ரத்து பண்ணி இருக்குது. மீண்டும் அதிமுக ஆட்சி வந்தவர்கள் இந்த நம்முடைய மாணவ மாணவிகளுக்கு லேப்டாப் கொடுக்கப்படும். அதில் எந்த மாற்று கருத்தும் கிடையாது. திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழக ஆட்சி அதிமுக ஆட்சியில் கொண்டு வரப்பட்ட திட்டங்கள் எது நிறுத்தப்பட்டதோ அதாவது மீண்டும் அதிமுக ஆட்சியில் தொடரும் என்பதை நேரத்தில் தெரிவிக்க விரும்புகின்றேன்.
Despite assurances from the Environment Minister Thangam Tennarasu, drilling began in Alumindal village. Farmers and fishers quickly mobilized, halting operations by surrounding the machines and raising slogans against the DMK government. Protesters allege they were misled after state's Environment Department cleared exploration in 20 locations. This comes after earlier agitations forced a public pledge from the minister to scrap such initiatives statewide. The controversy has drawn sharp criticism from the opposition. At a public meeting in Melur, AIADMK General Secretary Edappadi Palaniswamy accused the Stalin-led government of deceitful governance.
ராமநாதபுரம் மாவட்டம் 20 இடத்துல ஹைட்ரோ கார்பன் திட்டம் தொடங்குவதாக இன்றைக்கு பத்திரிகையில் செய்தி வந்துள்ளது. அதுல சியா கமிட்டி இன்னைக்கு மாநில அரசுக்கு சம்பந்தப்பட்டது. 20 இடத்துல ராமநாதபுரம் மாவட்டத்தில் ஹைட்ரோ கார்பன் திட்டம் தொடங்கப்படும் என்று தெரிவித்தவுடன் நான் இதை தெரிவித்தேன், இதை கண்டித்தேன். உடனடியாக ஹைட்ரோ கார்பன் திட்டத்தை ரத்து செய்ய வேண்டும் என்று பத்திரிகையின் வாயிலாக ஊடகத்தின் வாயிலாக எழுச்சி பயணத்தின் போது குரல் கொடுத்தோம்.
EPS slammed Environment Minister Thangam Tennarasu for betraying the farmers.
இன்றைக்கு திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழக அமைச்சரவை வைக்கின்ற திரு தங்கம் தென்னரசு அவர்கள் ஒருபோதும் ஹைட்ரோ கார்பன் திட்டம் தமிழகத்திலே வருவதற்கு அனுமதிக்க மாட்டோம் என்று பத்திரிகையின் வாயிலாக செய்தியை வெளியிட்டு விட்டு நேற்றைய தினம் அந்த பணி அங்கே துவங்கின்றது ராமநாதபுரம் மாவட்டத்திலே. எண்ணி பாருங்கள், விவசாயிகளை இந்த அரசு எந்த அளவுக்கு வஞ்சித்துக் கொண்டு என்பதை எண்ணி பார்க்க வேண்டும்.
Palaniswamy highlighted similar issues like the tungsten mining proposal near Madurai and Mellur.
திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழக அரசு 2024 பிப்ரவரி மாதம் மத்திய அரசாங்கம் டங்ஸ்டன் சுரங்கம் ஏலம் அறிவிக்கப்பட்டு விட்டது. 8 மாத காலம் முடிந்து 2024 11ஆம் மாதம் இறுதி செய்யப்பட்டது. இடைப்பட்ட காலத்தில் நீங்கள் என்ன செய்து கொண்டிருந்தீர்கள்? இந்த விவசாயி மக்களுடைய குரல் உங்களுக்கு கேட்கவில்லையா? அந்த விவசாயிகள் பாதிக்கப்படுவார்கள் என்று அரசுக்கு தெரியாதா? வேண்டுமென்றே திட்டமிட்டு இந்த திட்டத்தை நடைமுறைப்படுத்த வேண்டும் என்ற எண்ணத்தின் அடிப்படையிலே இவர்கள் கண்டுகொள்ளவில்லை. அதோடு 2 முறை பாரத பிரதமரை இன்றைய முதலமைச்சர் ஸ்டாலின் அவர்கள் சந்தித்து பேசுகிறார். 24 பிப்ரவரி மாதத்திலிருந்து 24/11 இறுதி இந்த டெண்டர் இறுதி செய்கிற வரை 2 முறை பாரத பிரதமரை இன்றைய முதலமைச்சர் ஸ்டாலின் அவர்கள் சந்தித்து பேசுகிறார். அப்பொழுதாவது இந்த டங்ஸ்டன் ஏலம் விடுவதை ரத்து செய்ய வேண்டும் என்று பாரத பிரதமருக்கு கோரிக்கை வைத்தார் என்றால் இல்லை. இதை மக்கள் புரிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டும் என்பதற்காக இதை நான் தெரிவிக்கின்றேன். ஆக விவசாயிகளுக்கு விரோதமாக செயல்படுகிற அரசு திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழக அரசு. இப்படி மக்களும் பிரதான எதிர்க்கட்சியாக இருக்கின்ற அனைத்து இந்திய அண்ணா திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகமும் தொடர்ந்து போராட்டம் நடத்திய காரணத்தினால, சட்டமன்றத்தில் அழுத்தம் கொடுத்த காரணத்தினால மத்திய அரசாங்கம் டங்ஸ்டன் சுரங்கம் அமைப்பதை ரத்து செய்தது என்பதை நேரத்திலே நான் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன்.
Palaniswamy promised that AIADMK government in 2026 would prioritize desilting in the Vaigai Dam, just as it did in the Mettur Dam.
இன்றைக்கு விடியா திமுக அரசு இன்றைய தினம் விவசாயிகளுக்கு பல்வேறு துரோகங்களை விளைவித்து வருகிறது. இன்றைய தினம் ஹைட்ரோ கார்பன் திட்டம், விவசாயிகளுடைய நிலங்களை அபகரிக்கின்ற திட்டம். திரு ஸ்டாலின் அவர்கள் தொழில்துறை அமைச்சராக இருந்தார், துணை முதலமைச்சராக இருந்தார். அந்த காலகட்டத்தில் டெல்டால ஹைட்ரோ கார்பன் திட்டத்தை முதல் கொண்டு வந்தார். பிறகு அந்த டெல்டா மாவட்டத்தில் மீத்தேன் திட்டத்தை கொண்டு வருவதற்கு முயற்சி நடந்த பொழுது அதை தடுத்து நிறுத்தி விவசாயிகளுடைய நிலங்களை பாதுகாக்கப்பட்ட அரசாங்கம் அண்ணா திமுக அரசாங்கம்.
He also criticized Stalin for not addressing Kerala's obstruction of Mullaperiyar Dam strengthening works despite a Supreme Court verdict won by late AIADMK leader Jayalalitha allowing water levels up to 152 feet.
போன மாதிரி நினைச்சிடாதீங்க. போன தடவை நான் முதலமைச்சர் இருக்கும்போது 4 வருஷம் 2 வருஷம் 4 வருஷம் 2 மாதம் இருந்தேன். அப்பெல்லாம் எங்களுக்கு இது மாதிரி செய்வதற்கு மனம் இல்லாமல் இருந்தது. ஆனால் இப்பொழுது இருக்கின்ற அரசாங்கம் மிக மிக மோசமாக, மிக மிக கேவலமாக எல்லா துறைகளையும் லஞ்சம் தாண்டவம் ஆடுகிறது. மக்களை வாட்டி வதைத்து இன்னைக்கு மக்களிடத்தில் பணம் பறிக்கின்ற சூழ்நிலை இருந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்ற காரணத்தினாலே இதை அனைத்து இந்திய அண்ணா திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழக அரசு உங்கள் துணையோடு அடுத்த ஆண்டு வெற்றி பெற்று ஆட்சி அமைக்கின்ற பொழுது இதற்கெல்லாம் இன்றைய அமைச்சர்கள் பதில் சொல்லி ஆக வேண்டும்.
In a speech peppered with sharp barbs, Mr. Palaniswamy alleged that corruption has seeped into every department of the state administration.
தமிழகத்தில் 582 பத்திரப்பதிவு அலுவலகம் இருக்கு. 582 பத்திரப்பதிவு அலுவலகம். அதுல ஒரு வருஷத்துக்கு மேல பத்திரப்பதிவு அலுவலகம் இருந்ததே கிடையாது. ஒரு வருஷத்துக்கு ஒரு ஆள், அடுத்த வருஷம் இன்னொருத்தர், அதுக்கு அடுத்த வருஷம் இன்னொருத்தர். இப்படி 582 பேர்லையும் மாத்தி மாத்தி டிரான்ஸ்பர் போட்டு அதுல ஒரு அமௌண்ட், பெரிய அமௌண்ட் வாங்கிட்டு இருக்காங்க.
Meanwhile, taking on Stalin's political positioning, Palaniswamy mocked the chief minister's remarks at the Salem Communist Conference, where Mr. Stalin had called himself half communist.
இன்றைக்கு சேலத்தில் நடந்த கம்யூனிஸ்ட் மாநாடு, அந்த கம்யூனிஸ்ட் மாநாடுல திரு ஸ்டாலின் பேசுறாரு, பாதி நான் கம்யூனிஸ்ட், பாதி ஸ்டாலின் கம்யூனிஸ்ட். அப்படின்னா பாதிய ஸ்டாலின் கம்யூனிஸ்ட் கட்சி பாதியை விழுங்கிட்டார். அதனால தான் அந்த வார்த்தையை சேலம் மாநாட்டில் பேசியிருக்கிறார். ஆகவே கூட்டணி கட்சி இருக்கு, திமுக தலைமையில் இருக்கின்ற கூட்டணி கட்சிகள்லாம் உஷாரா இருங்க. நாங்கள் உங்களை திட்டமிட்டு பேசல. உஷாரா இருந்தா நீங்க தப்புவீங்க. இல்லைன்னா கொஞ்சம் கொஞ்சமா திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகத்தில் ஸ்டாலின் உங்களை விலகிடுவாங்க.
With protests ongoing, the issue underscores deepening divides over environmental protection and farmers' rights in Tamil Nadu.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
People residing in the low-lying areas have been shifted to relief camps set up near Mayur Vihar Phase 1 as Yamuna River swells and crosses the danger level following non-stop rains. Accident occurred in Haridwar during Ganesh Visarjan. A young man swept away in the Ganga, leaving the devotees in shock. The happiness of the Ganesh Visarjan turned into mourning. The police and rescue team searching for the youth, but no clue so far. Eternal old food delivery giant Zomato increases its platform fee on orders to ₹12 from the earlier ₹10. The move comes ahead of the festive season when demand for food delivery is expected to surge. Shares of Eternal surged to 2% to hit the day's high on BSE during today's early trade after the announcement. Delhi CM Rekha Gupta holds Jan Sunwai at the CM residence for the first time today after she was attacked by one during the Jan Sunwai last month. China today held its largest ever military parade with 26 world leaders, including Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong-un, in attendance, presenting the country's military prowess. Parade marked the 80th anniversary of the end of the World War II. Notably, the last time China hosted a Victory Day military parade was 10 years ago. Here is a report. Take a look.
After hosting the biggest SCO summit just a couple of days back, China today displayed modern weaponry at a military parade on the 80th anniversary of Victory Day, the day World War II finally came to an end. The massive victory parade was attended by 26 foreign leaders: Russian President Vladimir Putin, North Korea's Kim Jong-un, and leaders from Iran, Malaysia, Myanmar, Mongolia, Indonesia, Zimbabwe, and Central Asian countries attended the celebration in Beijing's Tiananmen Square. Before the parade, Chinese President Xi Jinping and other leaders met and shook hands with 5 World War II veterans, some older than 100. President Xi began the parade with a speech in which he said, "China firmly stands on the right side of history." After recalling the events of 1945, he warned that humanity again has to choose between peace and war. The parade showcased missiles, modern fighter jets, and other military might. Some of the military hardware was in public view for the first time. This military parade is a show of strength and a way to portray China as a global alternative to the American-dominated post-war era. Notably, the last time China hosted a Victory Day military parade was 10 years ago. China's military is the world's largest standing military, with more than 2 million members and an increasingly sophisticated arsenal of missiles, aircraft carriers, and fighter aircrafts. And this was a show of its growing firepower and geopolitical clout. Back-to-back events like SCO Summit and the Victory Parade could play a big role as China seeks to wield greater influence on the global stage.
Coming up, Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will chair the 56th GST Council meeting in New Delhi today. A battle after Modi-Xi Putin meeting at SCO. Trump calls ties with India one-sided. Still no mention of Pakistan's oil purchases. Stay tuned.
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला
I choose a world where we dream and the limit is the sky, and this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा राजा और प्योर मसाला
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
This is Republic Jack Olival Studio. Stay tuned for all the live and breaking news updates. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. Let's get started.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching live and breaking at 12 noon with me, Tanisha Avasti. Monsoon mayhem has taken a toll, especially in the north parts of India. Jammu, Himachal and Delhi NCR remains to be the worst affected. We're getting you ground reports from the sinking cities, all that and much more. But first, a quick check of the headlines. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman chairs the 56th GST Council meeting. Slashes in tax slabs expected. Sexist, obnoxious and outrageous. Karnataka Congress MLA R.V. Deshpande sparks a controversy after he makes a remark at a female journalist. No words of condemnation yet from the Siddaramaiah government. Days after his resignation as Karnataka Minister, K.N. Rajana in the middle of another political storm. Congress claims he may join the BJP next. NIA tracks terror outfit TRF's foreign funding trail. Probe reveals links to Pakistan, Gulf nations and Malaysia. Rattled after a Modi-Xi Putin meeting at SCO, Trump now calls ties with India one-sided. Still no mention of Pakistan's oil purchases. And China sends out a message to Washington, holds the largest ever military parade with 26 world leaders, including Putin and Kim Jong-un. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, ladies and gentlemen, is chairing the 56th GST Council meeting to give shape to Prime Minister Narendra Modi's clarion call for the GST reforms. On the agenda are rate cuts for 175 items, from cars to soap and air conditioners, as well as rationalization of a four-tier system too. The GST Council meeting brings together the Union and State Finance Ministries for a singular agenda of GST reforms, including rate rationalization, simpler compliance and potential new compensation mechanism. The big GST reforms today and tomorrow is when the GST Council meeting will be chaired. Remember, the first GST Council meeting after the Prime Minister gave that major announcement from the ramparts of the Red Fort is already underway. Visuals of Nirmala Sitharaman chairing the 56th GST Council meeting just came a few moments back, where she was holding a meeting with all the cabinet ministers. Nirmala Sitharaman, the finance minister, chairing the key meeting. Now, there are existing GST slabs and there are proposed new slabs, and as you see on your screens, there's a huge difference that could come forward to. It could be reduced to nearly 12% to 5% and 18% as well. We learn that this is going to bring a huge relief for the Aam Aadmi, because to put it into simpler terms, what is going to get cheaper are your air conditioners, what is going to get cheaper are your other amenities, the household amenities. On that note, I'm also being joined by Gopi live from New Delhi. Gopi, the GST Council meet is already underway. What is it that we are expecting? The key major reforms, it said that this is a reform that's come after 17 years. So what are the key reforms that we are expecting that the common man will have to look out for?
Well, in fact, Tanisha, I'm standing right outside Sushma Swaraj Bhavan, where currently the GST Council meeting is underway under the chairmanship of Nirmala Sitharaman. While the major expectations, in fact, the major agenda behind this meeting is one, as you were mentioning, there will be rate rationalization. 4 slabs will be converted to 2 slabs, which includes items under 5% and items products under 18%. While also there have been time and again, many states have been raising issues regarding revenue loss, to which government has in fact responded that there are certain items which will be placed under the 40% slab, which includes the luxurious items as well as luxurious items like the high-end electronic vehicles as well as various other gadgets. So this is how government is planning to compensate. But yes, majorly, this is a major boost during the festival season. As we know, Ganesh Chaturthi is underway. In the coming days, we will be witnessing Diwali as well as Navratri and Durga Puja. So there will be higher consumption of products during this time. So it is government who is planning, what we are understanding from our sources, to implement these new tax slabs from the first day of Navratri. This is what we are understanding as of now. This is the preliminary information that we are getting. While there would be many products which will be shifted from the 5% slab to 0% GST, while there are many products which will be shifted from 18% to 5%. So it is a major boost to the middle class. Apart from this, you have also seen Prime Minister's boost to the ecosystem of startups. This is going to benefit startups as well as the MSMEs. So all this and much more, we'll have to wait and watch what pans out from this GST Council meeting. Back to you.
Absolutely. Gopi, I request you to stay on with us because we've also been joined by Pranav live from the newsroom. Pranav, this is being seen as a move that could be a huge counter to Donald Trump's escalating of the tariff war. What is it that we are expecting as far as the reduction of the tax slabs is concerned? A good news for the common man is certainly expected.
Yes, we need to look at it in there are two ways to look at it. One, obviously the 90% of the items that are currently in 28% bracket will be coming to, will be put under 18%, and the other items which are daily essential items will be put under 5%. So that's a relief for the common man. Now it is supposed to boost consumption, and the approximate change that is expected, the consumption is likely to go by 5.31 lakh crore, which is about 1.6% of the GDP. Now, a Moody's report had recently, in fact, said that Trump's tariffs could have an impact of about 0.6% of our GDP. So if you look at it that way, the two numbers put side by side, the tariff impact is expected to be about 0.6% of GDP, while the GST reforms once announced are expected to boost GDP by 1.6%. So you can see how it is likely to negate or counter the impact of Trump's tariffs on the Indian economy.
Right, Pranav and Gopi, both of you, thank you very much for getting us those details. We're keeping a very close watch on that top story. But for now, it's time for us to now slip in, to now move on to some other stories that we are tracking. This one from the state of Karnataka. An Eid Milad event has sparked a visa rule violation row in the city of Bengaluru. The event is scheduled on Friday and Saturday, and in Bengaluru, where religious leaders from Saudi Arabia, Iraq and Yemen have been invited. Concerns have been raised on visa violations, that is, where invitations extended in violation of the visa rules. Now, there is a lawyer, Girish, who has written to the government demanding action as no matter what visa is granted, foreigners cannot engage in religious preaching. That's the latest controversy that's surrounded the Karnataka government and Eid event. An invitation of foreign leaders, especially from the Gulf countries, especially from Saudi Arabia, has now sparked a huge controversy. Under the line of fire is the Chief Minister of Karnataka, Siddaramaiah. A lawyer has filed a response. He has filed a complaint and has asked the government to clarify on whether religious leaders are allowed. All right, we're cutting across to K. Kavita's first press conference after she was suspended.
కానీ జాగృతి కార్యకర్తలు దయచేసి సైన్ వెనక్కి జరు కూర్చోబెట్టు ప్రెస్ వాళ్ళని ఫ్రీగా కూర్చొని వెనక్కి జరు బిడ్డ అజయ్ సీనా ఒక్క అడిగి వెనక్కేనా ప్లీజ్ కొద్దిగా వాళ్ళు ఫ్రీగా నిలబడండి. ప్రెస్ మిత్రులందరికీ కూడా ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేస్తా ఉన్నాను సమయం తీసుకొని ఈ పత్రికా సమావేశానికి వచ్చినందుకు. నిన్న మధ్యాహ్నం తర్వాత భారత రాష్ట్ర సమితి నుంచి ఒక ప్రకటన మీ అందరి ద్వారా నేను మీడియాలో చూడడం జరిగింది. మరి బీఆర్ఎస్ నుండి వచ్చినటువంటి ఈ ప్రకటనలో పార్టీ ఎమ్మెల్సీ శ్రీమతి కె కవిత ఇటీవలి కాలంలో ప్రవర్తిస్తున్న తీరుతెన్నులు, కొనసాగిస్తున్న పార్టీ వ్యతిరేక కార్యకలాపాలు బీఆర్ఎస్ పార్టీకి నష్టం కలిగించే రీతిలో ఉన్నందున పార్టీ అధిష్టానం ఈ విషయాన్ని తీవ్రంగా పరిగణిస్తున్నది. పార్టీ అధ్యక్షుడు శ్రీ చంద్రశేఖరరావు గారు శ్రీమతి కె కవిత తక్షణం పార్టీ నుండి సస్పెండ్ చేస్తూ నిర్ణయం తీసుకున్నారని చెప్పి మరి నాకు ఒక ప్రకటన నిన్న టీవీల ద్వారా అందుకోవడం జరిగింది. మరి నేను పార్టీ నుండి వచ్చినటువంటి ఈ లేఖలో ప్రత్యేకంగా 2 అంశాల మీద మాట్లాడదలుచుకున్నాను. నేను అక్రమ కేసులు పెట్టి నా మీద తీహార్ జైల్లో 5.5 నెలల పాటు ఉండి బయటకు వచ్చిన తర్వాత నవంబర్ 23వ తారీఖు 2024 నుండి నేను ప్రజాక్షేత్రంలోకి వచ్చి అనేక కార్యక్రమాలు చేయడం జరిగింది. మరి నేను చేసినటువంటి పనులలో మొట్టమొదటిది ఒక బిడ్డ హాస్టల్లో చనిపోతే ఆమెను విజిట్ చేసి, అట్లానే గురుకులాల్లో జరుగుతున్నటువంటి అన్యాయాల మీద మొట్టమొదటి కార్యక్రమం తీసుకొని నేను మాట్లాడినా. ఆ తర్వాత బీసీలకు జరుగుతున్నటువంటి అన్యాయం, కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ మేనిఫెస్టోలో ఇచ్చినటువంటి 42% హామీ కోసము పెద్ద ఎత్తున నేను పనిచేయడం జరిగింది. అట్లానే మహిళలకు 2500 ఇవ్వాలని చెప్పి పోస్ట్ కార్డు ఉద్యమాన్ని నేను చేపట్టడం జరిగింది. పెద్దవాళ్లకు పెన్షన్లు పెంచాలని నేను ఉద్యమాలు చేయడం జరిగింది. తెలంగాణ తల్లి స్వరూపాన్ని మారిస్తే అట్లెట్లా మారుస్తారని రౌండ్ టేబుల్ సమావేశం పెట్టినాం. బనకచర్లు అక్కడ కడుతున్నారంటే దాని మీద రౌండ్ టేబుల్ సమావేశం పెట్టినాం. ఓవరాల్గా తెలంగాణ ప్రాజెక్టులు, అందుబాటులో ఉన్నటువంటి నీళ్లు, వీటన్నిటి మీద కూడా రౌండ్ టేబుల్ పెట్టినాం. భద్రాచలం దగ్గర 5 గ్రామాలు ముంపు సమస్య ఉంది, ఎవరు పట్టించుకుంటలేరంటే వాళ్ళని పిలిపించుకొని రౌండ్ టేబుల్ సమావేశం పెట్టి ప్రభుత్వం మీద ఒత్తిడి తీసుకొచ్చే కార్యక్రమం చేసినాం. ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారి సొంత జిల్లా మహబూబ్ నగర్లో నిర్వాసితులకు అన్యాయం జరుగుతుందంటే నారాయణపేట నియోజకవర్గం వెళ్ళి వాళ్ళకు మద్దతుగా నిలబడడం జరిగింది. అట్లానే 47 నియోజకవర్గాలలో బీఆర్ఎస్ కండువా బాజాబ్తా కప్పుకొని, గులాబీ కండువా బాజాబ్తా కప్పుకొని ఎక్కడికి పోతే అక్కడ రాహుల్ చంద్రశేఖర్ రెడ్డి గారిని రిక్వెస్ట్ చేసి భవన్ నుంచి అక్కడ ఉండేటటువంటి బీఆర్ఎస్ నాయకులకు అఫీషియల్ కమ్యూనికేషన్ చేపించి ప్రతి ఒక్క బీఆర్ఎస్ నాయకులకు, కార్యకర్తలకు మాట్లాడి ఆయా పర్యటనలకు వెళ్ళినప్పుడు అందరినీ కలుపుకొని గులాబీ కండువా వేసుకొని 47 నియోజకవర్గాలు నవంబర్ 23, 2024 నుండి ఈ రోజు వరకు నేను పర్యటన చేసి అనేక ప్రజా సమస్యల మీద మాట్లాడడం జరిగింది. మరి ఇవన్నీ పార్టీ వ్యతిరేక కార్యకలాపాలు నాకు అర్థం కాలేదు. ఎట్లా వ్యతిరేక కార్యకలాపాలు అవుతాయనేది కూడా ఒకసారి పార్టీ పెద్దలు పునరాలోచించుకోవాలని చెప్పి నేను రిక్వెస్ట్ చేస్తా ఉన్నాను. అదేవిధంగా మరి బీసీల కోసం నేను పోరాటం చేస్తుంటే అవు అట్లెట్లా మాట్లాడుతుంది, ఇట్లెట్లా మాట్లాడుతుంది, పార్టీకి వ్యతిరేకంగా మాట్లాడుతుంది. అరే, నేను కాంగ్రెస్ పెద్దల మీద ఒత్తిడి తీసుకొస్తుంటే బీసీలకు 42% అమలు చేయాలంటే ఏది పడితే అది చిల్వల్ పల్వల్గా నా మీద రాపించడం, ప్రచారం చేయడం, చాలా దారుణమైనటువంటి పనులు పార్టీలో ఉన్నటువంటి కొందరు పని కట్టుకొని, కత్తి కట్టుకొని నా మీద చేయడం జరిగింది. అట్లానే నేను ఒక మాట ఏమన్నా, సామాజిక తెలంగాణ సాధన కోసం నేను కట్టుబడి ఉన్నా అన్న. దానిలో తప్పేముంది? అసలు నాకు జన్మనిచ్చినటువంటి నా తండ్రి, ఈ ప్రాణాన్ని భిక్షగా ఇచ్చినటువంటి నా తండ్రి, ఆయన చిటికెన వేలు పట్టుకొని నేను ఓనమాలు నేర్చుకున్న ఉద్యమాలు ఎట్లా చేయాలని, ఆయన చిటికెల వేలు పట్టుకొని ప్రజలంటే ఏంది, ప్రజా సమస్యలు అంటే ఏంది, ఎందుకోసం దాని మీద గలమెత్తాలని చెప్పి నేను నేర్చుకున్నా. ఆ నాయకుడి స్ఫూర్తిగానే నేను సామాజిక తెలంగాణ మాట్లాడినా. భారతదేశం మొత్తంలో ఇన్ని రాష్ట్రాల్లో ముఖ్యమంత్రులు అయితే 75 ఏళ్ళ స్వతంత్ర భారతదేశం, 79 ఏళ్ళు స్వతంత్ర భారతదేశంలో దళితులకి 3 ఎకరాల భూమి ఇస్తా అని చెప్పినటువంటి ఏకైక గొప్ప నాయకుడు కేసీఆర్ గారు. ఆయన దగ్గర నుంచే కదా నేను సామాజిక తెలంగాణ ఎజెండా నేర్చుకున్నది. బీసీలకు ఎవరు వృత్తి పనిదారులు ఉంటే వాళ్ళకి చేయూతనిస్తా అని చెప్పినటువంటి ఏకైక ముఖ్యమంత్రి కేసీఆర్ గారు. చెప్పినట్టుగా డబ్బులు ఇచ్చిండ్రు కూడా. ప్రతి కులాన్ని కాపాడుకునే ప్రయత్నం చేసిండ్రు. అది కాదా సామాజిక తెలంగాణ? నేను మే 1 నాడు లేబర్ డే రోజు మాట్లాడితే దాన్ని చిల్వలు పలువలు చేసి సామాజిక తెలంగాణ పేరుతోని కవిత పార్టీ పెడుతుందని చెప్పి నేను నిన్న చెప్పిన 2 పేర్లు పని కట్టుకొని నా మీద దుష్ప్రచారం చేసిండ్రు. నేనేమైనా తప్పు మాట్లాడినా? బీఆర్ఎస్ పార్టీ వ్యతిరేకమా సామాజిక తెలంగాణ నినాదానికి? బీఆర్ఎస్ పార్టీకి సామాజిక తెలంగాణ అవసరం లేదా? భౌగోళిక తెలంగాణ వస్తే సరిపోతుందా? బంగారు తెలంగాణ కావాలని కేసీఆర్ గారు ఇచ్చిన నినాదమే కదా.
All right, you are trying to get in a translation on what K. Kavita is speaking, but remember this is her first briefing, K. Kavita's first briefing after she was suspended from the BRS party over anti-party activities. KCR has suspended his own daughter from the BRS party. This happened just yesterday, and what we're seeing right now is the first press conference of the ex-BRS leader K. Kavita after she was suspended from the party. The Bharat Rashtra Samiti suspended MLC K. Kavita for her recent behavior and anti-party activities which were deemed damaging to the party. Now, we learned that the daughter of party president and former chief minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao from the organization on disciplinary grounds was suspended. This is what the party said. Now, BRS General Secretary, who was in charge of disciplinary affairs, said that KCR has decided to sack Kavita from the party with immediate effect. The suspension comes hours after Kavita on Monday had made some serious allegations against her cousin's former irrigation minister T. Harish Rao and former MP J. Santosh Rao that they had amassed huge assets while making her father a scapegoat in the alleged scam in the Kaleshwaram lift project. Soon after these remarks is when her father, K. Kavita's father, Chandrasekhar Rao, KCR, took stern action, suspended her from the party. Kavita said that there was no meaning in the existence of the BRS when the party president was made an accused in the case of alleged irregularities in the Kaleshwaram project, which the Central Bureau of Investigation is currently probing. She asked when KCR is forced to face a CBI inquiry, does it even matter whether the BRS survives or not? K. Kavita also had directly accused Harish Rao and Santosh of being responsible for irregularities, if any, in the construction of Kaleshwaram project. K. Kavita, remember, had been facing the heat in the party ever since she was arrested after the CBI and jailed for nearly 6 months in alleged Delhi liquor policy scam from March 16 to August 2024. A major feud in BRS is what is being seen here. The family drama is now exploding. We are tracking that story very closely. For now, we move on to some international stories that we are tracking. China today held its largest ever military parade with 26 world leaders, including Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong-un in attendance, presenting the country's military prowess. The parade marked the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II. Notably, the last time when China hosted a Victory Day military parade was 10 years ago. Here's a report on that.
After hosting the biggest SCO summit just a couple of days back, China today displayed modern weaponry at a military parade on the 80th anniversary of Victory Day, the day World War II finally came to an end. The massive victory parade was attended by 26 foreign leaders: Russian President Vladimir Putin, North Korea's Kim Jong-un, and leaders from Iran, Malaysia, Myanmar, Mongolia, Indonesia, Zimbabwe, and Central Asian countries attended the celebration in Beijing's Tiananmen Square. Before the parade, Chinese President Xi Jinping and other leaders met and shook hands with 5 World War II veterans, some older than 100. President Xi began the parade with a speech in which he said, "China firmly stands on the right side of history." After recalling the events of 1945, he warned that humanity again has to choose between peace and war. The parade showcased missiles, modern fighter jets, and other military might. Some of the military hardware was in public view for the first time. This military parade is a show of strength and a way to portray China as a global alternative to the American-dominated post-war era. Notably, the last time China hosted a Victory Day military parade was 10 years ago. China's military is the world's largest standing military, with more than 2 million members and an increasingly sophisticated arsenal of missiles, aircraft carriers, and fighter aircrafts. And this was a show of its growing firepower and geopolitical clout. Back-to-back events like SCO Summit and the Victory Parade could play a big role as China seeks to wield greater influence on the global stage.
Back to K. Kavita's press conference.
Yeah.
కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు పిఆర్ఓ ఈ పాల వ్యాపారంలో అవినీతి జరిగిందని తెల్లారి 2-3 పేపర్లలో వస్తుంది, 3వ రోజుకి మాయమైపోతుంది. అదే కేటీఆర్ గారినేమో 3 సార్లు విచారణ పేరుతో పిలిచి వేధిస్తారు.
KTR has been in the power, has said a lot of things, but he's still not been removed from the party or suspended as it is.
I 1 or 2 days headlines వస్తే తర్వాత న్యూస్ గాయబైతుంది.
These 1 or 2 days of my talking has resulted in my suspension.
SC, ST, BC హాస్టళ్లకు హరీష్ రావు గారి
I've always stood for the ST and BC or people who belong to ST and BC castes from Telangana.
నెక్స్ట్ ఒక అభియోగం చేశారు ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు. రంగనాయక్ సాగర్ దగ్గర ఆయన ఫామ్ హౌస్ ఉంది, అది ప్రభుత్వ భూమి కబ్జా చేసినారు. 1 day headline, 30 న్యూస్ గాయం. No case, nothing.
Now there is nothing. All this decision was made in the farmhouse in KCR's farmhouse. They have decided to suspend me.
కాళేశ్వరం గాని ఇంకోటి గాని ఏ ప్రభుత్వంలో అయినా పొలిటికల్ పాలసీ చేసేవాళ్ళు విధానపరమైన నిర్ణయాలు.
This is a political conspiracy against me that they have tried to hatch against me.
నేను కాళేశ్వరం ప్రాజెక్ట్ కడతా, దానికి డబ్బులు ఇస్తాను అన్నాడు మంత్రి. ఎవరు ఎగ్జిక్యూషన్ చేయాల్సింది ఎవరు? 2014 నుంచి 2018 వరకు తుమ్మిడిహెట్టి దగ్గర నుంచి మేడిగడ్డకు స్థలం మార్చినప్పుడు మంత్రి ఎవరు? ప్రాజెక్టు డిసైడ్ చేసినప్పుడు మంత్రి ఎవరు? టెక్నికల్ ఇష్యూస్ ఇవన్నీ రేవంత్ రెడ్డి గారు మాట్లాడారు. నేను మొత్తం అసెంబ్లీ స్పీచ్ చూడండి మీరు, ఇలా మ్యాచ్ ఫిక్సింగ్ అని మీకు తెలిసిపోతారు. ఏం మాట్లాడరు ఆయన ఎంతసేపు.
What did I even speak? What did I speak against the party? I always spoke about for the party. All the statements I made are never against the party, but still they did not listen to me.
హరీష్ రావు గారి గురించి మాట్లాడరు, ఎందుకంటే ఇంటర్నల్ అండర్స్టాండింగ్ ఉంది వీళ్ళిద్దరు. నేను రామన్నను ఒకటే రిక్వెస్ట్ చేస్తాను, అన్న ఇవాళ మీతో బాగున్నట్టు వాళ్ళు నటించవచ్చు, హరీష్ అన్న కావచ్చు, సంతన్న కావచ్చు.
All Harish Rao or Santosh Kumar, they might be good people, but they are not thinking for Telangana. They are not thinking for.
మీరు దూరం పెట్టి తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్ర సమితిలో ఇప్పుడు బీఆర్ఎస్ లో పనిచేస్తున్నటువంటి హార్డ్ కోర్ కార్యకర్తలను దగ్గరికి తీసుకొని ప్రజా ఉద్యమాలు తీసుకొని ప్రజల దగ్గరికి పోతేనే.
If they keep Harish Rao and Santosh Kumar away from the party and give opportunity for hardcore BRS followers, for hardcore BRS party workers, then the party will actually flourish more. And I see
వాళ్ళ ఫాలోవర్స్ అంతా నిన్నటి నుంచి చెప్తున్నారు హరీష్ అన్న చాలా కష్టపడ్డాడు, డే 1 నుంచి ఉన్నాడు అని. డే 1 నుంచి లేడు, చాలా మంది రిపోర్టర్లకు తెలుసు, సీనియర్ రిపోర్టర్లు. డే 1 నుంచి లేరు. పెద్ద సారు టీడీపీ నుంచి బయటకు వస్తుంటే మామయ్య మనకెందుకు, డిప్యూటీ సీఎం మనం ఎందుకు రాజీనామా చేయాలి?
When Revanth Reddy came outside, when my father quit TDP to form his own party in PRS, he always dreamt of a very bright Telangana.
బీఆర్ఎస్ పార్టీ ఆనాడు టీఆర్ఎస్ పార్టీ పెట్టినాక 9-10 నెలల తర్వాత వచ్చిన హరీష్ రావు గారు దేవన్ నుంచి లేరు. నమ్మకం లేకుండా ఆయన పార్టీ నిలబడుతుందో ఉంటుందో పోతుందో.
When then TRS, now which changed to BRS, has ruled for almost 10 years.
అన్ని రకాలుగా ఆదరించిన అన్ని చేసింది.
And my dad has done, my father had contributed for the growth of Telangana for more than 10 years, and he fought for the freedom of Telangana people.
అన్ని దగ్గర ఉన్నా నేనే ఉన్నా, నేను ఎక్కడ లేను. నేను పాపం చాలా మంది ఈ కొత్త సోషల్ మీడియా పిల్లలు ఉన్నట్టు వాళ్ళకి హిస్టరీ తెలియదు అనుకుంటా, అందుకే చెప్తున్నారు. అదేవిధంగా నేను పెద్ద ట్రబుల్ షూటర్ అంటాడు. ట్రబుల్ షూటర్ కానీ ఈజ్ బబుల్ షూటర్. ఆయన ఏంటంటే ట్రబుల్ ఆయనే క్రియేట్ చేస్తాడు, చేసి నేనే సాల్వ్ చేసినట్టు నటిస్తాడు. నా లేటెస్ట్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ చెప్తా పట్టుకునే. మొన్న దాసోజు శ్రవణ్ అన్న ఎలక్షన్ ఎమ్మెల్సీ ఎన్నికలలో పార్టీ బీఆర్ఎస్ డిసైడెడ్ ఒకటే క్యాండిడేట్ పెడదామని.
I started the Jagruti party to support the Telangana women, to help Telangana people.
అంటే he wants to create a trouble. ఈ క్రైసిస్లో ఆల్రెడీ మన పార్టీలోకి వెళ్ళి 10 మంది ఎమ్మెల్యేలు వెళ్ళిపోయినాక 38 మందిలో 10 మంది పోయినాక నువ్వు ఇంకో సెకండ్ క్యాండిడేట్ పెడితే ఎంత కన్ఫ్యూజన్ అవుతుంది? ఎవరెవరు హార్స్ ట్రేడింగ్కి ఈయన ట్రబుల్ షూటర్ గారు ట్రబుల్ ఓపెన్ చేస్తారు అన్నట్టు. నాకెందుకో లక్కీగా ఒక బీజేపీ ఎమ్మెల్యే గారు ఫోన్ చేసి, అక్క మరి పెద్ద సార్ పర్మిషన్ ఉందా హరీష్ అని ఇట్లా అంటున్నారంటే, నేను డైరెక్ట్ పెద్ద సార్కే ఫోన్ చేసి నాన్న మరి ఇట్లా అంటున్నారు, మనం సెకండ్ క్యాండిడేట్ పర్మిషన్ ఇస్తారు, నథింగ్ డూయింగ్, ఓన్లీ శ్రవణ్ విల్ గెట్ ఎలెక్టెడ్, ఎవరు చెప్పారు మీకు అంటే నేను ఆ విషయం వెంటనే అటువైపు కన్వే చేసిన. లేదండి మాకు అట్లాంటి ఆలోచన లేదు. ఎందుకు ఈ రీసెంట్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ చెప్తున్నా ఇవాళ అంటే, హరీష్ రావు గారు ట్రబుల్ క్రియేట్ చేసి ట్రబుల్ని మాఫీ చేసినట్టుగా ప్రయత్నం చేస్తారు. బీఆర్ఎస్ కార్యకర్తలందరికీ రిక్వెస్ట్ చేసి చెప్తున్నారు.
Why I have spoken against Harish Rao currently is because he has started corruption a huge way. He has opened some accounts in which he is trying to defame the BRS party and not work for the people of Telangana. I have chosen to spoke out because I care about Telangana's development.
అదేవిధంగా 2018 ఎన్నికలలో హరీష్ రావు గారు 20-25 మంది ఎమ్మెల్యేలకు ఎన్నికలలో అడిషనల్ ఫండింగ్ ఇచ్చింది, పార్టీ ఇచ్చింది రాకుండా.
In 2018, Harish Rao had given 20 to 28 MLAs had together were involved in this corruption.
నేను కట్టపాలంటోని కేసీఆర్ గారి దగ్గర ఉండేటోని అంటావు కదా, నీకేం అవసరం వచ్చింది ఎమ్మెల్యేస్కి సపరేట్గా ఫండింగ్ చేయడానికి? ఎవరికి తెలియదు అనుకుంటారా? ఇవి ఎవరు చెప్పరు అనుకుంటారా? ప్రతి ఒక్కరు చెప్తారు.
Did Harish Rao think that he'll get away with all the corruption he has done? Did he think that nobody will call him out just because he is a close relative of my father?
హరీష్ రావు గారు రామన్న ఓడగొట్టడానికి నిన్నదాకా మొన్న ఒక వీడియో మీరు కూడా చూసి ఒంటేరు ప్రతాప్ రెడ్డి గారిది, మీ మామయ్యను ఓడగొట్టమని ఎంత అంటే అంత డబ్బులు ఇస్తా అని చెప్పిరని. ఓ పక్క కేసీఆర్ గారిని ఓడగొట్టాలి, ఓ పక్క కేటీఆర్ గారిని ఓడగొట్టాలి. నిజామాబాద్లో నా ఎంపీ సెగ్మెంట్లో అందరు ఎమ్మెల్యేలను మేనేజ్ చేయాలి, అందరిని మన కేసీఆర్ కుటుంబాన్ని ఓడగొట్టాలి, విచ్ఛిన్నం చేయాలి. కానీ కేసీఆర్ గారి పేరుతో వచ్చేటటువంటి బెనిఫిట్స్ మాత్రం అన్ని కావాలి.
They do not work what KCR has actually done. They don't want to contribute in the equal amount of how KCR has contributed to the growth of Telangana, but they do expect the stature and the respect and the political capture that KCR had, and they expect that the BRS party, they become the face of the BRS party. But they do not want to work as equal as my father has used to do in the BRS party for the people of Telangana.
నాకెంత ఇన్సల్ట్ అయితే, నా మీద ఎన్ని కుట్రలు జరిగితే నేను ఇట్లా మాట్లాడుతుంది నా బాధ, ఇది నా ఆవేదన. నాన్న చూస్తలేరేంది వీళ్ళని అన్నది ఆవేదన, చూసుకుంటా క్షమిస్తారేంది ఇంకెన్నిసార్లు క్షమిస్తారన్నది నా బాధ. అంతే తప్ప నాకు ఏం కోపం ఉంటుంది, ఎంత కోపం ఉంటుంది? నాకు ఎంత ఎన్ని జన్మల పుణ్యం ఉంటే కేసీఆర్ లాంటి తండ్రి దొరుకుతాడు, కోట్లలో ఒకరికి ఉండేటటువంటి తండ్రి. ఆయన లేకపోతే నేను ఎవరు ప్రపంచానికి తెలుస్తుందా?
What use I have with this by calling out my own party people, by calling out my own relatives? What use do I have? But still, what I always work for the Telangana people. I always protested for the Telangana people. I have nothing personal gains from whatever I have done.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने, सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky, and this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a decor brand. Live consciously.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Viewers headlines coming in. Sacked BRS MLC K. Kavita claims of a big conspiracy, blames brother Harish Rao. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman chairs the 56th GST Council meeting, slashes in tax slab expected. Karnataka Congress MLA V. Deshpande sparks controversy over sexist remark and female journalist. No words of condemnation from the government yet. Days after his resignation as the Karnataka Minister, K.N. Rajanna in the middle of the political storm, Congress claims he may join BJP soon. NIA tracks terror outfit TRF's foreign funding trail. Probe reveals links to Pakistan, Gulf nations and Malaysia. Rattled after Modi-Xi Putin meeting at the SCO, Trump calls ties with India one-sided. Still no mention of the Pakistan's oil purchases. And after China sends out message to Washington, holds largest ever military parade with 26 world leaders including Putin and Kim Jong-un in attendance. And viewers, our top focus this hour, BRS MLC K. Kavita, who was suspended from the party yesterday for alleged anti-party activities, has addressed a press conference. She has claimed conspiracy, saying that she was targeted within the party. She claims her father has been surrounded by people who filled his ears against her. She's been, of course, holding this press conference, and she's made several claims, and she has said that there is indeed a conspiracy being hatched, saying that she was targeted within the party. She claims that her father has been surrounded by people who filled his ears against her. This is an internal feud in the BRS, and more details that are of OSCO coming in. Aishwarya is joining me. Aishwarya, take us through the developments.
Yes, currently Kavita is holding a press conference in her Jagriti office, which she started as a NGO to support women. This is her first press conference after her suspension, which was announced officially by the BRS party in social media yesterday. This is her first press conference, and she's saying that though she's being speaking for the welfare of the BRS party, for the welfare of her father's vision, she's still being targeted, and she's being suspended from the party for calling her activities are anti-party activities. But she claims her activities are for pro-party activities. Her activities are her work for the Telangana development is aligning with her father's vision for Telangana development, but not for the anti-party development, which other BRS ministers who are close to her father are actually undertaking those anti-party activities. She says that when she highlighted those anti-party activities, she has been targeted, and then her suspension was announced yesterday. Today, she's holding her press conference to say that to call out her unfair suspension from the party.
రేవంత్ రెడ్డి గారు ఆర్పాటంగా ఒక అనౌన్స్మెంట్ చేశారు. ఇంతకు చెప్పిన కదా మ్యాచ్ ఫిక్సింగ్ ఎట్లుంటుందంటే 1 day న్యూస్ అవుతుంది.
Giving us those details as we continue to bring in developments. But viewers, moving on, a breaking news coming in. Members of minority communities from Afghanistan, Bangladesh and Pakistan, Hindus, Sikhs, Buddhists, Jains, Parsis and Christians who came to India till December 31, 2024 to escape religious persecution will be allowed to stay in the country without passport or other travel documents, according to the Union Home Ministry. So that is the big breaking news we're tracking, viewers. Members of the minority committee from Afghanistan, Bangladesh and Pakistan, these includes Hindus, Sikhs, Buddhists, Jains, Parsis and Christians. The people who came to India till the end, which is December 31, 2024, they will be allowed to stay in the country without passport or other travel documents. And this is an announcement made by the Union Home Ministry. It's relief for the persecuted minorities is what we are seeing at this point in time. We will be also getting in more details of the centre's big CAA relief, viewers, as we continue to bring you these breaking developments on the broadcast. My colleague Harsha is joining us live on the broadcast to help us with more details. Harsha, that's a big announcement made by the Union Home Ministry. It's a relief for those who have come into the country, the members of the minority communities from Afghanistan, Bangladesh and Pakistan. Help us with more details.
Yes, you rightly pointed out there's a huge relief for the persecuted minorities from Afghanistan, Bangladesh and Pakistan, because they have been requesting the Home Ministry that there should be relief to the people who have came to our country before 31st, 2024, and now it's a huge relief because the notification has come out from the MHA. It is clearly stated that the minorities who have been persecuted in Afghanistan, Bangladesh and Pakistan, they are now allowed to stay in the country, which has come till 31st December 2024. Earlier, the order stated about 31st December 2014, which has now been stated till 2024. It's been extended till 2024. So now, if they have their travel documents, and even if they don't have their passport or the valid travel document, and they have arrived in our country, they can stay. And the earlier document has to be shared in the site of the MHA. The notification has come out today, and it will soon be seen on the website as well. So it's a huge relief because the minorities who have been religiously persecuted in Afghanistan, Bangladesh and Pakistan, it has been seen that there was an immense rise in the religious persecution in these countries, and there has been several, and the amendment has come into the Foreigners Act from the MHA. And earlier also we have seen this year many religiously persecuted foreigners have entered in our country in the start of 2 years, and therefore this notification has come out in open where the MHA has clearly stated that they can stay in the country, but they will have to show their earlier travel data of the valid dates when they have entered the country. But yes, if they don't have the passport and if they don't have the valid travel data, then also they can stay. But the earlier data of their arrival before 2020 or before 2014, if they have come, then they have to show. But if recently they have been persecuted and then they have arrived in the country, then they can arrive in the country and stay in the country as long as they want. And now soon it will soon come into the MHA website as well. So we can clearly say that it's a huge relief for the minorities who were persecuted in Afghanistan, Pakistan and Bangladesh. Back to you.
Well, Harsha, once again, for our viewers who are just tuning in, help us understand the background of this, because there is a big relief coming in from the Home Ministry. And as you rightly mentioned, these people do not have to preferably show their the official documents, including the passport or the travel documents as well.
Yes, so Riyanka rightly pointing out, because they were the people earlier, it stated that there were several people who were persecuted in these countries, and it was the rule which went out in 2022. It was being stated that religiously persecuted people can come in India, and even if they have came to India before 2014, then allowed to stay. But we have seen in the span of 2-3 years, there has been the immense persecution of the minorities in Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Bangladesh. And now the order is stating that not 2014, but they have been if religiously persecuted before 2024. And if they have arrived in the country and if they're living as an immigrant, then they don't have to show their passport and any valid travel data. They can stay where they are staying. Where they are staying, they don't have to show any valid travel data or the passport, which earlier was required in this. The more information on this new notification will come out in MHA website. But today only this notification has been made out in public, giving a huge relief to the minorities staying in Afghanistan, Bangladesh, and Pakistan, because many religious minorities have. And many minorities who were religiously persecuted, Priyanka, they already have arrived in our country in this span of 2023 and 2024. Not to also note the fact that there was an immense turmoil in Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Bangladesh. And before that also, the minorities have shifted to India and living without the under the Foreigners Act. And therefore, this being stated that there has been the extension in this act, there has been the extension in the date. And if the minorities have arrived in the country before 2024, they can stay without any travel valid data. They don't have to update any such thing in the website. They can stay here as an immigrant. Back to you.
Right. Absolutely, Harsha. Appreciate you giving us those details, as it is a big relief for the persecuted minorities. Moving on, viewers. Some more breaking news that are coming in, and this time it is Karnataka Congress MLA R.V. Deshpande making a sexist remark when a female journalist requested a super specialty hospital. Congress MLA R.V. Deshpande told her it would be created for her delivery. The remark has triggered outrage and raised questions.
ಏನ್ ಸರ್ ನಿನ್ನೇಂದ್ರ ಹೆರಿಗೆ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ತೀನಿ ಆಯ್ತು ನಮ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಆಯ್ತು ಸರ್ ಬಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಜನರ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಹೆಂಗಿದೆ ಅಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ನೀವು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಗಮನ ನಿಮ್ ಕಾಲಾವಧಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿಸಿ ಸರ್ ಆಯ್ತಮ್ಮ ಆಯ್ತು ಮಾಡಿಸ್ತೇನೆ ಏನ್ ಸರ್ ನಿನ್ನೇಂದ್ರ ಹೆರಿಗೆ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ತೀನಿ ಆಯ್ತು ನಮ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಆಯ್ತು ಸರ್ ಬಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಜನರ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಹೆಂಗಿದೆ ಅಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ನೀವು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಗಮನ ನಿಮ್ ಕಾಲಾವಧಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿಸಿ ಸರ್ ಆಯ್ತಮ್ಮ ಆಯ್ತು.
All right, my colleague Nagendra is joining us to give us more details. Nagendra, इस वक्त जैसे हम देख रहे हैं कि किस तरफ एक सेक्सिस्ट रिमार्क कांग्रेस के एमएलए ने किया जब उनसे एक फीमेल जर्नलिस्ट ने हॉस्पिटल्स के बारे में पूछा, इस बारे में और जानकारी दीजिए.
देखिए 2 दिन पहला ये कांग्रेस एमएलए आरवी देशपांडे ने ये डैम का बारे में स्टोरी करने को जाना गया ना, वही टाइम पे इन्होंने ऐसा बातचीत किया है. देखिए उधर एक फीमेल सीनियर जर्नलिस्ट रहता है, वो एक क्वेश्चन करता है. उत्तर कन्नड़ा डिस्ट्रिक्ट में मतलब कोस्टल गार्ड में एक भी मल्टी स्पेशलिटी हॉस्पिटल नहीं है, एक भी मैटरनिटी हॉस्पिटल नहीं है. आपका गवर्नमेंट है, आप भी एमएलए है, एक हॉस्पिटल इधर बिल्ड करने के लिए आप एक बात तो बोल सकता है ना, बोल के सीनियर फीमेल जर्नलिस्ट उसको क्वेश्चन करने के समय में आरवी देशपांडे ऐसा आंसर देता है. वो उन्होंने बोलता है आपको चाहिए तो मैं डिलीवरी करवा के देता हूँ बोल के उधर आंसर देता है. इसका बारे में अभी बहुत गुस्से में बहुत सारा लोग अभी पब्लिक भी उसको गाली दे रहे हैं. ऐसा जर्नलिस्ट के साथ, वो भी फीमेल सीनियर जर्नलिस्ट के साथ एक कांग्रेस सीनियर एमएलए आरवी देशपांडे, पहला इन्होंने बहुत सारा कैबिनेट में स्थान में था, अभी ऐसा सीनियर कांग्रेस लीडर ने ऐसा बातचीत किया बोल के बहुत सारा लोग गुस्सा भी कर रहा है. बैक टू स्टूडियो.
नागेंद्र, धन्यवाद हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए और ये तमाम जानकारी इस वक्त हमें देने के लिए. व्यूअर्स, मीनवाइल getting in a response from the BJP, which has slammed the Congress's remarks against the woman.
This party is not लड़की हूं लड़ सकती हूं. It is लड़की हूं तो क्या इनकी गाली गलौज से बच सकती हूं. After abusing Prime Minister's mother, now a shocker from Karnataka. When senior leader R.V. Deshpande, who's a very veteran leader of Congress, close to the Gandhi family, was asked when hospital will be built in a particular area in Karnataka, he says, so what if there's no hospital? I will build it during your delivery. This he is saying to the woman journalist. This is the level of anti-woman mindset that they have. This is the commentary on a question of importance of public service. This is the way they are humiliating and targeting the woman journalist. And they have targeted Prime Minister's mother also. सकती हूँ. It is लड़की हूँ तो क्या इनकी गाली गलौज से बच सकती हूँ. After abusing Prime Minister's mother, now a shocker from Karnataka. When senior leader R.V. Deshpande, who's a very veteran leader of Congress, close to the Gandhi family, was asked when hospital will be built in a particular area in Karnataka, he says, so what if there's no hospital? I will build it during your delivery. This he is saying to the woman journalist. This is the level of anti-woman mindset that they have. This is the commentary on a question of importance of public service. This is the way they are humiliating and targeting the woman journalist. And they have targeted Prime Minister's mother also.
And viewers, shifting our focus, Union Home Minister Amit Shah met and felicitated all personnel who successfully carried out Operation Black Forest on the Karigutalu Hill earlier this year. Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Vishnu Dev Sai and Deputy Chief Minister Vijay Sharma were also present. Take a look at this report.
Union Home Minister Amit Shah met and facilitated the CRPF, Chhattisgarh Police, DRG and Cobra Battalion personnel. These brave hearts successfully carried out Operation Black Forest on Karigutalu Hill. Operation Black Forest was a major 21-day anti-Maoist operation conducted from April 21st to May 11th this year. The operation took place in a known Maoist stronghold on the Karigutalu Hills on the Chhattisgarh-Telangana border. The operation successfully eliminated top Maoist leaders, disrupted their networks and resulted in destruction of numerous hideouts and explosive caches. Union Home Minister during the event also interacted with the security personnel. Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Vishnu Dev Sai and Deputy Chief Minister Vijay Sharma were also present at the event.
And viewers, moving on and shifting our focus, let's get to you some news that are coming in from Jammu and Kashmir. Rains have lashed many parts of Kashmir, causing waterlogging and traffic jams in some areas of Srinagar as well. In fact, the waterlogging in many areas caused inconvenience to commuters and shopkeepers. In some areas, vehicles had to wade through the flooded streets in the city. Intermittent rain was still going on in some parts of the valley as well. And the Met Department said that heavy and intense showers accompanied with thunderstorms, lightning and gusty winds were very, very likely over many parts of Srinagar and Budgam. And in Jammu, the CRPF, Army and BRO teams have jointly undertaken rescue operations given the dire scenario that has hit the valley. My colleague Gursimran is joining us live to bring us the details from the ground. Gursimran, help us understand what exactly is happening. How is the situation now? As I can see, you are reporting from Akhnoor and there is a lot of water behind you. Please help us understand what exactly is happening.
See, 40 lives are still trapped in the flash floods that have taken place, and the waters of the river Chenab that has now taken a fierce phase and now has entered the civilian areas after breach that has taken place. Now 40 people have been trapped here. Do you see the level of the Chenab? It is flowing somewhere close to 42 to 43 feet, which is 7 to 8 feet above the danger level. So the water levels are continuously rising, and as we speak, I'll request Ashu to move this way so that we can show you the area where the civilians have been trapped. That is the area where the civilians have been trapped, and these are the teams of the SDRF and the NDRF that have been kept here at the standby because they want to launch an operation but the inclement weather conditions are making it really difficult. While on the other hand, if Ashu could come this way, we will show you that here you will see that the locals are also ready with these tubes that they have with them so that they can actually reach out to that very place and they can get the civilians out. आप लोग यहाँ पे खड़े हैं, पानी का बहाव बहुत तेज है, क्या करेंगे आप, कैसे करें?
सर बंदे फंसे हुए हैं, हम पार जाने की कोशिश करेंगे अभी, तो
खतरा भी तो हो सकता है।
खतरा तो है सर, बंदे फंसे हुए हैं, उनको लेने के लिए बहुत जरूरी जाना है सर हमने।
ये जो पानी का बहाव है इसमें तो नहीं पहुंच पाएंगे?
सर पहुंच जाएंगे हम, कोई बात नहीं, इस पानी का
करेंगे
कोशिश नहीं सर, हम जाएंगे इसको लेने, कोई बात नहीं हम.
So you see that not actually caring for their lives, these are the locals with the tubes. These are the tubes that they use to actually cross from one side to the other. Now what has happened that their near ones, their dear ones and their villagers, they have been trapped on the other side, and that's why now they are saying that they will be using this very area and this very boats to move to other area. We have some of the locals as well with us. कितना ज़्यादा नुकसान आपके घरों को यहाँ पे हुआ? क्योंकि हमने देखा यहाँ जहाँ आपके घर होते थे तकरीबन जो
Simran, continue to bring in those voices from the ground as we have to shift our focus now. Some big breaking news coming in. BRS MLC K Kavita has resigned from the party. That is, of course, the big breaking development, viewers. On Republic, BRS MLC K Kavita has resigned from the party. Remember, she was earlier just a while ago addressing a press conference, and she said that it was a conspiracy that has been hatched. There's an internal feud in the BRS, and it is K Kavita now resigning from the BRS day after her suspension. Her posters were also removed from the party office, and now this is followed by K Kavita's big resignation from the BRS day after her suspension. We will be getting in more details on this, but there is a big breaking development as we see that K Kavita has gone ahead and given her suspension after, given her resignation after being suspended from BRS by her father K. Chandrasekhar Rao. There are allegations came a day after Congress-led Telangana government gave the CBI charge of an investigation into the Kaleshwaram project. She also said that her father KCR has been surrounded by several people who are filling his ears against her, and now what we see K Kavita resigning from BRS day after her suspension. In a statement, what we understand earlier, T. Ravindra Rao had said that the action has been against K Kavita over recent comments seen as anti-party. So the reasons that she was suspended earlier, because the leaders had said that there were recent comments made by her which was anti-party. The party leadership took the matter very, very seriously. A recent behavior and ongoing anti-party activities of K Kavita are damaging the BRS. This is what there was a statement coming in from the party, which is when K. Chandrasekhar Rao, her father, suspended her with immediate effect, and after addressing the press conference, K. Kavita has given her resignation. Now, that is coming in as a very big development, viewers, and we will be bringing in more developments because K. Kavita claimed that there was a conspiracy behind her ouster. She said that she was targeted in the BRS. She said that she was punished for going to the Tihar jail. And with that, we also understand how it is that she's been gone ahead and she's faced the targeted attacks in the party. So there is a huge feud in the BRS with the K Kavita resigning after her suspension. She did her first briefing after suspension, and more developments will flow post that. We will quickly try and get my colleague to give us more details on this. BRS spokesperson Ravula Chandrasekhar Reddy is joining me. Thank you for speaking, sir. K. Kavita has resigned after suspension. The party is saying that she was involved in anti-party activities. Help us with more details and what do you have to say on this?
No, we also have just, come to know that she has resigned from the MLC position as well as the party primary membership. But however, everybody knows that the party yesterday only has suspended her for the anti-party activities, which she has been doing for the long time, in the recent past. So there is nothing much to comment on that because it's her, will and wish now. Whatever she wanted to do, she is free to do because she is not the member of the BRS party now. And, resigning from the legislative council and all, it's her personal decision. And it is nothing to do with BRS party. Neither we are not, worried about that.
Mr. Reddy, in her press conference, she has made certain allegations. She said that the party leaders are conspiring against her, and she said that there are certain people who are surrounding her father, Mr. K. Chandrasekhar Rao, and they are filling his ears against her. What do you have to say on that?
So even before the suspension, she has mentioned those names and all that. Now, it is not a time that we will have to comment on that. There is nothing to comment on that. It is her personal opinion, and she is free to speak whatever she wanted to speak. So immediately as a political party, we don't have to respond on the allegations. The party will look into it.
All right, lastly, there was a huge protest that also broke out from the side of her supporters. Do you think that there will be some more tensions because she has now resigned?
No, I mean, her supporters might definitely would have done something, but in what way BRS party is connected to it? They might, anybody in the party, if they are working against the party interests, if their activities are tarnishing the image of the party, definitely the party has the right to take a decision, and party supremo, KCR has taken a decision yesterday to suspend her. So now whatever activity she takes up, whether it is resigning from the MLC position or any other resignation for the primary membership, and her supporters are raising voice and all, part of their activity. There is nothing much we have to comment on that.
All right, Mr. Reddy, appreciate you joining us and speaking to us on that very, very important issue that we are tracking on Republic. But viewers, K. Kavita has resigned from the BRS day after her suspension. Moving on now, we have some more news coming in on the broadcast. The Assam Police STF carried out an overnight operation during which a drug nexus
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
The Assam Police STF carried out an operation last night during which a drug nexus worth crores was busted from a vehicle coming in from Manipur. The drug was transported from Churachandpur to Assam. A vehicle and 74 soap boxes were recovered during the operation. 3 people were killed and 22 injured after a speeding uncontrolled Bolero vehicle entered a Ganesh idol immersion procession in Jashpur last night, crushing devotees. The collector, SP and SDM were present at the spot, and they have also informed the car driver had been apprehended. Union Home Minister Amit Shah will chair the Bihar Bharatiya Janata Party Core Committee meeting in the national capital to discuss the strategy with the top state leaders of the party for Bihar Assembly election. BJP sources say party leaders will take guidance from Amit Shah to work hard on the ground to win the election. Viewers, coming up on the other side, a big focus on the 56th GST Council meeting chaired by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. Slashes in the tax slabs are expected. And also, developments flowing since days after his recognition as a Karnataka Minister K.N. Rajanna in the middle of a political storm. Congress is claiming that he may join the BJP soon. So we will be keeping a close eye on all the developments, but after this short break.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
Here we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला। I choose a world where we dream and the limit is the sky, and this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a decor brand. Live consciously.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky, and this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
I'm headed to the northern port city of Tianjin in China to cover the largest ever SEO summit.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. Rain and flood fury has paralyzed many parts of North India. Swollen rivers have engulfed many areas. A lot of flooding has been reported. NDRF has impressed into action. We'll get to all those details, but the headlines first. Let's get started. Big CAA relief by Modi government. Persecuted minorities not to be deported. Sacked BRS MLC K. Kavita claims of a big conspiracy, resigns from the party and post of BRS MLC. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman chairs 56 GST Council meeting, slashes in tax slabs expected. Karnataka Congress MLA R.V. Deshpande sparks controversy over sexist remark at female journalist. No words of condemnation from the government so far. Just days after his resignation as Karnataka Minister K.N. Rajanna in the middle of the political storm brewing in Karnataka, Congress claims he may join the BJP soon. Rattled after Modi-Xi Putin meet at SCO. Trump calls ties with India one-sided. Still no mention of Pakistan's oil purchases. Getting some big updates coming in right now, viewers. Breaking news coming in. Germany backs FTA with India, says will push EU for deal at the earliest. This statement comes when Germany Foreign Minister is on a two-day India visit and he met with External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar. This is a huge statement coming in, stressing India and Germany have a long history of multilateral cooperation. Jaishankar said that he looks forward to holding these in-depth discussions with his German counterpart. Germany backs FTA deal with India. This is a huge update coming in right now, viewers, on Republic TV. And remember that this is coming in as Jaishankar said that India counts on Germany's support to deepen its ties with the EU and expedite the FTA, the Free Trade Agreement. Remember that Jaishankar is also saying that, as you noted before your departure from Germany, we are marking 25 years of strategic partnership, 50 years of scientific cooperation, almost 60 years of cultural agreements, and huge update coming in. Germany backs FTA with India. Let's go and play out the entire statement.
And for me personally, it was really very interesting to spend the whole day in Bangalore to see what we are really doing already together. Economically and culturally, really, that was astonishing for me to see how many students are learning German. And that shows us that the potential is really, really high for the two of our countries. And economically, you already mentioned the FTA. Germany is a full supporter of getting this agreement negotiated as soon as even possible. We are a free trade nation. And of course, you know that after or similar to the Mercosur agreement, the EU is working on the one with India is the most important to us. And I hope really that we can be successful. I already learned today, the meeting with the economic minister, that he is very optimistic for the forthcoming time. And you can be assured that we will use all arguments we have with the Commission to push this forward and to reach a new level between our countries and between the EU and India on this. So thank you so much for having us. I'm looking forward to our conversation today. Thank you.
And viewers, breaking news coming in. BJP leader Annamalai has shared a incident from Tamil Nadu where a Dalit employee is being publicly shamed by the DMK leader. He says that a public servant belonging to the scheduled caste community in Tindivanam was cornered continuously by DMK councillors and was made to apologize by falling at the feet of the DMK councillor Ramya. Annamalai has slammed the DMK social justice model on this. Okay, so a big update coming in right now. Annamalai alleges humiliation of a scheduled caste employee. It's caught on camera. Public humiliation. BJP says employee was made to fall at DMK leader's feet. This is Tamil Nadu BJP President K. Annamalai accusing the ruling DMK of humiliating a scheduled caste government employee in Tindivanam and shared the video of the alleged incident on social media. So that is posted by Annamalai. So we are putting that video out for you. This has been posted by Annamalai. And in the footage, it shows the local DMK councillors cornering the employee and forcing him to fall at the feet of the councillor Ramya as an apology. That's right, viewers. So this is what we see right now. He says, Annamalai says that this is an act as an insult. It's an insult not only to the individual, but to the scheduled caste community as a whole. So this is what he says. This is not the first time, Annamalai says, this is not the first time that DMK has humiliated public servants. And he further claimed that earlier DMK Minister Raja Kannappan had abused a government servant using caste slurs. All right, we're joined right now by Mr. Narayan Tirupati, BJP leader, who has been patched with us. Thank you for joining us here, Mr. Tirupati. I just want to ask you, already the BJP has said very, very clearly that this is an insult when it comes to humiliating a scheduled caste government employee. It's an insult coming in. Your first reaction?
Yeah, this is what the DMK does. Every time we have been saying that in the last 4.5 years, DMK has been an anti-Hindu, anti-Dalit party. Because we have seen in many places, whether it is in Tiruvallur or in the Sivaganga, so many places, now we have seen this arrogance. The arrogance that a government worker was called and forced to kneel down. This is what the DMK does. This is what the DMK will do if again voted to power. Hello?
Hear you. Yes, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. So, see, there is absolutely, first of all, What is it is illegal to occupy one room where the municipal commissioner should sit. He was not there. So that itself is illegal. And what is the need for a councillor's, municipal chairman's husband to go into that room and force this government employee? That is illegal and that is punishable. I think the government immediately, the municipal commissioner has to suspend these people. The police has to arrest all these corporators who were there. If not, the DMK government will definitely be branded as anti-Dalit.
There, Mr. Tirupati, BJP leader, on this video which has been shared by Anna Malai, where he alleges humiliation of a scheduled caste employee. And this is a video which he has put up accusing the DMK of humiliating a scheduled caste government employee in Tindi Vanam. Okay, there is a BJP press conference happening, so let's go straight across to that now.
राहुल गांधी जी को, तेजस्वी जी को पता चल जाएगा, जिन्होंने अभी तक इस पर माफी नहीं मांगी है। धन्यवाद। कि कब तक ये इल्ज़ाम लगाएंगे? जैसे कि मैंने कहा, आम लोगों की बात होती है तो आपका खोजी पत्रकार जाग जाता है, लेकिन अपने ही CWC मेंबर और मीडिया हेड के दो आईडी पाए जाते हैं, वोटर आईडी, EPIC और उनकी पत्नी के, उस पर कोई जांच नहीं होती। मतलब क्या हुआ? आपके नज़दीकियों के जो हैं, आपके करीबी, बाकायदा ये खुला खेल फर्रुखाबादी वोटरों के साथ, वोटर आईडी के साथ धांधली कर रहे हैं, तेजस्वी यादव कर रहे हैं, और उस पर आपके होठ सिले हुए हैं। ये बहुत ही घातक है और सबसे ज़्यादा तकलीफ की बात है। प्रधानमंत्री जी को कितना अफसोस हुआ होगा, कितने उनके दिल में पीड़ा होगी, उस पीड़ा का एहसास लोगों को है और इसका असर ज़रूर पड़ेगा। और बिहार का एक एक नागरिक, पूरे देश का, मैं बता रही हूँ, उन आंसुओं का बदला ज़रूर लेगा। दे विल अवेंज दिस। आप किसी की दिवंगत माँ को नहीं छोड़ रहे हैं और आप उनका अपमान कर रहे हैं जो इस दुनिया में नहीं है। उनका लेना देना राजनीति में से नहीं था। तो ये चिराग पासवान की माता जी के साथ भी किया गया और इनका नाम और उनका वास्ता राजनीति से कभी जुड़ा नहीं था। इसके बावजूद इतनी गलीज गालियाँ ये क्यों दी गई? ये इसलिए क्योंकि राहुल गांधी जी ने और तेजस्वी यादव ने अपने वोटरों में, अपने कार्डर्स में इतना ज़्यादा जहर भर दिया है कि
All right, BJP news conference which is coming in there, especially BJP speaking about the vote chori allegations. And once again, the BJP talking about Sonia Gandhi being an Italian resident when she was registered in the voter list. Also speaking about Rahul Gandhi's claims which were made. I want to move ahead right now, viewers, to some of the other breaking updates coming in right now. Security forces have achieved a significant breakthrough in the ongoing anti-Maoist operation in Bijapur district. Once again, we see a big win for our security forces. At least 16 Maoists were arrested during a joint search operation conducted in the area. And explosive materials and the Maoist propaganda, all of them recovered from the arrested individuals. The operation was carried out by a team of District Reserve Guard, DRG, police as well as the Cobra. So back to back is coming in right now. Viewers, remember that there is a war declared when it comes to Maoist terror, and Union Home Minister Amit Shah has made it very, very clear that India will win against the menace of Maoist terror. One more big update coming in, big success for our security forces in Bijapur. In the latest coming in, I understand that at least 16, I repeat, at least 16 Maoists have been arrested during a joint search operation conducted in that police station area. Explosive materials and Naxal Maoist propaganda has been recovered from these arrested individuals. So they have been carrying explosive materials and propaganda that has been recovered by our security forces from these Maoists. The operation was carried out by a joint team of the District Reserve Guard, the police as well. Huge update coming in right now. Explosives, arms and ammunition has been seized. Those pictures coming in right now. Remember that this is not the first time we have seen our security forces arrest Maoists and recover, I repeat, recover ammunitions from them. It's a war against Maoist terror. And those pictures coming in as one more big win coming in for our security forces. This is coming in from Chhattisgarh, viewers, where in a big win coming in for our security forces, a big breakthrough in the ongoing anti-Maoist operation in Bijapur district. A total of around 16 Maoists were arrested during a joint operation conducted in the police station areas. Explosive materials and Maoist propaganda, all of them have been recovered. So big success coming in for our security forces in Bijapur. 16 Maoists arrested in Bijapur, viewers. A big win for our security forces as the war against Maoist terror continues. However, what we see right now is that our security forces have arrested 16 Maoists in the last 24 hours. In this operation, 2 Maoists were apprehended from the Basagoda area, 6 from Gangalore, 8 from the Jangla region. For more, let's go across to my colleague who's joining us. We have Durgam joining us from Bijapur. Durgam, I'm coming across to you right now. We know that explosive materials has been recovered from their possession and 16 Maoists have been arrested from different locations in Bijapur district in the past 24 hours.
देखिए मैं बिल्कुल आपको बता दूंगा जिस तरीके से जो गिरफ्तारी पुलिस के जवानों ने किया है, लगातार हम देख रहे हैं कि 31 मार्च 2026 का जो डेडलाइन अमित शाह ने तय किया, देश के जो गृह मंत्री उन्होंने तय किया है, जिसके तर्ज पे जिस तरीके से ऑपरेशन बीजापुर के अंदरूनी इलाके पे, यूं कहें कि नक्सलियों के कोर इलाकों पे कराया जा रहा है, उसका एक नतीजा भी कहा जा सकता है कि एक नहीं, दो नहीं, 16 माओवादियों को पुलिस के जवानों ने गिरफ्तार किया है। और एक ही जगह से गिरफ्तार उन्होंने नहीं किया। अगर बात की जाए जांगला की, अगर बात की जाए तो वहां के जो संयुक्त बल है उनकी एक तरीके से जो कार्रवाई है वो देखी गई है। तो दूसरी तरफ अगर बात की जाए तो बासागुड़ा थाना क्षेत्र के अंतर्गत अगर बात की जाए वहां से या फिर गंगालूर थाना क्षेत्र, अलग अलग जगह से कुल जो माओवादी हैं उनको गिरफ्तार किया गया है। एक नहीं 16 माओवादियों को पुलिस के जवानों ने गिरफ्तार किया गया। जिन माओवादियों को गिरफ्तार किया गया उनके साथ अगर सामग्री की बात की जाए तो जेलेटिन वायर, कार्डेक्स वायर, जो फिर टूल्स होते हैं, जो इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स गैजेट्स होते हैं, उन तमाम चीजों के साथ उन माओवादियों को गिरफ्तार किया गया। कहीं ना कहीं इनकी गिरफ्तारी से जो बाकी जो माओवादी हैं उनकी जो रेड की अगर बात की जाए उसमें एक तरीके से जो कमजोरी है वो देखी जा सकती है, क्योंकि लगातार हम देख रहे हैं कि किस तरीके से कार्रवाई पुलिस के जवानों के द्वारा किया जा रहा है। एक तरीके से जिस तरीके से पुलिस के जवानों ने कार्रवाई की है, इस कार्रवाई से पुलिस को एक तरीके से